The first thing I felt was cold dirt against my cheek and a rock doing its level best to become part of my skull. My last memory was the deep fryer and a stack of delivery bags. So I did the sensible thing and assumed I had passed out behind the restaurant again. My name is Dan. I was 24 and my entire skill set was carrying hot food up cold stairs for tips. Then I peeled my face off the ground and found a ring of spears aimed at it. My brain, helpful as ever, offered me nothing at all. There were maybe a dozen of them, lean and filthy, watching me the way you watch a snake before you decide whether it needs killing. Nobody looked impressed. Everybody looked hungry. And hungry was the more frightening of the two. This was not a set. The cold was real, the old smoke was real, and the spear points had the dull gray shine that only comes off actual stone. My mouth started moving before my sense could catch up. Easy, I said. Hands open, palms out. I am just delivery. Nobody panic, me least of all. They did not understand a syllable. What they heard was noise coming out of a thing that had dropped from the sky into their camp, and noise does not lower a spear. I tried anyway. I pointed at my own chest and said, Dan, slow, twice. I mimed eating, mimed sleeping, mimed every harmless thing I could think of. They watched the soft man wave his arms and grip their spears a little tighter. Somewhere under the panic, I remembered what I actually was. Not a soldier, not a scientist, just a night shift cook who understood heat and salt and oil. In a world chewing raw roots, that turned out to be closer to a superpower than I had any right to expect. Behind the ring, I could see the rest of it. A few cook fires burned down to coals, racks of thin strips drying in the wind, children with knees wider than their thighs. This was not a tribe that missed a meal now and then. This was a tribe losing a slow, patient argument with starvation and losing it badly. I would piece the rest together over the next few hours. Their chief had died in the last cold, and nobody strong enough had risen to take his place. The camp was drifting, hungry and leaderless, waiting for anyone to promise them a spring. Rask was meant to be that anyone. He was the old chief's son, and the tribe had half decided to name him next. Then a soft stranger dropped into their fire circle and stole the entire room, and Rask had not forgiven the interruption. The spear at my chest pressed in until it dimpled the skin. The man holding it was not cruel, just tired and deciding. That was the quiet horror of the moment. Nobody was testing me for godhood. They were working out whether a soft, strange man was a danger, or, failing that, whether he was a meal. So I did the math anyone does with a point at their heart. I could not fight. I could not run. I could not explain a single word. All I could do was buy one heartbeat, and one heartbeat was infinitely more than I had a second ago. So I clawed through my pockets like my life depended on it, because it very obviously did. Dead phone, house keys to a house on the wrong planet, a crushed foil bag, and a cheap plastic lighter, the kind you lose 11 of a year and never once think about. My thumb found it on pure animal reflex, the way you reach for a last cigarette when the night has already gone bad. I flicked it without a plan in my head. A small orange flame stood up out of my fist, steady and ordinary, the least magical object I owned in either world. To me it was garbage. To them, it was the end of the sky. The entire ring came apart. Men who ran down deer on foot threw themselves backward into the mud and dropped their spears as if the shafts had turned to snakes. One old woman pressed her forehead flat to the ground and would not lift it. I stood there with my dumb little flame and held very still, afraid a wrong move would break the spell. Oh, I muttered, so that is what does it. Noted, filed away. Thank you kindly. An elder near the fire breathed one word, and the rest of them echoed it, low and odd. Their words meant nothing to me, yet the shape of their chant was obvious. Fire spirit. They were handing me a title I had done absolutely nothing to earn. Nobody warned you about being worshipped by accident. You get about 2 seconds to decide whether to correct the record or wear the crown they are offering. Right then, the crown was the only thing between me and a dozen spears, so I wore it. I rose slowly with the flame held first, performing confidence I did not possess. For one gorgeous heartbeat, I thought I had won. Fire from nothing in my hand, knees in the dirt all around, my pulse finally climbing back down out of the clouds. Then one man stood up who had never once gone down. He was young and hard through the shoulders, with the still watchfulness of a person who runs the numbers before he moves. While everyone else worshipped, he only looked at me, then looked at my hand, like a man studying a card trick he has half solved already. I learned his name soon enough, Rask. He walked to the dead cook fire, crouched, and struck 2 stones together over a nest of dry grass. Spark. A second spark. On the third, the grass caught. A flame stood up in his hands that looked exactly, insultingly, like mine. He lifted it so the whole camp could see, and then he said the worst sentence a con man can hear. Fire, he said. I have too. He swept his free hand across all those kneeling faces and asked them where their spirit was now. And he was right, which was the entire problem. They had fire. They had always had fire. My one miracle was a party trick anyone could manage with 2 river rocks, and every odd face was already turning, doing my sum. My stomach dropped clean through the planet. I had 1 card left, and the second I played it, I could never play it again. So of course, I reached for it. I went slow and ceremonial to hide how badly my hands were shaking, and I peeled open the crushed foil bag while thinking, please work. For the love of everything, please just work. Salt and grease. The smell of 1,000 bad shifts. To me, it was the smell of home. To them, it was nothing they had ever met in their lives. Inside were the chips, and I counted them without meaning to, like a man tallying money he already knows he is about to lose. 47 little crunching coins between me and a spear. I did not hand one to Rask. I turned my back on the strong young heir and walked to the oldest, thinnest elder in the circle, the one who had put his head to the ground. I knelt until we were eye to eye. I lifted a single chip like it was the last gold left in the world, dragged the silence out until it ached, and laid it on his tongue. He bit down. The crunch went off in the quiet like a snapped branch, and every head in the camp turned toward the sound at once. His whole face stopped, then broke wide open. Out of a man who had gummed raw roots his entire life, came a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. I knew that sound. It was the noise a person makes the first time food is a pleasure instead of a grim chore you do so you will not die before morning. The circle lost its mind, and not over fire, because fire they knew. They lost it over the crunch, over the salt, over the idea that a mouthful could be a gift. Rask's careful little flame guttered in his hand, ignored now by everyone including him. At that moment I understood the trick that had saved me. It was not the lighter, and it was not even the chips. These people had never once been allowed to enjoy eating. Food was fuel you fought over, nothing more. I had just shown them it could be joy, and that, not the foil bag, was the actual miracle. The bag was only the first door into a room they had never been let inside. Rask stepped close, and his voice dropped so only the front row caught the edge on it. My father fed this tribe with meat he ran down on his own legs, he said. You gave one old man a crunching pebble, he went on, and now you are a spirit. Somebody on my side of the fire laughed, which was the cruelest thing that could have happened to him. I watched it land like a slap. His father had fed them with sweat and legs and years. A soft stranger had done more with 1 foil bag, and the tribe had cheered the stranger. I felt the weight of the open bag in my hand, and understood his real point better than the crowd did. He was not wrong that it would run out. He had no idea how right he was. I pressed on anyway, because stopping felt like dying. I broke the chips into shards and passed them out like communion. A sliver to this hand, a sliver to that one. That way, more mouths could taste the crunch without emptying the bag in 1 minute of glory. But shards were still shards, and the bottom of the bag was closer than it had been. A big man near the front decided he wanted the entire bag, not a sliver, and lunged for it with 1 thick hand. I twisted away and hugged the foil to my chest like a mother shielding a child, and my dignity did not survive the maneuver. Somehow, it worked in my favor, because a spirit who guards his gift that fiercely must have a reason. What I truly had was a shrinking stack of the only leverage I owned, and a camp full of people who would want more of it tomorrow, and the day after that, and forever. Then I did the thing that actually mattered. I took a strip of raw root a child had dropped and held it over the coals until it softened and went warm all the way through. I pressed it back into her hands. Warm, not raw. Call it the first recipe I owned in this world, if a warmed root even counts as a recipe. The kid ate it, staring at me like I had quietly rearranged the sky. To her, warm food was as strange and holy as fire from my fist. To me, it was a Tuesday. The gap between those two facts was the only room I had left to live in, so I decided then and there that I would learn to live in it very well. The word for me shifted in their mouths, from the outsider to something softer, something closer to maybe more than that. It was progress. It was also built on sand. I had bought standing with a bag I could not refill and a warmed root any of them could learn to copy. A terrible foundation. Also, the only one on offer. That was when she stepped into the firelight, and she did not kneel. She was built like a runner, quiet on her feet, a short bow slung across her back. She had not watched me conjure anything. She had watched me count. There is a world of difference between those two, and she was the only soul in that camp who had clocked it. She came in low and close so the words stayed between the two of us. A spirit, she said, does not count what he has left. I gave her my brightest empty smile and said something noble about husbanding sacred gifts. The sweat started at my hairline, which is exactly what I do when I lie under pressure. She watched it begin and did not expose me. She filed it away instead, which was somehow worse than being called out before the whole camp. Later, I learned her name was Oria, that she was the best hunter the camp had, the dead chief's daughter, and Rask's sister. The whole thing was a family I had walked into the middle of. Right then, all I knew was that the true danger by that fire carried a bow, not a grudge, and had already found the loose thread in my act. I made a note to be very careful of her. Her father had led these people and then died and left them adrift, and she was not about to kneel to the next loud stranger who promised them the world. She wanted proof, the repeatable kind, and proof was the exact thing I could not give her. The tribe reorganized itself around me, and the horror of my new job arrived. By dusk, they were already arranging tomorrow around wonders I did not know how to repeat. Their new spirit was expected at dawn, dusk, and every frightened hour between. I had accidentally accepted the worst shift in history, with no manager to blame and no door marked exit. I found a rock to sit on and worked out the arithmetic that would run my life. I had opened the bag at 47. Between the elder, the shards, and my own nibbling, I sat near 44. 39 people lived in this camp, and I was not one of them. I was an extra mouth playing a god, uncounted, a guest nobody had invited and everybody now leaned on. And I had a bag with a bottom that got closer every time somebody smiled at me. Even the lighter would run dry one day. Nothing I owned was going to last. While I sat there counting, I noticed a boy on the far edge of everything. Small, all knees and elbows, hovering at the rim of the light where the food never reached. Nobody shooed him off. Nobody fed him either. He simply watched other people chew and kept a silent tally of every bite. The loneliest arithmetic I have ever seen. I did not make a speech of it. I checked that Rask was busy being furious somewhere behind me, palmed one chip, and pressed it into that boy's hand under my sleeve. His fingers closed on it like he was afraid I might change my mind before he could swallow. "Am I allowed?" he whispered. And it was not really a question about the chip at all. It was a question about whether he was permitted one good thing ever in his whole short life. I did not have an answer that would not crack something in me, so I only nodded. He ate it in 3 fast bites with his back to the camp, hiding the joy like it was stolen. Then he looked up at me with the careful eyes of someone deciding whether to trust a thing that had never once been safe before. I gave him another small nod, and he almost smiled. 43. I was down to 43, and I had just spent one of them on a boy the tribe had already quietly decided not to keep. Every column in my head called it a bad trade. My hands, closing his fingers over the chip, did not agree with the accounting. I would learn his name was Pak, and that he would matter more than any number in that bag. So there I sat with 43 chips, a suspicious hunter, a furious rival, and a starving boy who thought he needed permission to live. The number was still large enough to tempt me, and far too small to build a future on. I had days, maybe. Then the foil would be dry, the God act would eat itself alive, and 39 hungry people would remember exactly how we had first met, with the points turned in. Which meant the trick had to stop being a trick. If I wanted to breathe past the bottom of that bag, I had to learn to make the crunch real with my own 2 useless hands. And I had to do it before the foil went empty and took my borrowed halo down with it. No pressure. Just my entire life riding on remembering how a deep fryer worked. Rask had no intention of granting me the time. He waited until the fire was bright and everyone could hear, and then he set the trap out loud, watching my face fall. "Tomorrow," he said, "no little stone that spits flame, no crumbs out of your magic bag. You stand before the whole camp spirit and you show us the God." The camp murmured its delight, because a promised miracle is the finest entertainment a starving people can imagine. Oriya said nothing. She only looked from Rask to me and back. She already knew one of us would be humiliated by morning and was not yet sure which. I smiled and spread my hands like a man with a plan the size of the moon. "Of course," I said. "Tomorrow." And down where the sweat lives, one small, honest voice had already started counting backward from 43, asking me what exactly I meant to do at dawn. Dawn came gray and cold, and the entire camp was already awake and waiting for me to be a god again. I had slept maybe an hour, most of it spent staring at 43 chips and running clean out of ideas. Rask stood at the front with his arms crossed, and he had clearly slept fine. "No stone that spits flame," he reminded everyone. "Loud enough to carry, no crumbs from the magic bag. Show us the God, spirit." I had nothing flashy, no second miracle, no rabbit in a hat, just a plastic lighter I did not dare waste and a foil bag I did not dare open in front of them. What I had instead was the one thing none of them had ever thought to try. So I did not perform. I knelt at the coals a woman had banked overnight, fed them until they glowed, and picked up a handful of the same pale roots the tribe gnawed on raw every miserable morning of their lives. I held the roots over the heat and turned them, patient, until the outsides went soft and dark, and the smell shifted from damp earth to something warmer, something a stomach actually reaches for. Then I broke one open and handed the steaming halves to the nearest child. She bit down and stopped chewing. then started again, slower, like she had found a secret hidden inside the food. Warm, she said, to nobody in particular. Just warm. The word went around the fire quieter and deeper than any gasp at my lighter had. The old elder from the night before shuffled up, took a warm root in his shaking hands, and ate with his eyes shut. My first believer still believed, now for a reason unrelated to tricks. Rask laughed, but it landed thin. A warm root, he said. Your god warms a root that a fire could warm on its own. But the fire had never warmed their roots, because no one had ever shown them that fire was for more than keeping the dark away. That was my real answer to his challenge, though I did not say it as a speech. Fire did not only dazzle, it could feed. And a soft stranger who understood that was worth more at this cold hearth than a wonder they would forget by noon. Oria watched from the edge, and I saw her clock exactly what had happened. I had made no miracle at all. I had made breakfast, and it had done more for the camp than the lighter did. She did not look impressed. She looked like she was quietly revising a number. By mid-morning, I caught two women holding their own roots to the coals, copying the motion, arguing softly over how long was long enough. The idea was already loose in the camp, spreading hand to hand without me, and that pleased me far more than any bow ever could. The tribe ate their warmed roots and drifted into the business of a hungry day, and the hunters gathered their spears and bows at the tree line. Oriah was first among them, quiver full, moving without sound. Nobody had named her chief, but she led the hunt, because skill set the rank when blood no longer could. She glanced back at me once on her way out, an expression I could not read, and then the trees took her. I told myself I had survived the morning. Then I watched the camp settle in to eat what the day allowed, and the survival started to feel very cheap indeed. It was a ladder, and everyone knew their own rung on it. The hunters ate first and best because their legs were what fed the camp. After them came the carriers and the old firekeepers, and after those the children, whatever happened to be left. Their rule came from arithmetic performed by people who had done the sums in blood through too many winters. At the bottom of that ladder, below the last child in the scraps, stood the boy, Pak. He did not push in or beg. He knew his place, which was outside the counting entirely, and he stood there, watching mouths move with that quiet, patient dread I had seen the night before. I asked a woman near me, half in gestures and half in the few words she caught, why the boy did not eat. She shrugged, not unkindly. He does not hunt, she said. He does not carry. Why would he eat? Our exchange was not fluent. I knew names for fire, food, child, hunt, and carry. She supplied the rest with pointing and repeated phrases. When a sentence outran me, an older carrier reduced it to the camp words I had learned. His parents were gone, she added, and a camp this thin could not carry a mouth that only ever took. I understood the logic, and understanding it was the worst part of all. Feeding somebody who could not yet feed back was a real cost, measured against everyone else's survival. Nobody in that camp was a villain. The hunger was the villain, and it had written a very clean, very cruel little rule. Great, I thought, a functioning society, marvelously efficient. I looked at the boy at the bottom of the ladder, and I hated the rule with a clarity that honestly surprised me. I knew what feeding him would cost. It meant breaking a custom the entire camp enforced, and it meant spending from a bag that would never refill. Rule 1 of not dying here was do not make enemies. Rule 2, apparently, was stand aside and watch a child starve. I was not going to follow Rule 2. I dressed it up as strategy, told myself a spirit who fed the forgotten looked generous and wise. That was a coat I put on to feel less soft. The truth underneath was much simpler, and I did not examine it too closely. I had learned Pak's story in scraps by then. His mother had died bringing him into the world, and his father had gone down in a hunt 2 winters back and never come home. The camp had carried the orphan as long as thin stores allowed, and then, without any single cruel decision, had quietly stopped. He lived on gristle nobody wanted, and roots too tough to chew, and he had made himself small and silent so the tribe could forget the cost of him. It had worked. They had forgotten him. I could not. So I waited for the camp to scatter to its work, and for the light to thin toward evening, and then I went to find the boy at the edge of the trees. I drew him behind a shoulder of rock where no eyes reached, and he came warily, shoulders up, braced for a trick or a cuff, because those were the only 2 things strangers had ever handed him. I built a small heat from a coal I carried in a shell, and I warmed a strip of the day's meat that I had quietly held back from my own share. Then I did the thing that cost me. I crushed 1 chip to powder between 2 fingers and dusted the crumbs across the top so the warm food would carry the crunch he had tasted the night before. 42. I did not let him see me flinch at the falling number. I pressed the warm food into his hands, and he looked at it like a boy braced for a good thing to be snatched right back. A kindness that has to be a trap because kindness always had been one. "If I eat this," he said, very small, "do I have to pay?" And there it was, the true cost of that clean camp rule, spoken by a boy who had learned that nothing came free and most things came stapled to a wound. "You eat because you are hungry," I told him. "That is the whole reason. That is allowed. No debt, no test, no catch waiting at the bottom. Just eat." He ate like a man drinking water after a long thirst, fast and disbelieving, and halfway through, he pressed his sleeve to his mouth to trap the sound, because joy had never once been safe for him to show out loud. When the food was gone, he sat very still, and something in his narrow shoulders came down that had been up his whole life. He was not doing the grim nightly arithmetic of whether he would still be breathing by dawn. He was just a boy who had eaten, and was warm, and was allowed to be here. And then he did the thing that quietly rewrote my plans. Because he was not content to only receive it, he poked the coals with a stick, watched them flare, and looked up hungry for knowledge rather than food. "Show me," he said. "I want to make the warm, not eat it, make it." I opened my mouth to deflect out of habit, and found that I did not want to. A whole camp wanted the god to feed them forever. One skinny boy wanted to learn to feed himself. I knew instantly which of those was worth my time. So I showed him how close to hold a root to the coals before it chars, and how scent warns you before your eyes do. Warmth had a range he could learn with his hands, without a spirit standing guard. He copied me badly, then a little less badly. He burned his fingertips once, and did not cry about it. Only shook his hand and leaned right back in, which told me more about the boy than any speech could have. By full dark, he could warm a root himself, from cold to done. And he held the little cooked thing in his palm, and stared at it like he had grown it out of bare ground. Recipe 1, taught and held now in a second pair of hands. It did not go unnoticed. A carrier with a bad knee saw the orphan chewing something warm and frowned, and muttered that the spirit was wasting good heat and good food on dead weight the camp had already written off. I heard the grumble travel from mouth to mouth. Feeding Pock had cost me a chip, and it had cost me standing, exactly as I had known it would. The camp had a rule, and I had broken it in plain sight of everyone. But then Pock warmed a second root all on his own, just to prove that he could, and the frowning carrier watched a forgotten child do a real thing with fire, and for a breath, even the grumbling went quiet. That was an argument I could never have won with words. Oria came back at dusk with a young deer across her shoulders, the best kill the camp had seen in days, and dropped it by the fire without a single word to me. I looked at that clean meat, then down at my coals, and a small idea lit in me. Her hunting and my fire were not two separate things at all. They were halves of one much better thing. That night, I understood my real job here clearly. It was not to be a god. It was to turn one warmed root into 2 working hands, then 10. Those hands could build a camp that fed itself after the bag emptied. I had days, and after those days I would keep only what I had managed to teach. Pock was the first proof that the teaching could actually take root, and he was also, though I did not know it that night, the reason I would never quite be able to walk away. Walking away was not even the near problem. Warm food filled a belly for one night and then rotted by the next. Winter was grinding down out of the hills, and I knew, as any cook knows, that what the camp needed after warmth was salt, and some way to keep meat from spoiling before the cold arrived. Knowing my job did not suddenly make me wise though, and that same night the bag taught me a lesson of its own. After Pock slipped back to his corner glowing like a banked coal, I got greedy in the tired, stupid way that scared people do. I found a spot well away from the fire, where I was certain no one could see, and I opened the bag and I took 1 chip for myself. Not for a miracle, not for a dying elder, for me and no one else. I was homesick and frightened, and a mouthful of factory salt was the last solid piece of my old life I had left to hold. I laid it on my tongue, let it dissolve slow, and very nearly wept at the taste of it. Salt and grease and the exact chemical perfume of a snack designed in a laboratory I would never see again. For one blessed second, I was back on a night shift with the friar humming beside me, safe and bored and gloriously alive. A twig snapped, and I turned to find Aria standing 10 paces off with an armful of firewood and an expression I did not enjoy in the slightest. She had not caught a spirit communing with the heavens. She had caught a man crouched behind a tree, sneaking a treat out of a pouch that was visibly running low. A spirit, she said, and her voice stayed quiet, which was so much worse than loud, does not hide to eat. And a spirit, she went on, does not run low. She let both halves of that settle and watched my face do the thing my face always does under pressure, which is betray me completely. I bluffed anyway. I said something about tasting the offering in order to bless it, and I heard how paper thin it was even as the words left my mouth, and the sweat came up at my hairline right on cue. She watched it start and did not even bother to look triumphant about it. She looked confirmed, which is a far more dangerous thing for a liar to see on the face of the one person who has him figured out. I braced for her to march me back to the fire and end it all in 3 clean sentences. She did not. She shifted the firewood on her hip and studied me like a puzzle she had not yet finished. And then she chose something worse than exposure. "I will watch you, spirit," she said. "Your food keeps my people alive, and for that alone I will hold my tongue tonight. But bags run out, and when yours does, we will finally see what you are without it." Then she carried her firewood back toward the fire and left me with 41 chips and 2 deadlines. The bag would empty, and Orya would be waiting to see whether anything useful remained when it did. I watched Pak warm a root he did not need, purely for the joy of doing it. That small skill belonged to him already. Before the last chip fell, I needed to turn the rest of my bluff into something the camp could own the same way. By the end of that first week, warm food had stopped being a miracle and become ordinary, which is how you know a thing has truly caught on. The camp warmed its own roots now. Nobody bowed at it anymore. That was good for them and terrible for me. A spirit who only warms roots is a spirit running low on wonders, and Rask, who missed nothing, had watched the shine wear off me faster than anyone else in that valley. He set it at the fire, where it would carry. "Your God feeds us crumbs and warm mush," he said. "My father fed us meat he ran down himself. When does the spirit do a thing a hungry child cannot do with a stick and a coal?" I should have answered him small and humble. Instead, my pride, which has ended more of my good days than any enemy ever has, opened my mouth and made a promise the size of the sea. "Salt," I said. "I will make you salt of the gods, out of the water itself." The camp went quiet in the impressed way, and I felt magnificent for exactly 1 heartbeat. Then the honest voice at the back of my skull woke up. "You just promised alchemy to people who chip their tools out of rock," it said. "Wonderful. You absolute genius. Because here is everything I actually knew about salt. You could boil seawater, and the salt was what stayed behind when the water left. I knew it the vague way you know a fact you read once and never tested. That was the full depth of my expertise, and I had bet my halo on it. I did at least know why it was worth the risk. Salt was not a treat, it was survival. Rubbed into meat, it kept the meat from rotting, and meat that did not rot meant a camp that did not starve when the snow came down. So the next morning, Pak and I walked half a day to the tidal flats, because that is how far the sea sat from our valley. Every drop of it would have to come back on our own 2 backs, and I felt the distance in my knees before we even arrived. Pak had never seen the sea. He stopped dead at the top of the last dune and stared at all that moving water, and for a moment, the hungry, careful boy was gone, and an ordinary child stood there, amazed by the size of the world. I let him look. The god salt could wait 1 breath. We filled 2 sealed skin bags until the straps bit into our shoulders, and then we turned around and hauled them home. Pak took the smaller bag and carried it the whole way, bent nearly double, and never once complained about the weight. "Is this the god salt water?" he kept asking. "Can I help make it? Can I stir it?" I told him yes to all of it, because I had already discovered I could deny that boy almost nothing, which is a dangerous thing to learn about yourself. Word of the god salt had run ahead of us, and the camp gathered to watch the sea turn into treasure. I saw hope on the thin faces, the fragile kind that has been let down too many times to fully commit. And I saw Rask at the very back, arms crossed, wearing the easy calm of a man who has bet everything he owns on you falling flat. Back at camp, I took the tribe's 1 wide clay bowl, the good one, the vessel they use for everything that mattered. I poured the seawater in, set it directly over the hottest coals I could build, and settled in to watch the water shrink down towards salt. Vesha, the old woman who kept the camp's fire, watched from the far side with a frown pulling at her mouth. She knew fire as well as I once knew a friar, but the bowl ticked before she could cross the ring and reach me. Pak crouched at my elbow with his stick, stirring proudly and naming every ripple in the handful of camp words we shared. Steam climbed thick and salty while Vesha rose, eyes fixed on the sound neither of us had heard soon enough. The water was dropping. I could see the line falling down the inside of the bowl, and then the clay made a sound, a small, dry tick, like a knuckle cracking, once and then again. I did not know what that sound meant. I know now. It was the bowl telling me our clay had never been built to take fire straight against its belly, and that it had just reached the far edge of what it could bear. The crack opened all at once. The bowl split down its side and dumped near-boiling seawater into the coals. Steam struck across Pak's forearm before Vesha could drag him back from the rim. He screamed. It caught his forearm, and he screamed like a child whose pain has grown bigger than any word he owns. He clutched the arm to his chest, crying, "It hurts, it hurts," and my beautiful miracle became a disaster inside a single breath. I did not reach for the God act. There was no version of my mouth that would call this a spirit's mysterious test, not with the skin of a boy's arm blistering in front of me. I dropped every other thing and got to him. I pulled him clear while Vesha poured cool water over the burn until the heat left the skin. We covered it loosely with clean cloth. His forearm was red and blistered. Once Pak stopped shaking, the tremor moved into my hands. Then, with the camp silent and every eye on their spirit, I said what no chief in that valley admitted aloud. This was not a spirit's lesson, I called across the fire. I got it wrong. Me, not the gods. I am sorry, Pak. The silence changed shape when I said it. I felt it change under my feet. These were people whose leaders never admitted error, because a leader who could be wrong could be replaced. I had just handed them a spirit who was plainly, openly wrong. I had no idea whether that made me weaker in their eyes, or gave them something their chiefs never had. Vesha gave me one grim nod. She had recognized the warning tick a heartbeat before the break, and next time, neither of us would trust a vessel untested. Oria knew what she was seeing. She stood at the edge of it and watched me kneel in the mud and own the burn on a child's arm, and something in her face moved from suspicion toward a thing I had not earned yet. She had never once seen a man do that. Rask saw an opening a mile wide, and he took it, and I could not even blame him, because the hit was fair. Your spirit scalds are young, he said, then calls it his own mistake. He let it settle. At least a man's mistake, he added, can be sent away from the fire for good. That landed hard, because it was true, and because half the camp was already thinking it. A god who burns children is frightening. A man who burns children is only a dangerous stranger you should have speared on the first day. One of the older carriers said it plain, that a stranger who wounds children brings worse luck than empty bellies, and that we should put me back on the road they had found me on. A few heads nodded along with him. It was the first time the camp had said the word aloud, exile, and it hung there in the smoke over all of us. Oria offered me no defense, which stung more than I expected. She only said a man who owned a burn would reveal the next one, while a flawless spirit had yet to feed them through winter. Then she let the fire decide. Rask had taken my honesty and braided it into a rope, then handed the loose end to the crowd. I needed a real fix, and I needed it before the doubt in those faces set hard into a decision about whether I got to stay. That night I sat with Pak while he slept off the shock, his bandaged arm resting across my knee. He had forgiven me before he even fell asleep, easily, as small children do, and somehow that was worse than any blame could have been. I turned the failure over in the dark. That local clay could not take direct flame, a material rule my remembered method never supplied. The next vessel would be tested empty, cold-filled, and heated behind a screen before any child came near it. Vesha would control the hot end. The way out required a better vessel instead of a better prayer. Knowing what seawater leaves behind meant nothing if the container failed first. I needed stone that endured heat and already held a natural hollow deep enough for water. By gray morning, I dug the largest shard of the broken bowl out of the ash and turned it in the light. The break ran clean along the belly, right where the flame had struck hardest. The clay cooked pale with the strain of it. The right stone basin would take heat without splitting. It needed a smooth hollow, no through cracks, and enough thickness beneath the waterline. Oria knew where weather had carved such stone, and I had no idea where to find one. The one person who might know was still deciding, that very night, exactly how much she trusted me. So I did the new thing, the thing Vesha's nod had told me to do. I stopped pretending, and I waited to ask. Oria found me before I found her. She crouched down across the low fire, looked at Pak's sleeping face, and then at mine, and she did not gloat, which I noticed. There is a stone, she said, in the ravine past the coast shelf, pale and heavy in the hand. We have watched that stone sit in a fire all night, she said, and come out whole in the morning. It does not fear the flame. I sat up so fast I nearly woke the boy off my knee. A stone that did not fear flame was ordinary to her. To me, a rain-worn basin in that stone was the cure, a vessel we could inspect cold, brace above the coals, and heat slowly while the water fell. You did not know our stone, she said, watching my face light. Yesterday you pretended to know everything. Tonight you ask me instead. She almost smiled. That, she said, is better than a spirit. A spirit knows, a man learns. I trust the second one more. It was the closest thing to praise I'd received since arriving in the valley, wrapped around the lesson I most needed. Awe was a currency I would exhaust. Learning was one I could keep spending, and she had told me which man to be. So we built a plan, the two of us, low over the coals while Pak slept between us. She knew the ravine, the ground, the safe ways through it. I knew what to do with the stone once we had it in hand. Her terrain, my craft. It was the first time we made something together, instead of circling each other like a puzzle neither wanted to solve. You find the stone, I said, and I will make the salt. Deal. She looked at my offered hand like it was a strange, foreign custom. which to her it was. And then she gripped my forearm the way her people sealed a bargain. The hunter and the cook became one working thing right there in the dark, and it held. Pak surfaced long enough to announce through his bandages that he was coming. I told him no. His job was to help Vesha build the cold water test cradle and keep every curious child behind its rope. He argued that he walked on his legs, not his arm. I answered that an apprentice who could not obey a safety stop was not ready for enemy ground. He hated the answer, then demanded enough detail to prepare the cradle correctly. He fell asleep with his good hand curled in my sleeve, angry but safe. Leaving him behind was not saving my skin. It was refusing to spend his injured body as proof that I cared. Then Aria's face went still, the flat stillness that had kept her alive out in those hills. She reached over and touched a piece of driftwood I had dragged back from the flats. A jagged sign burned into the grain. "Where exactly?" she asked me, low and careful now. "Did you say this ravine of good pale stone was? And how far into the cut of the walls does it run?" "Past the coast shelf," I told her, "the pale rock in the walls of the cut." She was quiet a long moment, staring at the mark in the wood. Then she said the sentence that turned my salt problem into something far worse. "That is Crom's ground," she said. "The bone breakers. His people break a great deal more than bones, and they do not share their stone with anyone. The cure for my failure was sitting in the middle of the most dangerous territory for 100 miles in any direction." I looked down at the jagged mark scratched in the driftwood, the same sign that would be cut all over that ravine, warning off exactly the kind of desperate stranger I had become. Then I looked at Pak's bandaged arm, and I stopped debating it with myself. Ori and I would go anyway. Pak needed a future, the camp needed salt before the snow, and the only basin Oria trusted lay inside Crom's ravine. This time the child stayed with the healer, and the risk belonged to the adults choosing it. We could not simply trade for it either. The bone breakers took more than they ever gave, Oria said. And a soft valley that had learned to make salt was a prize to them, not a trading partner worth keeping alive. If we wanted the stone, we would have to take it and be gone. Vesha would hold the fire, watch Pak's burn, and prepare a bed of sand and small stones for the basin. Oria and I packed rope, wedges, water, road meat, and my thin nerve, then set to move before first light. I was about to walk into the ground of people named for breaking bones with one hunter and no weapon but a plan. Pak's empty place beside us made the choice feel colder, but it also proved the burn had changed how I handled the next unknown. I banked the coals and checked the boy's bandage one more time. Then I lay back and tried not to think about a chief whose people were named for what they broke. Morning was coming, and salt would not carry its own basin home. Oria and I left before dawn, while the coast still lay under cold blue dark, and the bone breakers were most likely asleep. Pak stayed behind with Vesha, his burned arm wrapped and his new duty clear. He would watch the cold tests, not carry stone through enemy ground. Oria led. I carried the empty water skins and tried not to trip on anything. The tidal flats gave way to a shelf of broken rock, and past that, the land folded down into a deep cut in the hills. Crom's ravine. The jagged sign was scratched into the stones at its mouth, once, twice, a warning any fool could read even without the words. We went in anyway, and there it was, in the walls, exactly as she had promised. Veins of pale, heavy stone that caught the first gray light like old bone. My cracked bowl had a cure, and it was sitting right there for the taking. Oria moved through that ravine without making a sound. She was a shadow with a purpose. Every loose pebble under my feet announced us across the valley. She shot me a look that could have stripped bark. I mouthed sorry and stepped on a stick the size of my arm. Somewhere above us, a bird went up in a clatter, and both of us froze until the silence came back. Oria breathed that the bone breakers kept watchers on the high rocks, and that we had maybe until the sun cleared the ridge before someone cut our tracks. I nodded as though I understood ravine tactics. I understood exactly one thing. I badly wanted to be somewhere else. We found a seam of the pale stone low in the wall where a rockfall had already broken it loose. I pried at the chunks with a wedge of harder rock while Oria kept watch. Beside it lay a rain-worn slab with a natural hollow in its face, shallow as a hand and without a visible seam. That was the piece I wanted most. I wrapped it in hide and rope, then packed smaller blocks around it so the sling would not shift. The pale stone came away in fists and blocks, heavier than it looked, cool and dense against the palm, and every piece of it was a bowl that would hold the fire instead of dying in it. "This might be it," I whispered, turning the hollow slab over. "No promise until we test it cold, then warm, then hot." Oria gave me one sharp approving nod. That was the moment the shadow stood up. It rose from behind a boulder I would have sworn was empty, and it kept rising and rising until it blotted out a good portion of the sky. A man the size of two men, arms like tree limbs, a face set in pure murder. I did the sensible thing and stopped breathing. You, he said, and his voice came up from somewhere near the center of the earth. You are the one. The stranger who cooks children over his fires. I have heard of you. His hand closed around a club I had not even noticed because I had been busy noticing all of him. You cook children, he said again, working it out, getting angrier as he said it. So I cook you, and he came at me, and there was nothing slow about it despite his size, and I understood with perfect clarity that I was about to die in a ravine over a rock. Oria hit him from the side, all her weight and speed, and it was like watching someone tackle a hill. She slowed him. She did not stop him. He shrugged her half off and kept coming, and Oria shouted my name, and I had exactly no way to fight a man who could throw me over the ravine wall. So I did the only thing I have ever been any good at. I reached into my pack, past the water skins, to the wrapped bundle of meat I had cooked for the road, seasoned with the wild herbs Oria had shown me, and I shoved a fat piece of it straight into that furious face. Hit me after, I said. Fast, hands up, the meat held out like a shield. Just taste it first. One bite. Professional courtesy. It was the stupidest thing I could have said, and it was also, it turned out, exactly the right thing. He meant to spit it out. I watched him decide to spit it out. His jaw worked once, twice, to fling the insult back at me, and then it did not fling anything, because somewhere in that second chew the taste reached him, and the giant simply stopped. He stood there in the middle of trying to kill me, chewing, with an expression I can only describe as betrayed. Like the food had broken a promise he did not know he had. He swallowed. He looked at the rest of the meat in my hand, and then, very slowly, the enormous man sat down. He sat right down in the dirt of the ravine, in the middle of a fight, and he held out one massive hand for more. I gave it to him, because what else do you do? Oria stood over him with her knife still out, staring, not sure whether we had won or lost, or entirely lost our minds. Gorm ate every piece. I learned his name between mouthfuls. He finished the road meat, herbs, and the last cold wormroot I had tucked into the pack, then stared at his empty hands like they had failed him. A man who makes this, he announced to the ravine at large, cannot be entirely bad. I came here to break the child burner, but the child burner feeds me better than my own chief ever did. I am confused, he said. He looked up at me, deadly serious as a man at prayer. I will stay with you until I'm not confused. I opened my mouth to explain that I did not actually burn children, that it had been an accident with a clay bowl, and he waved it off. He did not care about the charge anymore. He cared about the meat enough to postpone judgment. The scariest man for miles had not switched sides yet. He had merely decided that killing me before checking the charge would be wasteful. Oria started laughing. It came out of her before she could stop it, the first real laugh I had heard from her, bright and surprised, and she pressed her wrist to her mouth like Pac did with joy he was not used to. The situation was, I had to admit, genuinely ridiculous. Gorm appointed himself my guard until the charge was settled, with the gravity of a man taking a sacred oath. He would keep me alive, he explained, because a cook this good should not die before the truth was known. Then he added, entirely sincere, that if anyone was going to kill me, it would be him, later, and only if the food ever got worse. I told him the food would not get worse, and I meant it as a promise to keep myself breathing. He nodded like we had signed something, and that was how I returned toward camp with a mountain of an investigator who guarded mostly by looming. Whether he became anything more depended on what he found there. He was a bone-breaker still answering to Crom, though never comfortably. He knew the man's customs, his rules, and the old parley law his tribe lived by. He also admitted that Crom had begun calling him slow because he asked who deserved a broken bone before swinging. A chief who ruled by fear had little patience for questions. The meal opened a crack in Gorm's loyalty. What he saw at camp would decide which side of that crack he stood on. We walked home with a pack full of pale stone and a giant trailing behind us like an oversized, hopeful dog. The camp did not know whether to spear him or feed him when we arrived, and Gorm solved it by sitting by the fire and waiting to be fed, which, fair enough. Oria vouched for him with 3 flat words. He is watched, and that settled it, because nobody in that valley argued with Oria about who was dangerous and who was not. Gorm went first to Pac. He saw the wrapped arm, heard Vesha's blunt account through Oria, and watched Pac point at the failed clay and then at me. Accident, the boy said in the few camp words I understood. Dan stopped. Vesha showed Gorm the cold water cradle we had built for the next test, and the place where children would stand behind a hide screen. Only then did the giant lower his club. He ate 2 full portions, announced that Crom's accusation was false, and chose to remain while Crom decided what to do with that answer. Then came the test I had nearly died to make possible. We filled the natural hollow with cold water, and left it on packed sand until sunset. No dark seam appeared underneath. The next morning, we set it in a cradle of stone and sand, raised a hide screen between it and the watchers, and warmed the empty slab from a small fire. Vesha checked the underside with a long green stick after every increase. No tick, no crack. Only then did we add a finger depth of seawater and raise the heat by small stages. I stayed behind the screen with Vesha, flinching at every sound, already hearing Pox scream again. The slab held. The seawater began to shrink, the line falling down the pale hollow while the vessel lived. One shallow bowl of seawater made only a thin scrape of salt, so we went back to the flats 3 more times over as many days. Gorm carried 4 skins at once and complained throughout the route that the sea was inconveniently far from everything. Salt, as we learned, was mostly walking. The water went down, and a white crust began to bloom along the stone where the sea had been. I scraped at it with a shell, and it came away dry and grainy and impossibly white against my dark thumb. Salt. Real salt, out of the water, exactly as I had sworn. I held it up where they could see. Same sea, I said. Same fire. The right bowl instead of the wrong one. That is the trick, without magic anywhere in it. You learn which stone holds heat and which one breaks. The elder came forward on shaking legs, touched a fingertip to the salt, and tasted it. His old face showed the same break of wonder as at the first chip. Poke laughed, and even Gorm leaned in, invested in anything that came out of my fire. It was my third real skill in this world, after fire and warmth, and it was the one that changed the arithmetic of survival. But salt is not a treat, and I needed them to understand why it mattered more than any wonder I had shown them yet. Pock learned the salt craft beside me after his arm healed, first behind the screen and then at the cool end of the cradle. He scraped the white crust and judged the falling waterline, while Vesha alone tended the hot stone. By the time he could tell from the smell that the water was nearly gone, 3 people understood the process, and none of them needed to touch a heated vessel. So I showed them. I took strips of fresh meat, rubbed the salt hard into them, and hung them to dry in the wind and smoke. This meat, I told them, will not rot. It will keep. When the snow comes and the hunting dies, this meat will still be here, and you will still be eating. Oria understood before I finished the sentence. She stood very still, looking at the drying strips, and I watched the meaning of it land on her like a change of season. With this, she said quietly, we do not fear the winter. Not the words of a hunter. The words of a daughter of a chief who had watched her people starve. A young mother put a name to the thing none of them had dared say aloud. Last winter, she had buried a child who starved through the thin months. This winter, she said, laying a hand on a drying strip, perhaps she would not. Nobody spoke. The salt now carried a weight far beyond taste. That was the true miracle of the salt, and it had nothing to do with taste. For as long as anyone in that valley could remember, winter had meant dread, a season you survived by burying people. I had just handed them a way to walk into the cold with meat in the store and live. The camp's whole relationship to the coming snow shifted that day. You could see it in how they moved. Rask saw it too, from the edge, where he had bet against me and lost again, and I watched his jaw tighten and told myself the wound would close on its own. I was wrong about that, badly wrong. I would learn just how wrong before the next winter was out, and the entire valley would end up paying the tuition right alongside me. The salt did not come free, and it did not come fast. Over the next weeks, I made proof after proof for a camp that wanted to see the god salt again, and each little public demonstration of chips and flair to keep them dazzled cost me from the bag. 41 chips became 37, while the salt strips slowly dried in the wind, and I felt each one of them leave the bag like a coin off a shrinking pile. I told myself the trade was worth it. Salt bought us winter, and the chips were dying anyway. But every time I opened the bag for a cheap wonder, I could feel Oria's second clock ticking, the one that would ring the day the foil ran empty, and I had nothing left to hide behind. Gorm settled into the camp with alarming ease. He ate enormously, guarded me by standing too close, and defended the salt strips from birds with a seriousness the job did not require. The children stopped being afraid of him within days. He let them climb on him. It was absurd, and it was good. But peace never lasts long when you have something worth taking. High on the ravine ridge, weeks into our new plenty, a lone figure crouched among the rocks and watched our camp for a long time. A bonebreaker scout counting our fires, marking the drying racks, understanding down to his bones exactly what all of it would mean for his hungry chief back home. Gorm spotted him first and went very still, which from Gorm was more alarming than any shout. "That is Crom's man," he said. "He is counting us. He is seeing that you do not rot in winter. And Crom," he added grimly, "does not let a soft little valley keep a thing his own people would happily kill for." Gorm laid the truth out by the fire that night. Crom's marching force included fighters, porters, and their families. Against our 40, the numbers promised a harvest rather than a battle. But Gorm also carried the old parley law of the bone breakers in his head, and he tucked that knowledge away like a man saving a live coal for a cold night still to come. I did not understand yet how much it would matter. He seemed to. The scout was gone before Uriah could reach the ridge, running back over the hills toward his chief with the most dangerous news we could have given anyone. There was a tribe in the valley that had learned to preserve its food, and preserve food meant power, and Crom did not share power. He took it. We had made ourselves rich in the one currency that mattered out here, the currency of not starving, and we had done it in full view of the man least likely to let us keep it. I had a bag of salt, a giant, a hunter, a healing boy, and a camp of 39 in one. Crom, we would soon learn, commanded more than 10 times our number. I stood at the drying racks that night, salt on my hands, and understood that the thing I had built to save us had just painted a target on all of us. Winter moved to second place. Crom was coming for the racks, and I had a kitchen where an army should have been. By the third week, the salt had changed everything, and everything it changed made Rask smaller. Meat hung drying on every rack. Nobody feared the winter now, and the man who was supposed to be chief watched a soft stranger get the credit for all of it. I could see what it was doing to him. Every day the camp thanked the spirit, and every day Rask stood a little further from the fire, a prince in a story that had quietly replaced him with a cook. I told myself again that the wound would close. I had other things to worry about. What I never said aloud, because it would have cost me the halo, was that half of what I knew here I had learned from them. Uriah taught me which game was safe to eat. Vesha taught me the fire and the clay. My great genius was mostly listening to people who already knew. Rask could not listen. Listening meant admitting the stranger knew things he did not, and admitting that was the one wound he could not survive. So he watched me instead, and he copied, and he mistook the outside of my craft for the whole of it. So I did not see it coming when he decided to prove he did not need me. He had watched me for weeks, watched my hands at the carcass, watched the cuts and the salt and the fire. He had decided that cooking was just fire, and that he had fire too, and that he would take the camp back with it. He built his own fire in the open where everyone would gather, and he called them to watch. He hides his trick in smoke, Rast told them, loud and certain. I will show you there is no spirit, there is only fire, and I have fire. Then he dragged out a fresh carcass to prove it. Uriah went stiff beside me. She knew that particular animal, and she knew the one thing about it that Rask, for all his watching, had never bothered to learn. She crossed to him fast and spoke low enough to spare him public embarrassment. Take out the black sack first, the bitter one, before the heat spreads it. That bitter organ was not something I knew from my own world. Uriah had shown it to me on the first clean kill we shared, pointed to the dark sack and drawn a finger across her throat. Remove it or bury the meat, she had told me. I had listened. Her brother would not. Rask heard help from his sister as one more person telling him he was less. He waved her off without even looking. He did not want her knowledge. He wanted her to watch him not need it. That was the whole tragedy of the man in one small, proud gesture. He copied my cuts almost perfectly. That was the frightening part. From the outside, his work looked like mine, clean and confident, the motions right. But he skipped the one cut that was not visible from the outside, the careful removal of the dark, bitter sack. Once nicked over heat, its fluid ran through the channels of the near side and spoiled every surface it touched. Uriah had already warned him. I saw the mist organ only when Rask rolled the carcass and the swollen black shape flashed under the ribs. I shouted and moved, but he sliced into the contaminated quarter and slapped a seared strip into a hunter named Bale's hand in the same motion. Bale bit before either of us reached him. Bale ate it. He grinned around the mouthful and said it was good, said the spirit was not so special after all, and the crowd laughed. And Rask stood there, glowing with a victory he thought he had earned. For about a minute, he had it. For about a minute, he was the chief again. Then Bale stopped grinning. He put a hand to his stomach, then to his mouth, and his face went a bad gray color under the firelight. He swayed on his feet like the ground had tilted, and he could not seem to fix his eyes on anything, and a thin thread of panic ran through the watching crowd. Uriah was moving before I was. She reached Baal, smelled his breath and the cut still in his hand, and named it in a voice that cut through everything. He left the black sack in, she said. The bitter organ. Stop eating, all of you, right now. Put it down. The camp surged back from the fire as one frightened animal. A mother yanked her child away from the drying racks. Somebody shouted that the meat was cursed, that the salt was cursed, that all of it was poison, and I felt weeks of hard-won trust wallow on a single bad strip. Gorm put himself between the crowd and the fire, not to threaten anyone, just to be a wall while I worked. Nobody panics past Gorm. He is simply too large to argue with, and for once, his size was the most useful thing at the fire. Rask's triumph fell off his face all at once. He looked at the strip in his own hand, at Bale folding toward the ground, and I watched him understand what he had done. He had not proven there was no spirit. He had poisoned a man in front of his people to make a point. I got to Bale and eased him down before he fell. There was no magic in what I did next. No God cure, nothing but what I actually knew. I told them to stop his eating and mine, to take every scrap of that meat off the fire and away from every hand, because the danger was still sitting on the coals. No curse, I said, loud, so the fear did not run the crowd. No spirit did this. It is the bitter organ, and it will pass if we are careful. No more meat, small water only. Keep him awake and keep him upright. Do not let him sleep it off. I did not make him vomit, because forcing it can do more harm than the poison. I gave him small sips of water, kept him sitting, kept him talking, kept his eyes on mine. And I did not pretend I was the one saving him. I called Vesha, because she had watched this poison before, and I had only read about its cousin. Vesha knelt at Bale's other side, and put 2 fingers to the pulse in his throat, and her ear near his mouth, and she counted his breaths against the fire's crackle. Time and water, she said, and no more of the bitter meat. She had done this in winters before I was born. I just kept people calm and out of her way. It took a long, frightening while. Bale's breathing stayed ragged, then steadied, then his color crept back from gray toward something living. Vesha sat back on her heels at last and gave a single nod. He would keep, she said, and I heard the whole camp let out a breath. The dose was passing. Nobody in that circle would ever again confuse looking like a cook with being one. When Bale finally sat up on his own and asked, hoarse, whether he had truly eaten poison, the camp exhaled a second time. He was one of their best hunters. Losing him would have been a hole in the coming winter they simply could not afford to carry. He looked at Rask, and then at me, and he did not thank the man who had cooked for him. He thanked the man who had known what to do about it. I watched Rask register that too, and set it quietly on the pile with everything else he was collecting against me. With Bale safe, I made the choice that turned Rask's dangerous mistake into my own lasting one. First, I showed the camp exactly what he had skipped. I cut out the black sack without piercing it and held it up, dark and glistening. Then we buried the sack, the whole contaminated side, the knife scrapings, and every strip that had shared its juices. Only the untouched hindquarter on the opposite side remained. Aurea inspected that clean section herself before I used a fresh blade and board. I cooked a small piece from that untouched quarter through, slow and correct, and handed it to Aurea. She ate it, waited under Vesha's eye, and stayed well. The surviving meat was safe because the poison had never reached it. I could have stopped there and let the careful demonstration teach everyone. I did not stop there. I had a crowd, and I had a win, and I was tired of being needled by a man who had poisoned somebody. I took the crueler road because it felt good, turning to Rast before the camp without offering him a way to save face. You had the fire, I told him, loud enough for the whole camp. You had the carcass, you copied every cut I make, and you skipped the one that keeps a man breathing. Power is not the flame, Rask. Anyone has the flame. Power is knowing what the flame does. That you do not have. The worst part was how good it felt. For one night, I stopped being the sweating fraud behind a tree and became the man who was publicly right. That satisfaction was more addictive than any food I had tasted. By morning, the camp repeated the lesson from fire to fire. Fire was common. What mattered was knowing the animal, the dangerous organ, and the clean sequence of cuts. The lesson did more for my standing than any chip ever had. It was true. Every word of it was true, and that is exactly what made it cruel. I could have said we all learn, could have handed him the lesson quietly and let him keep his feet. Instead, I put my boot on the last of his standing and pressed down, in public, because winning felt better than mercy. Aurea saw both things happen. She saw her brother break, right there, the last of his chiefhood draining out of him in front of the people he was born to lead. And she saw me choose it. She saw that I had a kinder door standing wide open and that I walked past it on purpose. Rask did not shout. That would have been easier to forgive. He went quiet, which was worse, and he looked at me with something new in his face, something that was not the old contempt for a fraud. You again, he said, very low, just for me to hear. Always you. Then he turned and walked out past the racks and into the dark, and he did not come back to the fire that night. Aurea watched the dark where he had gone with a look I could not read, part sister and part hunter tracking something wounded that might yet turn on her. He is my brother, she said, when she caught me watching her watch. That does not make him safe. A hurt man is the least predictable animal there is, she added, still staring after him. I thought she was only being sad about her brother. I understand now that she was warning me, plainly, and that I was too pleased with my win to hear it. I told myself he deserved it. He had poisoned Bale. He had brought it on himself. All of that was true, and none of it changed what I had actually done, which was take a broken man and break him a little more when I did not have to. The wound I kept promising myself would close on its own, I had just reached in and made deeper with my own 2 hands, in front of the people he loved. The bill did not come at once. That night, I felt the clean, warm glow of a man who had won, and did not yet understand that humiliation could keep working long after the crowd went home. Oria came to me after, while the camp settled, and Bale slept it off under Vesha's eye. I braced for her to be angry about her brother. She was not, quite. What she said instead reordered something between us for good, and it had nothing to do with spirits. "You are no spirit," she said. "I have known that since the counting. But tonight I stopped caring that you are not. You bleed, and you guess, and you get it wrong, and then you fix it with your own hands. A spirit I would fear. A man who does that, I will follow." And she meant it, and I felt the ground of our whole partnership settle solid under me. Then she added the other half in her usual unflattering way. "I saw you back my brother into the fire when you had other choices," she said. "You are a good man with a hard edge, Cook. Watch that edge. It cuts your own side too." I said I would. I did not understand yet how right she was. Rast did not sleep at the fire for 3 nights after that. He kept to the far edge of camp, worked his rotations without a word, and looked straight through me whenever our paths crossed. I told myself the sulking would pass on its own, the way everything else had. Everyone in camp had bigger things to fear now, an army over the ridge, and so, I decided, did I. We did not get the luxury of sitting with any of it, because that same night, out of the dark beyond the drying racks, a man walked in wearing Crom's marks, alone and unafraid, carrying a chief's message the way you carry a knife you are not hiding. He did not ask for food or shelter. He stood by our fire, looked at our full racks and our fed children and our salt, and he delivered Crom's terms in a flat voice built for exactly this. The valley would send tribute, he said, food and salt and the secret of both, every moon. Or Crom would come and take it and leave the crows to clean up. "Feed Crom," he finished, "or feed the crows." Then he looked around our fire one more time, counting us the way the scout had, and he walked back out into the dark without waiting for an answer. Because Crom was not asking a question. It was the salt he wanted most, and the fire beneath it. A tribe that can preserve its food does not have to raid every winter just to breathe. Crom had spent his whole life taking food by force, and we had learned to keep it. That made us either his suppliers or his rivals, and he tolerated no rivals for long. Nobody spoke for a while after he left. Gorm broke it, quiet for once. "Crom does not bluff," he said. "He will come, and he will bring more than you have ever seen stand in one place." I looked at our 40 people, our racks of salted meat, and our one cook with a finite bag of 37 chips, and I did the math and did not like it. The camp broke into argument once the shock of the messenger wore off. Some wanted to pay the tribute and be left in peace. Some wanted to gather what they could carry and run for the far hills before Crom ever crossed the ridge. A few of them looked at me, the spirit who had made all this worth stealing in the first place, as if I might be holding a fourth answer nobody else could see. I was not holding anything of the kind. Not yet, anyway. I only knew 3 things for certain. We could not feed Crom forever. We could not outrun 430 people on foot, and we could not outfight them with 40. Whatever saved us would have to come out of a fire and a pot. Ori and I sat late over the coals, counting what we had. 40 bodies, a solid salt store, a hunter who knew the ground, and a giant who knew Crom. By any measure I understood, it was a work crew facing an army. But Gorm kept circling back to one thing that lodged in me. Crom's people were bound by an old parley law, older than Crom himself. And a law, Gorm said, turning a bone over in his big hands, is a kind of weapon too, if you know how to hold it. Because that was the other clock, the one I kept trying not to look at. The war-scared camp still treated every packaged taste as proof of my favor, and 7 frightened families asked for the old ritual before they would trust the racks again. I should have refused. Instead, I used 7 chips as teaching pieces besides 7 correctly salted strips, making each family identify the same plain taste in both. It did not prove cleanliness. Oria's cuts, Vesha's watch, and time did that. It only translated an unfamiliar process into a flavor they already trusted. The count fell from 37 to 30. I hated every chip it cost me, but fear was spreading faster than explanation, and I chose a costly bridge I could never rebuild. When the 7th wrapper folded shut, the remaining reserve felt alarmingly small. Poke found me at the racks late that night and asked, in his small, careful voice, whether Bayo would be all right, and whether Rask was in trouble now, and whether I was sad. Yes, I told him, complicated, and yes. He nodded like that was a fair and complete answer, and he sat down beside me in the cold without another word, and he stayed there. It helped more than the boy could possibly have known. 30 chips against an army, a rival I had just turned into an enemy, and a partner who had told me plainly that my one hard edge might cut my own people. I stood at the racks in the cold and understood that the easy part of my time in this valley was over, and everything after was going to cost me something I could not get back. The weeks between Crom's threat and Crom's arrival were the longest of my life, and they ate my bag alive. War makes people hungry for reassurance, and reassurance, for me, came out of a foil pouch that did not refill. Every scared family wanted a taste to steady their nerves. Every doubter wanted the crunch again before they would pick up a spear. I tested routes that failed, wasted samples proving I still had magic, and told myself each chip was buying morale we would need. Aurea spent those weeks on the ridges counting Crom's approach. She returned each night with worse numbers. 430, she said after the first count. I asked her to repeat it, and she returned with exactly the same number. The camp fortified what it could. We dragged thorn and deadfall into the gaps between the rocks, dug shallow pits, and moved the drying racks behind the inner line. Everyone worked with the particular quiet of people who suspect the work will not be enough. I salted meat until the skin of my hands cracked. Whatever else happened, a camp cannot fight or flee on an empty belly, and I meant for us to have food, no matter which way the day finally broke. The salt reserve grew, even as my foil bag shrank. Then one night I sat alone behind the racks and poured the bag out into my palm to take an honest count. 7. 7 chips, and an army coming, and 39 hungry people who thought their spirit had endless wonders in a magic sack. There were no jokes left in me that night. I lined the 7 up on a flat stone in the firelight and looked at them like a man looking at the last of his blood. 7, I thought. Then only what I can make with my own 2 hands. And I did not know if my hands were enough. Because here was the ugly option, sitting right there in the dark with me. I could leave. I could slip over the hills before the bag ran dry, before the camp saw the bluff crack, before Crom arrived to test a god who was really just a tired cook. Nobody was watching the far trail. I knew the ground now. I could be gone by dawn, and the camp would never know the spirit had abandoned them. They would just wait for a miracle that never came and blame the gods instead of me. It was, coldly, the smart play. I sat with that option a long time. I am not proud of how long. Survival had kept me moving since the day I landed among them, and it was whispering hard. These were not my people, the whisper said. The honorable death of a stranger was still a death. I owed no one here anything, and I even started to listen. I rolled my spare cloak and set a water skin by the trailhead. Open country waited ahead, while an unwinnable fight remained behind me in the dark. But standing there, I kept doing the arithmetic wrong on purpose, trying to make leaving add up, and it would not. Every column came back to the same faces. The elder who wept at a chip, the mother who might not bury a child this winter. Then Pock found me. He always found me. He sat down with his knees to his chest and asked, bright with the terrible trust of a child, whether I was going to make something new for the big fight, something the enemy had never seen, something to save everyone. And that was the end of running. I looked at that boy, who had been a spare mouth I fed a stolen chip, who now believed with his whole heart that I could do the impossible, and I understood I could not be the man who left him to a spear in the dark, not him. So the choice reversed itself, not flee the collapse, become the thing I had only pretended to be. If the bag was going to die, then I would have to be real before it did, or there was no point in staying to die honest. I sent Pock to sleep, and I stayed up with the fire and the 7 chips and a hard question. What actually was the crunch? Not the brand, not the bag, the thing itself. I made myself think like the cook I used to be, instead of the god I was pretending to be. Crunch is starch, I thought. Thin, fried hot and fat until the water inside flashes to steam and leaves the outside hard and crisp. Then salt while it is still hot so it sticks. That is a potato chip. That is every chip I ever ate on every bad night shift of my old life. It is not magic. It is only physics, and physics does not need a foil bag to work. First I rendered the fat clean, trimming white pieces from the salted meat and melting them slowly. Too little fat made the slices stick and tear. Too much smoke made every batch taste of char. I learned each failure the hard way. I tried 3 different routes before I found the one with enough starch and little enough water to crisp instead of steam. The tribe dug a dozen routes without thinking. Only one of them wanted to become a chip, and finding it cost me half the night. And I had all of it. I had starchy doors the tribe dug by the basketful. I had rendered fat from the salting. I had salt. I had fire. Everything the foil bag held, I could build from the valley around me if I could only get the method right. Getting it right was another matter entirely. My first batch I cut too thick, and the slices went soft and greasy and sad. Cooked through but limp as wet leather. No crunch anywhere in them. Pac would have been kinder about it than I was. My second batch I cut thinner, but ran the fat too hot, and the slices went from pale to black between one breath and the next, bitter and smoking. I burned my fingers fishing them out and swore at the fire like it had insulted my mother. The third batch I cut paper thin, so thin the firelight came through them, and I watched the fat instead of the slices, waiting for the right shimmer before I laid them in. They bubbled hard, the water hissing out of them, and I pulled them the moment the edges went gold. I salted them hot off the fat and let them cool one agonizing minute. Then I picked one up, and it did not bend. It held its shape, light and stiff between my fingers. I put it in my mouth, and it snapped, clean and loud, and flooded my whole head with salt and heat. I sat there in the dark, and I laughed. Quiet, a little unhinged. I had done it. No bag, no cheat, just a root and some fat and fire, and the one thing that had always actually mattered, which was knowing exactly what I was trying to do and why. I made a second good batch to be sure the first was not luck, and it snapped just the same. Then a third. The method held. It was repeatable, which meant it was real, which meant it had stopped being a trick and become a skill. The smell of frying fat pulled the camp out of their blankets before I meant it to. One by one, they crept to the fire and took a hot crisp from my hand. And I watched fear turn to something steadier on face after face. Food does that. It always has. Then I did the test that changed how I saw everything. I took one of the 7 packaged chips out of the bag, set it beside one of my own, and ate them one after the other. I expected the factory chip to win. It did not even come close. The old chip was stale. It had crossed a universe and sat in a pouch for weeks, and it tasted like cardboard and memory. Mine was hot from the fire, fresh, the salt bright and even, the crunch louder. My handmade crisp was flatly better than the thing I had been guarding like a holy relic, and that cracked something open in my head that had been shut since I arrived. The chips were never the magic. They were never special. What was special was the idea inside them, that food could be made to please a person on purpose, and that idea did not live in a foil bag. It lived in my hands now. These people had spent their whole lives eating to survive, food as grim fuel against death. The chips had only been the first door into a room they had never entered. The room where eating is a pleasure and not a chore. I could build that door out of the valley's own roots forever, as many times as I liked, and I would never once need the foil bag to do it again. For weeks I had feared the empty bag. A worse failure would be letting its contents remain a trick only I controlled. The 6 packaged chips left in my palm could become measurements instead of miracles. I used those 6 as teaching pieces, breaking each beside a fresh root crisp so Pac could compare thickness, browning, salt, and snap. He learned how thin was thin enough, how to read fat by its shimmer, how to salt while heat held, and when a bad batch should be discarded. Pac took to it faster than I had. His hands were smaller and steadier, and he did not carry my bad habit of rushing the hot fat. By the end of the night, he could fry a clean crisp start to finish while I only watched. 2 of us could make the crunch now. If a spear found me on the ridge, the thing I had built would not die with me, because it lived in the boy as well. That, more than any full bag, was what finally let me breathe. And then the bag was empty, truly empty, the foil light and useless in my hand. I had carried it like a lifeline for weeks, counted it like blood, and now it held nothing, and I felt, absurdly, free. The crutch was gone. What was left was just me, and it turned out I was enough. I crushed the empty foil and tucked it away because I could not discard the last thing I owned from home. Its comfort had become smaller than everything Pac could now reproduce by hand. The counter that had governed my whole life in this valley had finally run to 0, and somehow I had beaten it to the finish line and come out the far side an actual cook. Oria found me before dawn, among cooling crisps, burnt failures, and hot fat, with greasy hands and sleepless eyes. She picked up one crisp, examined it, and ate slowly while watching my face throughout the taste. "The spirit is gone," she said at last. I could hear it under the words, the thing she had been waiting to see since the night she caught me counting. "Good," she added, and something eased in her face. "The cook is better." And that was the highest thing anyone had ever said to me. She understood what the empty bag meant. Not that I had lost my magic, that I had never needed it in the first place. The bluff she had waited so long to expose had quietly become a man who could actually do the thing he had been faking, and she was, I think, relieved to finally trust me all the way. She ate a second crisp, slower, and I watched her decide something behind her eyes. For weeks, she had guarded my secret like a debt she might one day collect. Now the debt was simply gone, because there was no fraud left to expose. "We are going to lose today," she said, not unkindly, just counting the odds. "Unless you have more than crisps in that head of yours." I told her I did. I told her it started with a law only Gorm still remembered, and her eyes sharpened. We did not get to sit in the moment. A lookout whistled twice from the eastern rocks. Movement on the far ridge road, still hidden by the last darkness. Our weeks were up. Crom had come to collect. Gorm was already moving, cracking his knuckles with grim cheer after waiting for this day. Finally, he said, "I will break some of them for you." He meant it as a kindness, and I had to talk him out of it. We would gain nothing by breaking bodies. I had done the math 100 times. 40 of us, most half-starved a season ago, against Crom's host. Even a wall like Gorm would be swept away. Fists could not save us. From the lookout's count and Gorm's knowledge of their marching order, one fact became clear before we saw their faces. Crom had brought more than fighters. Porters, elders, and children moved behind the spear ranks. He had marched a whole people, and a whole people had to eat. But Gorm was reading something in that mass that made him frown instead of flinch. "Look at the back," he said. "The porters, the old ones, the children walking among them." Crom did not march an army here. He marched a whole people, and a whole people has to eat. There was the crack I had been seeking. Hundreds of mouths stood on that ridge, and mouths were the one field where I was no longer the weakest man alive. On that ground, for once, I held the strongest position. "We are not going to outpunch them," I told him, told all of them, standing on the cold high ground with the horns growing louder. "There is no version of that fight we win, so we are going to do the only thing we are actually better at than they are. We are going to outfeed them." Oria looked at me like I had lost the last of my mind. "That is insane," she said flatly. "The way you tell a friend his plan will get everyone killed." And she was not wrong that it sounded insane. It was also, I was fairly sure, the only door we had. "Yeah," I said, "it is insane. Get the salt, every scrap of preserved meat, every crisp we can fry, and every pot we own. Trust me once more." She held my eyes, weighing our strange history, then went to get the salt. I gathered the camp fast and told them only what they needed to hear. Nobody swings a spear today unless Crom forces it. We cook, we hold the line, we keep the children back behind Gorm, and we let a hungry people stand there and smell our fires. Several faces showed they thought I had cracked under the strain, and I understood why. A cook promising to beat 400 spears with a pot inspires little comfort at dawn. Oria stood at my shoulder, and her presence held the camp. I revealed the plan in pieces because its critical turn depended on something only Gorm knew. An old bone-breaker law about parley, food, and oaths that Crom had to honor or break before his people. Every campfire received its task before the ridge moved. That old law was the lever I meant to use. The salt, pots, and crisps would give hungry people a reason to pull it with us when Crom broke his own custom. We worked through what remained of the night, frying and stacking crisps and filling every pot we owned with thick, salted stew. As the sky paled, Crom's people emerged onto the ridge, rank after rank, more bodies than our valley held. Spears and clubs caught the first gray light like bad weather rolling in. Then the horns came. By that first flat blare, the inner ground smelled less like a camp bracing for war and more like a feast nobody had been invited to yet. Oriah counted until the rear ranks appeared and said it aloud. All of them, 430 souls. I put Pock behind Gorm with the other children in the pots, close enough to carry bowls when the time came, far enough back to stay safe. He did not argue. He had learned the difference between brave and stupid, which was more than I could say for myself some days. We had no army to meet them with. We had 40 frightened people, a hunter, a giant, a boy, and a cook who had run out of tricks the night before and found something better underneath. Instead of a shield wall, I lit cook fires. Instead of spears, I set out pots. Crom's voice carried down off the ridge, huge and amused, the voice of a man who had already counted and already won. "Where is your spirit now, little tribe?" he called across the cold air between us. "Where is your god of the crunching stone?" I stood at my fires with grease on my hands, no miracle in my pocket, no lie left to tell, and no one else left to impersonate when dawn arrived. The spirit was gone, exactly like Oria said, only the cook remained. And the cook, it turned out, had a plan that started with feeding the very army that had come to bury him. "Where is your spirit now?" Crom had called down from the ridge, and I did not answer him with words. I answered by standing very still at my cook fires, while the smell of frying fat and thick stew rolled up the slope toward 430 hungry people. Crom did not attack that first day. That was the first thing that told me I might be right. A man certain of an easy win comes down the hill and takes it. Crom stood on the ridge and glared, and I understood he was waiting to see what my fires meant before he risked his people on them. That first day and night were a strange kind of war. 2 lines of bowshot apart, nobody moving, my cook fires burning between us like a dare. The children of both camps must have smelled the same stew on the wind, and I think that mattered more, in the end, than any spear ever could. That gave us the night, and the night gave Oria time to do what Oria does best. She went out along the dark edges of Crom's camp and came back before dawn with a picture of the enemy far more useful than their number. "The count is still 430, she said, crouched by my fire. "About 280 can fight. The others carry the force or depend on it. The rest are porters, old ones, and children back at a supply camp behind the ridge. And that supply camp is starving worse than we ever did. Their travel rations had gone moldy on the long march," she said, "and Crom kept the clean share for his fighters and himself. The people at the back were eating rot and river water. They had followed their chief into our valley on the promise of our full racks, and they were the hungriest of all." Oria had crawled within a stone's throw of that supply camp in the dark. She counted the cook pots, the coughing children, the ribs standing out on the pack animals. She came back angrier than I had ever seen her, because hunger used as a leash is the one thing she cannot forgive. That was the shape of the problem. I did the math aloud so I would believe it myself. "Crom did not command one solid force of loyal soldiers," I said. "That is 170 people with weapons who love Crom, and 260 people with reasons to leave him. But knowing a man's people are hungry does not hand you their loyalty. Hungry people whose chief will kill deserters stay put and stay hungry. I needed a way to make food a safer bet than fear, and for that, I needed a rule bigger than Crom, and only Gorm knew where to find one. Gorm told me about the parley stone. Out past the ridge, on the old ground, the bone breakers kept a flat gray stone that had settled every truce for longer than anyone living could remember. Their oldest law lived in it, and even Crom was born under that law. Any adult, Gorm said, may carry one bowl, unarmed, to the parley stone and offer it. And any chief who strikes the bearer before the offer is made has broken the oath that makes him chief. His people are freed from obedience in the same breath. It is the one law a bonebreaker cannot spit on and stay a bonebreaker. That was the lever. If I could put food on that stone under the old law, Crom had only two choices left to him. Let his starving people watch us feed them, or break the sacred oath before his own ranks and lose his claim to them. Either door opened onto the same room. "I will carry it," Gorm said, before I could even ask. "I am a bonebreaker still, whatever Crom says. The bowl is mine to carry." And he was right. It had to be an adult, a real one, born under the law. It could not be a child, and it would not be Pock, and I made sure of that twice. For Gorm, it was more than a plan. He was walking back to his own people's oldest law, the one Crom had trampled, carrying it out there in a soup bowl. "Whatever happens," he told me the night before, "at least I die a bonebreaker and not a coward's dog." I told him the only acceptable outcome was that he did not die at all. I did not sleep that night. If the parley law had faded, if Crom's people no longer held the stone sacred, then I was about to send my friend out to be shot for nothing, and the whole plan died in the dirt with him. I had bet a good man's life on a law I had first heard about that same week. If I had misjudged the bonebreakers even slightly, Gorm would die out there for my ignorance. Poke wanted to carry a bowl so badly it hurt to watch. I put him behind the timber screen instead, with Vesha, portioning stew into every vessel we owned. "You keep the bowls coming," I told him. "Gorm carries them out. That is your front line back here, and it matters more than the other one." Then I cooked. Not crisps, not a wonder, just the biggest pot of thick root and meat stew the winter stores could pay for, seasoned and salted until the smell of it walked up the hill on its own. I emptied a frightening amount of our winter reserve into that first pot. More than was wise, more than we could truly spare. It had to be undeniable. A thin, careful soup would have proved nothing to a starving army. When the sun came up, Gorm walked out alone. No spear, no shield, a steaming sealed bowl held in both his enormous hands like an offering, straight across the open ground toward the parley stone, with two armies watching every step. It was the longest walk I have ever watched. Our line held its breath while Crom's line shifted and muttered. Gorm kept moving, slow and steady, carrying soup between 400 spears and 40 under a law he trusted the enemy still honored. On Crom's line, I could see men lower their spears a hand's width as Gorm passed, old fighters who remembered the stone and everything it meant. On ours, Pock watched through a gap in the timber screen, with his whole small heart lodged up in his throat. Crom did not honor it. Halfway to the stone, he saw exactly where this was going, and his nerve broke before his oath could. "Shoot him," he barked at an archer. "Put him down before he reaches the stone." And the archer, trained to obey, drew and loosed. For one sick heartbeat, I thought I had killed Gorm with a plan, but the arrow never reached him. A bonebreaker captain, a hard old man standing at Crom's own shoulder, knocked the shaft out of the air with the flat of his spear and turned on his chief with a face like thunder. He struck it parley, the captain said, loud enough for both lines to hear. "Before the offer." He raised a hand to a bearer under the stone law, and his voice cracked across Crom's whole force like a whip. "Your word feeds no one now, Crom. Your oath is spilled." We owe you nothing. The war ended before the fighting began. Crom had ruled through fear, then broke the one law fear could not overrule before both lines, all to stop a bowl of soup. His people saw it happen with their own eyes, every rank of them, and there is no one seeing a thing like that. A chief can bury a great many sins, but not the one where he spits on the very law that made him a chief. Gorm reached the stone in the silence that followed. He set the bowl down, and then he did the thing that mattered most. He did not eat first, and he did not offer it to me or to himself. He lifted the first portion and held it out to the captain who had saved his life. The captain looked at the steam, and at the broken chief behind him, and at the giant who had walked unarmed into arrow range on faith, and he took the bowl and he ate. And whatever held Crom's 430 together as one thing came apart along that exact seam. The supply camp moved first. Of course it did. The starving moved toward food before the fed do, and the porters and the old ones and the mothers with children had been eating rot for a week while their chief ate clean. They came down off the ridge toward my fires in ones and twos at first, testing, watching for the trap. Then in a slow, deciding stream, a whole starving camp quietly voting with its feet against the chief who had lied to it. Oria was ready for them. She had marked a safe lane through our defenses with pale stones the night before, a single path in, and she stood at its mouth and made the terms plain. Weapons down at the marker, she told them. Then you eat, then you choose, freely, with a full belly. Nobody comes past the pale stones with a spear still in hand, and nobody who lays one down goes hungry. A gray-haired woman crossed the lane carrying nothing but a child too weak to walk, and on our side, a young bonebreaker who had crossed an hour before shouted a name and ran to them. A family Crom's march had split, came back together in our firelight, and that was the war I was winning, one of those at a time. I said the same thing over and over as they came, because it was the whole heart of it. The bowl buys nothing, I told them. Eat first, decide after, stay or go, the food is yours either way. If I bought their loyalty with a meal, it would rot the first hungry week. It had to be a choice, or it was worthless. They surrendered their weapons at the marker in a growing pile, and they ate, and I watched the thing I had bet everything on actually happen. Fed people are different people. One old fighter set his spear on the growing pile very slowly, the way a man sets down a thing he has carried his whole life. Then he stood there, empty-handed and unsure of himself, and Vesha pressed a warm bowl into his hands, and he wept into it without making a single sound. The fear went out of their shoulders. Somewhere in the crowd, a former bonebreaker started calling names, and families who had crossed separately found each other in our firelight. It did not happen all at once, and I am glad it did not, because a crowd that turns in one wave turns back just as fast. It happened in batches, family by family, each one a small decision made with a full stomach instead of an empty one. Oria kept a running tally on a strip of bark, a fresh notch for every soul who crossed the lane and stayed, and through the long, slow morning the tally climbed and climbed past anything I had let myself hope for. By midday the count had reached 260. 260 of Crom's people had crossed the marked lane, laid down their weapons, eaten, and chosen to stay with the tribe that fed them over the chief who had starved and lied to them. 170 did not cross. They stayed up on the ridge with Crom, and I let them go without a word, because a choice you force at spear point is not a choice at all, and I had staked everything on the difference. Those 170 were the ones who loved him, or feared him too much to move, or had blood on their hands they could not walk back from. They were still dangerous, and Crom was more dangerous than any of them, because a cornered chief with nothing left to lose is the worst kind of animal there is. He tried one charge. It was pride more than strategy, a lunge at our line to prove he was still something, to take back by force what the soup had taken from him. He came at the choke point, where the safe lane narrowed between two shoulders of rock, and that was the one place we were ready to hold. Gorm met him there, an immovable wall in the gap, and Oria fought at his side with the cold efficiency of the best hunter in the valley. They did not need to win. They only needed to hold the narrow ground long enough for the last crossing families to clear behind them, and they did. Gorm did not swing to kill. He shoved and blocked and threw men back down the slope, buying the exact seconds the last families needed to reach the lane. Oria fought beside him in quick, economical strikes, never chasing, never leaving the gap, and between them, the narrow ground simply refused to open. I never lifted a weapon. I stayed at the pots, ladling stew and keeping the food coming, because a cook who abandoned the one position he understood would help no one. My battlefield was the fire, and I did not leave it even when the fighting reached the rocks. A cook who abandons his pot to swing a spear he does not know how to hold is just one more clumsy body in the mud and no use to anyone. Crom saw it was hopeless. 300 fed people now stood where 40 frightened ones had been at dawn, and he was down to 170 on bad ground, with a broken oath at his back. He was beaten, and he knew it in his bones, and Crom was too much of a survivor to throw himself onto our rocks, proving otherwise. Cruel men are almost always cowards once the fear they trade in stops working on the people around them. So he pulled back. His remaining line withdrew up the ridge in grim order, not routed, not broken into a run, just leaving, carrying their weapons and their wounded and their humiliated chief back the way they had come. We had won a war without digging a single grave on either side, and I could hardly believe it myself, standing there with a dripping ladle in my hand instead of a blade. When it was over, 300 people stood in a valley built for 40, exhausted and fed, and not yet sure they were safe. Old enemies eyed each other across the cookfires. It was not unity. It was a crowd that had merely stopped fighting, which is only the first small step toward becoming a people. The camp did not cheer, not really. They were too tired and too stunned, and there were 300 strangers standing in our valley now who had been enemies at breakfast. But something moved through our people all the same, a kind of astonished pride, the knowledge that they had beaten an army with a pot and a law and one giant's brave feat. Then the bill arrived, the way bills always do right after a victory. I stood at the emptied stew pots and looked at the crowd we had won, and Aurea said the number out loud so we would all have to hear it. 300, she said, reading her notched bark. 40 who began in the valley, plus 260 who crossed. 170 had withdrawn with Crom, and now we had 300 mouths to feed before this one night was out. That stopped the pride cold. 40 people's winter stores had just become 300 people's problem in the space of a single morning. The reserve I had emptied into the parley pot was a fraction of what 300 mouths would need, and winter was still coming, and it did not care in the slightest that we had been clever. Vesha was already moving through the crowd, separating the hurt from the whole, the sick from the sound, putting the old firekeeper's order onto a chaos of new faces. Poke came out from behind the timber screen and looked at the size of what we had won, and I saw the same math hit him that had just hit me. There are so many of them, he said, quietly, not afraid, just calculating like the cook I had made him. We do not have enough bowls. He was right. Victory had arrived wearing the face of a larger, more complicated problem. We had saved all those people, and now we had to keep them alive. And Crom, from the top of the ridge, left me one last gift on his way out, because a man like that cannot lose without trying to poison the wind. He turned at the crest, and his voice came down one final time, and this time there was no taunt in it, only a promise. You beat stone and bone, little cook, he called. You are clever, but there are men in iron beyond these hills, in the great kingdom, and to them your fires are a crime. Cooking is heresy where they rule. Wait until the men in iron smell your smoke. They do not parley, they burn cooks like you. Then he was over the ridge and gone, and his warning hung in the cold air behind him. The danger had widened beyond the valley in a single sentence. I had been fighting for a valley. Crom had just revealed a kingdom where my identity and every meal I made could earn a death sentence from people with deeper power. I looked at 300 hungry new people, at my emptied stores, at pot counting bowls we did not have, and past all of it toward hills I had never crossed, where men in iron burned cooks for the crime of feeding people. We had won the war for the valley, and I had the sinking feeling, staring at those far blue hills, that we had only just picked a much larger fight, with something that did not know how to parley and did not want to. Winning a war and surviving the peace turned out to be two entirely different problems, and the second one nearly beat me where the first had not. By nightfall of that first day, I had 300 people in a valley that had struggled to feed 40. The old grudges did not evaporate just because the soup was good. One of our hunters had lost a brother to a bonebreaker raid 2 winters back, and now he was expected to share a fire with the very people who took him. I did not pretend that was easy, or ask him to forgive it. What I asked was smaller and more possible. Not that they love each other, just that they work one line and eat one bowl and let time do the slow rest. The first real trouble came over portions, of course. It always comes over portions. A former bonebreaker reached for a share, one of our hunters shoved him back, and suddenly a dozen men were squared up and snarling before I had set my ladle down. I did not let Gorm break it up, though Gorm was already cracking his knuckles hopefully. I stepped between them myself, which was insane, a soft cook wading into a brawl. And I did the one thing I actually know how to do. I made it about the food. Old tribe, new tribe, I do not care, I shouted over the shoving. In my kitchen there is one line, and everybody stands in it, and everybody eats the same. You want a bigger share than the man beside you, go starve with Crom. Work created the first thaw between the two tribes. A former bonebreaker and one of our hunters shared a milling shift, cursed the same heavy stone, and ended the day cursing together instead of at each other. But one shared line was not a plan, it was a patch. 300 people eat an appalling amount of food. Our old stores for 40 were gutted by the parlay meal, and preservation could not create a single calorie that had not first been hunted, gathered, grown, or traded. The people who crossed had not arrived empty-handed. Behind their moldy travel sacks were 11 sealed sacks of sound grain, bundles of dried roots, and 23 exhausted pack animals. Bertan separated every good measure from the rot. At full portions, the combined stores bought us 18 days, not a winter. So the first ration was honest and smaller than anyone wanted. Oria put mixed hunting parties on the inland game trails, while former bone-breaker gatherers led our people to root beds and nut groves we had never known. The autumn silverfish run reached the river mouth 4 days later. We built basket weirs, took only the crowded channels, and salted the catch by the rack. Before the pass froze, 2 coastal hamlets traded barley for measured salt and smoked fish. No single rescue fed us. 5 bounded sources, counted every night, made survival possible. Feeding this many through a full winter still needed more than stores and luck. It needed a way to turn 300 distrustful people into crews that caught food, processed it without waste, and shared it by account everyone could inspect. It needed a system, not a magic one, not a panel of glowing numbers, just the plain human kind that any real kitchen runs on. 1 cook feeds 10, I told them, gathering the willing. 10 cooks feed a people. Let me show you how a kitchen actually works. So, we built one, a real one, out in the open, big enough to matter to 300 mouths. Vesha took charge of the fire itself, because nobody alive understood heat better, and she set apprentices to keep the coals banked day and night. Building the oven took us 6 days and 3 outright failures. The first clay mix slumped. The second cracked as it dried, and Vesha finally showed me the ratio of pale stone grit to clay that would hold the heat without splitting. She also refused to let a larger kitchen become a larger burn trap. Every oven stood inside a cleared ring 6 paces wide, with lidded earth and sand bins at both ends. Water waited for sparks on bare wood, never for burning fat. Poke drilled the carrying crews from the cool end. Children and elders passed filled bins forward, while trained adults smothered the flame. Nobody crossed the hot marker without Vesha's leave. I had the theory of it. She had the hands that had done it before. When we finally fired the dome and it held, the whole camp came to watch bread rise inside stone, and even the sourest of Crom's old fighters stood there, wearing something close to wonder. Bread came out of that oven, real bread, from milled root flour and traded grain, and the smell of it baking became the smell of the whole camp. By my old count, warmed root, herb-roasted meat, salt-cured strips, and root crisps had been the first 4 preparations. Bread was recipe 5, though I had begun counting cooks instead. The former bone breakers turned out to have crafts of their own, which I should have expected and had not. A scarred woman named Hesta knew smoking far better than I did, how to cure meat slow over green wood so it kept for months without leaning on our salt. I put her in charge of a smokehouse and did not pretend I had taught her a thing, because I had not. That was recipe 6, and it was hers, not mine. And a former enemy owning a station in my kitchen bound the 2 tribes tighter than any shared bowl. Another crew took the milling, grinding root and grain to flour on flat stones, turning by shifts so nobody broke their back at it. Fish and root cakes from the weir catch became recipe 7. A sour grain and onion pot that stretched hard barley without pretending it was meat became recipe 8. A careful old man named Bertan took the store accounts, tallying every sack in and out on knotted cords and bark marks. He had once kept loads for a caravan on the kingdom fringe, so he knew the common road numerals and enough official words to identify a tax notice, a weight, or a name. During the long indoor shifts, he began teaching those marks to me. I learned like an adult with no childhood practice. Slowly, badly, and only because he corrected the same errors every night. Burton could tell me on any night exactly how many days of food stood between us and starvation, and that single number shaped every decision I made. Some nights, the number was frightening, and I would tighten the next week's rations, and nobody quite starved. We spent the deep of that winter provisioning for a spring nobody was sure would be peaceful. Scouts from the old bonebreaker captain brought the last clear report of Crom. After he broke the stone law, the remaining 170 split into feuding camps. His own elders stripped his chief marks, and the fighters he could still frighten drove him inland without a common banner. They remained dangerous in scattered bands, but Crom no longer commanded a people or an army. Salting and preserving became its own station, run at scale now instead of by my 2 hands. And so did the rendering of fat for the crisps. 8 preparations now had named teachers, while the hunting, fishing, gathering, milling, trading, fire, and store crews kept raw food entering the system. Processing made that food last. It never made the count rise by magic. If I died, or left, or simply could not be everywhere at once, the thing would keep running because the knowing was spread across 50 people instead of locked inside one nervous stranger. We tested it before we trusted it. A hard cold snap came down early, the kind that used to bury people, the temperature dropping so fast overnight that the water skins froze solid on the racks. In the old days, that was a week of huddling and graves. This time the kitchen simply adjusted. The smokehouse kept its fires low and steady. The oven crew baked through the night in shifts so the dome never went cold. And Bertan rationed the stores tight and fair against the freeze. When the snap broke 6 days later, every one of the 300 was still breathing, and they knew exactly why. They had survived a killing cold together, old tribe and new, on a system they built with their own hands. And that shared survival did what no bowl or speech had managed. So we held a feast, not a ration meal, a real feast, the first the valley had ever thrown, because we had earned the right to eat like people who expected to see the spring. We spent a careful, calculated portion of the new stores on one great shared night. We roasted a whole salted haunch that had cured for weeks, fried crisps by the basketful, and baked bread until the oven could bake no more. Hesta opened her first finished smoked batch. It vanished in minutes while she stood beside the smokehouse, trying hard not to look proud. 300 people ate at one long fire that night, former enemies passing bowls down the same line, the children of Crom's people and the children of ours chasing each other through the dark between the tables. The children were the proof that it had truly worked. They had no memory of the war, or far too little to hold a grudge over, and they ran between the tables in one laughing pack. The piece I was cooking, I understood, was really for them, not for us. An old defector stood up partway through, one of the men who had crossed the Parley Lane, and he said the thing that named us. "I have eaten at Crom's fire," he said, "and I have eaten at yours. Only here am I a man at a table, and not a mouth to be counted or cold." The name came out of the feast itself, nobody decreed it. We were the people of the fire, the people who no longer feared the winter, the people who ate together at one line. The fire people. It stuck to us that night like warmth the skin, and it never once came off. Poke worked the line the whole feast, and that undid me more than anything else. The boy who had once stood outside the light counting other people's bites was now inside it, ladling, teaching 2 younger children how to portion evenly so nobody at the end went short. I was a spare mouth, he told them, matter of fact, not sad about it anymore. Nobody fed me, now I feed people. He nodded at a small kid hovering unsure at the edge, one of the new ones. Him too, one day, you watch. I had to turn away and busy myself with a pot so nobody would see what that did to my face. Food was never only about not dying. It was also about being treated as a person at a table. Over that winter, 300 people practiced the same rule at every ration line. Origin did not change a portion. Old grief remained. The repeated shared habit held more weight than a speech. The fire people were not really a tribe anymore. They were a small nation built around a kitchen. 300 souls who had chosen each other over their old chiefs, and I was the accidental center of it, a fry cook somehow turned founder. It should have felt like pure triumph. Mostly it felt like weight. 300 people were alive because of choices I had made, and 300 would suffer for the ones I got wrong, and I was about to get a very big one badly wrong. Because there was one shadow the feast did not touch, one figure at no table, and I had been very carefully not looking at him for weeks. Looking meant dealing with a thing I did not know how to fix, so I did what cowards do. I stayed busy. Rask. In all the building and merging and feasting, Rask had drifted to the edge of everything and then clean past it. He had a place among the fire people by right of birth, but he took none of it, and I let him not take it, because it was easier for us both. Oria had tried, in her own way. She left food at his sleeping place, sat near him without speaking, offered him a hunting rotation he was more than skilled enough to run. He took none of it. A gift from the sister of the man who replaced you is a hard thing to swallow. I understood his logic later, when it was far too late to matter. He had been born to lead these people, and now he watched them thrive under a stranger who had shamed him in front of them. Every full belly in that valley was, to Rask, one more proof that he was nothing. There was a great deal to do, and Rask had made himself hard to reach. Every time I looked at him, I saw the night I broke him before the camp, and had no idea how to repair it. Oria kept offering him a place, and I kept choosing the work that could not reject me. There was one evening he came almost all the way down to the fire. He stood at the edge of the light while Pak laughed at something, watching the people eat. The people he was born to lead, eating from my hands instead of his. I could have crossed to him then. I even caught his eye for half a moment across the flames. But I did not know what to say that would not sound like gloating, so I said nothing, and he turned and climbed back up the cold slope. That was the last real chance I would get. Oria came to me the morning after the feast with her jaw set in the way that meant I would not like what came next. Rask has missed 2 work rotations, she told me. He sleeps outside the fire circle now, up on the cold side of the ridge. He is pulling away, she said, and you are letting him. I know, I said, and I did know, and I looked down at Bertan's store-count cords in my hands like they had suddenly become the most fascinating objects in the world. I will talk to him, I said, after I finish the winter count. We need to know if the stores stretch to spring before I can think about anything else. It was true, and it was also a coward's sentence dressed up in a responsible one, and Oria heard the difference. You keep counting sacks, she said quietly, because sacks do not answer back. Then she walked away, and I told myself she did not understand the pressures I was under, and I went right back to my cords like they could absolve me. She understood perfectly. That was the trouble. I was hiding from the one problem in that whole valley I could not solve with technique. A wounded man I had wounded further, and I dressed my cowardice as diligence and called it duty. The count could have waited until morning. I knew it and chose the cords anyway, because the cords were safe and Rask was not. That night he left. He took a blanket, and he took something far worse. One of the copied route marks Gorm had drawn to show the safe coastal path through the hills. The path Crom had used. The path the men in iron would use, if someone showed them the way in. For one moment I let myself hope he had only run. That a man is allowed to walk away from a place that broke him and owe nobody an apology. Then Oria showed me what else was missing, and the hope died in my chest, because a man who only runs does not steal the map on his way out the door. Oria found the signs at dawn and came to me white-faced. His sleeping place is empty, she said. The blanket is gone. And this, she held up a thing that turned my stomach to ice, an old iron inspection token, kingdom made. Rask must have kept it from some traded scrap, a small key to a very large door, and now he was carrying it back toward the men who forged it. He did not just leave, Oria said, her voice steady only because she was forcing it to be. He took the route. The tracks go to the coastal road, and they do not turn back. My brother is walking to the men in iron, and he carries the way into our home inside his head. Gorm went pale beside her when he understood what the missing drawing meant. That is my drawing, Gorm said. I made it to keep our people safe. And now it walks to the kingdom in Rask's memory, and the kingdom will follow it right back to our door before the snow melts off the hills. I stood there in the gray cold with the finished winter count useless in my hands, and I understood, far too late, exactly what my careful diligence had cost. I had a full storehouse, a people named and fed, a kitchen that would outlive me, and I had driven a broken man straight into the arms of the one enemy we could not outcook. Oria did not say I told you so. She did not have to. The empty blanket on the cold slope said it for her, and it would keep saying it all the way to spring. The men in iron came in the last hard weeks of winter, and they came exactly the way I should have known they would, along the safe coastal shelf, following a road drawn in Gorm's own hand and carried in Rask's head. A watcher on the ridge saw them first, and ran to me white with cold and fear. Iron, he gasped. Men in iron on the coast path, 24 of them, moving straight in like they owned the road, and walking at the front of them, showing the way, one of our own. I knew who it was before I reached the ridge. Some part of me had known for weeks, and had chosen sacks and cords over saying it out loud. Rask walked ahead of 24 armored strangers, leading them through the one gap in our hills that only he and Gorm could have drawn. I had told myself all winter that Rask would cool, that a wound heals if you only leave it alone. Watching him walk armed men into our home, I finally understood what leaving a wound alone actually does. It lets it rot, and then it lets the rot spread. They came into the valley in a cold, gleaming line, mail and helms and long straight blades. Nothing at all like Crom's spears and hide. These were soldiers of a real power, disciplined and unhurried, and their captain rode at the center with a rolled document in his gauntlet, like a weapon he preferred to the sword. He did not attack. He unrolled the document and read it aloud in the flat voice of a man performing a law. By the authority of the kingdom, he announced, this settlement is subject to inspection for the crimes of false spirit worship and unsanctioned fire. Names would be taken, the captain read on. Samples would be seized. Nothing worse than that, the dry, orderly words claimed. A mere census of a crime, and for one foolish moment I almost let myself believe it. Rask stepped forward then, and he pointed at me, and he said the thing he had come all this way to say. He is no spirit, Rask told them, his voice shaking with something between triumph and grief. He is a liar and a fraud who stole my people with a bag of cheap tricks, Rask went on. I brought you here to unmask him in front of everyone. So do it. Unmask him and give me back what he took. That was the whole of what Rask wanted. He had ridden to the kingdom carrying one wound and one purpose: to have the world see the stranger the way he saw him, a con man in a borrowed crown. He truly believed he was only bringing inspectors to expose a fake and win back his stolen birthright. He did not understand, even standing there, what he had actually led through the gate behind him. Oria understood first. Her hunter's eye went past the captain, to the pack animals at the rear of the column, and to the sealed clay jars lashed there, squat and heavy and stoppered with wax. "Those are not for an inspection," she said, low and urgent, at my shoulder. "That is fire oil. Dan, they brought fire oil." I felt the floor of the whole day drop away. An inspection takes names and leaves. You do not carry jars of oil built to burn to take a census. These men had not ridden a winter road to unmask a fraud. They had come to erase a heresy, and the difference between those two things was everything, and Rask had not known it. While the captain read, his records clerk had already opened a blank roster beside Rask. He copied the names burned into our station boards, sealed a root crisp and a pinch of salt in a wax sample jar, and tucked both into his satchel before anyone understood that the inspection was a raid. The captain dropped the performance the moment the reading was done. He gestured, and his soldiers moved with the ugly efficiency of men who had done this before. "Seize the cook rosters," he ordered, "every name that tends a fire, and put the oil at the great store. We burn the granary first." Rask went rigid. "This was not what I agreed to," he said, and I heard the horror crack his voice clean down the middle. "You said inspection. You said names. You did not say burn." "The captain did not even look at him," I said. He answered, "Whatever opened the road? The road is open. Stand aside, traitor, or burn with them." And there it was, the whole shape of what Rask had done and what it had cost, laid out in one cold sentence. He had wanted me shamed. He had bargained for a reckoning with a fraud. Instead, he had sold the safe road to men planning to burn 300 people in their winter home. Only when the oil appeared did he understand the bargain he could no longer undo. The men in iron expected a helpless crowd. They found an organized settlement that had survived a war and a killing winter, with fire drills designed by Vesha before any enemy appeared. Vesha had cut fire lanes through the camp weeks ago, bare strips of cleared ground between the granary and everything else. Because an old firekeeper thinks about fire the way I think about food, constantly. When the first oil jar burst in a cleared lane, Pock shouted the drill from the cool marker. Children and elders passed lidded sand and earth bins forward. Trained adults at the hot ends smothered the burning oil. Nobody threw water onto it, and the flame found no grass, rack, or roof inside the 6-pace break. A separate brand struck the granary's unoiled corner and caught the outer boards. That line used water. Pot kept every child behind the rear marker, while adult crews soaked the bare wood, tore away the burning plank, and drowned it on open ground before the fire reached the grain. Oria did not fight the whole column. She hunted one man. She drew the captain off his horse and into the maze of drying racks with a hunter's patience, away from his soldiers. She trapped him there, among the hanging meat where no line could form and his long blade could not swing. And she held him, furious and helpless, at the point of her knife. Gorm was the wall again, but a wall with a conscience. He waded into the armored men and took their weapons and their footing, breaking arms where he had to. But he did not kill, because I had asked him not to, and because a former bonebreaker who had been fed knew the exact difference between defense and slaughter. He disarmed them and left them breathing, though a lesser man, remembering the fire oil, easily might not have. We won the fight in our own home, against real soldiers, because we had built something worth defending and had built it well. But we did not win it clean, and the part we lost was the part that mattered. In the chaos, the records clerk reached the fast horse he had kept facing the road. With the names and sealed sample already in his satchel, he broke through the outer gap before Oria could close it. I watched him go, and I knew we had lost the thing that mattered, even as we won the fight. The kingdom now had our names, our route, and proof in a jar that ordinary people in our valley cooked with fire. You cannot unring that. Secrecy was over. Whatever came next, it would come knowing exactly where we lived and what we did. We bound the surviving inspectors and faced a smaller crisis. We would not kill captives, and our stores could not support them through spring. We removed their weapons, armor, fire oil, seals, and spare horses. Their winter clothes and boots stayed with them. Vesha checked the wounded. Everyone received water, a warm bowl, a blanket for the night, and 2 days of road ration. At first light, we released them in one group toward the coast, alive and able to reach the nearest post. When it was finished, the captured inspectors disarmed and bound in the cold. The fire people turned as one and looked at Rask, and the valley wanted blood. He led them here, someone shouted, and it was true. He drew them the road. He pointed us out. He nearly got us all burned. Kill him, the crowd said. Kill the traitor, and their hands reached for him. I stepped in front of Rask, and I have asked myself many times since whether I did it for him or for me, because the truth I had to say next was not only about his guilt, it was about mine, and I owed it to every frightened face in that crowd to say the whole of it, not the convenient half. I left the cut open. I called over the anger. Months ago, I wounded this man before all of you. I could have tried to close it and chose not to again and again because counting sacks was easier than speaking to him. That is my failure, and it is real, and I will own it right here in front of all of you, because a man who hides his own part in a disaster has no business judging anyone else's. But, I said, and I turned to Rask so he would hear this part square in the face. He still chose where to put the knife. I left him wounded. He decided to lead armed men to our children. Both of those things are true at once. We do not answer both truths with one hanging. A people who kill the broken become something I will not cook for. The crowd did not love it. They wanted one guilty body they could put in the ground, and I was asking them to hold two different kinds of blame at once. But they lowered their hands, because 300 fed people are, in the end, not a mob, and because Ordia stood beside me and did not argue for her brother's death or his freedom. We did not forgive Rask. We judged him responsible and expelled him under watch, which was a different thing from a pardon. He would carry his guilt out the gate on his own 2 feet, and whatever he did with it after was his to answer for. Ordia walked him to the edge of the valley herself. She gave him a skin of water for the road and a strip of dried meat, and she did not embrace him, and she did not weep where he could see it. You are my brother, she told him, and her voice was iron. Today, that is the reason I let you walk out of here alive. It is not the reason to trust you. Do not confuse the two. Rask took the water and did not argue and did not beg. Whatever he had expected when he rode to the kingdom, it was not this. A home he had nearly destroyed, sparing him out of a mercy he had not earned. He walked out along the retreating kingdom route alone, a small dark figure against the snow, and I did not know if I would ever see him again. I watched him go until the snow swallowed him, and I felt no triumph in the mercy, only a heavy and private grief. I had helped make the man now walking away. My hard edge at the fire, my cowardice at the cords, my silence when he stood at the edge of the light. Some of that long road out was carved by me. I turned back to the captured warrant, because a document that men would burn a valley to enforce deserved close attention. Bertan unrolled it in the cold light. He sounded out the formal kingdom phrases, translating the legal words he knew and marking the two he did not. My winter lessons let me recognize numerals, weights, and repeated labels, not pretend I could read a royal warrant alone. They had not come because our salt was a secret worth stealing. They had not come because a false spirit offended their gods. The warrant named one crime above all the others, and the crime was cooking. The clearest charge named unsanctioned common fire cooking as heresy against pure manna. Bertan read that clause twice. Ordinary people making their own food over their own fire was to the kingdom a thing you burned. The enemy's purpose finally came clear. They did not come because salt is secret, I said aloud to Oria, Gorm, and the ring of listeners. They came because ordinary people learned to cook without permission. That is the crime. Feeding ourselves. That is what the men in iron burned. It was the first true look I had at the world beyond our hills, and it was worse than Crom by an order I could barely fathom. Crom wanted our food. The kingdom wanted our right to make food at all. A mounted clerk was already galloping toward the capital with our names in his satchel. By spring, he could return with a punitive order and far more than 24 soldiers. Waiting was the one thing we could not afford. If we sat in the valley and let the kingdom come to us, they would define the story first, brand us heretics in our absence, and arrive with enough iron to finish what these 24 had started. Whatever we did, we had to do it before the spring roads opened, and we had to do it where the power actually was. So I chose the capital. 4 of us would travel quietly, while 300 people protected the valley. We would learn what faced us and find a fight that did not end with our home in ashes. The fire people would stay behind and hold the valley where they were strong, fed, and dug in, and they would not follow me into a kingdom built from the ground up to burn them. Oria was going before I finished the sentence, of course. Pot crossed his thin arms and informed me that he had come this far and was not about to be left behind now, and that a cook needs an apprentice, and that was that. Gorm simply picked up his pack and stood by the gate. Because where I went, the wall went, and there was no arguing with a wall. Vesha would hold the valley. I tried to insist she come, and she put a hand flat on my chest and stopped me like I was a child. You taught more than one pair of hands, she said. Look around you. The oven runs without you. The smokehouse runs without you. Go to the capital and prove that the rest of it can too. We will be here, fed, when you come back. She was right, and that was the whole point of everything I had built through that long winter. The fire people did not need me to survive anymore. The knowing lived in 50 hands, and Vesha's were the steadiest of them. And I could walk toward the men in iron, knowing that whatever happened to me, 300 people would still eat. Before we left, Vesha dictated terms, while Bertan cut them into bark in the common trademarks. The valley offered salt knowledge, tested hearthstone, and preserved seed in exchange for tools and grain variety. No buyer would own the method, choose the valley's teachers, or take stores without a witness measure. Bertan read the terms back, Aurea memorized them, and Vesha made me carry the marked bark inside my cloak. We packed light for the road, the four of us. Salt, dried meat, crisps that kept, warm cloaks, and the crushed empty foil bag I could not leave behind. Everything else rode in our heads, the one kind of knowledge we could not store safely at home. So four of us left the valley as the snow began to soften, walking toward a kingdom that burned cooks for the crime of feeding people, carrying nothing but what we knew and each other. Behind us, the fire people held their home. Ahead of us, somewhere past the hills, a clerk with our names was reaching the capital first. I had come to this world with a lighter and a bag of chips and a lie. I was leaving my valley with an apprentice, a hunter, a giant, and a craft that could not be taken from me because it lived in my hands. 4 travelers barely qualified as an army. I had beaten one with less, though, and feeding people had begun to look like the only weapon that consistently mattered. It took the 4 of us 6 weeks to walk from the valley to the capital, and somewhere in the middle of that road, the whole world changed under our feet. We left a land of wild hills and cookfires, and we walked into a land where no one cooked at all. The first thing you notice in the kingdom is the silence of it. No smoke rising from any home, no smell of anything on any fire. In our valley, smoke meant a meal, meant life, meant a family fed. Here the only smoke in the sky came from one place, a great stone refinery on the horizon, and it never went out. We rationed our own dried meat and crisps carefully on the walk, cooking only in the deep wild stretches where no patrol would ever come. The closer we drew to the capital, the more careful we had to be. Until near the end, we ate everything cold and lit nothing at all. We came into our first proper kingdom town at dusk, and I watched a road crew line up for their supper, and their supper undid everything I thought I understood about this place. There was no supper. There was a man with a stamp and a tray of small gray wafers, and each worker took one and swallowed it, and that was the meal. I asked a woman in the line what the wafer was, careful to sound like a simple traveler. Mana, she said, like I was slow. The pure ration. It takes the hunger. And she was right. I watched it happen. The gnawing left their faces, and they stood a little straighter, fed without eating a single thing that grew. But I watched them longer than she wanted me to, and I saw the other half of the truth. These were quarry workers, hauling stone all day, and one wafer got a resting body through to morning, but it did not get a working body through a shift. By late afternoon, the strongest of them shook at their tools, gray-faced and slow, running on a promise instead of a meal. And still the overseer stood there and pushed them for more stone. The dose kept them alive. It did not keep them strong. And that gap, I would learn, was not an accident. It was the entire design. Because the food was there, that was the part that made my stomach turn. As those workers swayed at their picks on a gray wafer, ox carts rolled past them piled with real barley, headed for the refinery, and other carts hauled clean oats out to the draft animals in their pens. The animals that pulled the kingdom's carts ate better than the people who loaded them. Grain existed, fat existed, salt existed. It moved down the main road in plain daylight. It simply did not go to the men breaking stone, because the men breaking stone were meant to run on just enough mana to work, and never enough to think about anything else. Aurea saw it before I finished explaining it. She always did. So the food is real, she said, low, watching a barley cart trundle past a fainting worker. They are not starving because there's nothing. They are starving because someone decided who eats it, and her jaw set in a way I was learning to be a little afraid of. Then we saw what the kingdom did to anyone who tried to change that. In a side lane, a patrol had found a household with an unauthorized brazier, a small clay thing, a family trying to warm real food for a sick child. The soldiers smashed the pot, and they pressed a hot iron brand to the father's forearm, and they nailed up a notice. I worked through the notice while Gorm quietly kept me from doing anything stupid. Bertan's winter lessons and 6 weeks of sounding out road markers let me recognize the common words for fire, offense, and penalty. Aurea supplied the phrase I could not parse. Common cooking with unsanctioned fire was heresy against pure mana. The first offense earned the brand, and later offenses earned worse. And at the bottom, the exemptions, the licensed refineries, and the elite kitchens of the high houses, who could cook all they liked. So fire is holy, Aurea said under her breath, watching the branded man cradle his arm. Only when the rich own the chimney. That was the whole kingdom in one sentence, and she had cut straight to the bone of it, the way she cut to the bone of everything. I stood in that lane and finally understood the enemy I had come to fight. Crom wanted to take our food. The kingdom had done something far cleverer and far worse. It had made the making of food a crime and sold the people just enough mana to keep them working and too little to keep them whole, and called the whole arrangement purity. We should have kept our heads down. That was the smart thing. 4 wanted strangers in a land that branded cooks. Walk quiet, learn the ground, do nothing to draw an eye. I meant to do exactly that. Then I saw the cellar crew, and my good sense lost the argument the way it always does. They were a labor crew billeted in a half-sunk cellar house at the town's edge, and they were the worst off of anyone I had seen. A full quarry shift on one wafer was killing them slowly, and one young man had collapsed at his post that afternoon and been docked a day's ration for it, which meant tomorrow would only be worse. Fixing the kingdom lay far beyond that night. Getting one crew through one shift was possible, and after weeks of watching people run down, I needed proof that my craft still meant something here. So I decided to cook, right there in a place where cooking got you branded on the arm. Because some nights, good sense is only cowardice wearing better manners. And I was tired of watching. The first problem was ingredients. Gorm found a drover whose cart had thrown a wheel and lifted the axle while the man reset it. The drover paid him with a small sack of coarse feed barley, a wrapped lump of clean animal fat used for harness dressing and stew, and a basket of brazier charcoal. Each item came off the load under the drover's own tally. Smoke created the harder puzzle. In the kingdom, a plume above a common house confessed to illegal cooking. A dust patrol would understand and arrive with irons. I needed heat that did not advertise its source. The old cellar had a cold flue in one wall and a drain-level fresh air slot on the opposite side. Before lighting charcoal, I opened both, cleared the flue, and held a thread of smoking bark near the low inlet. The smoke pulled across the room and upward. If it had stalled or curled back, we would have cooked nowhere in that cellar. I used a small charcoal bed in a brazier against a broad flat stone, with Pock watching the inlet and Gorm watching the flue. A damp cloth hung loosely inside the door as a smoke baffle, but we did not seal the door or block the low air gap. Charcoal could make an unseen poison in a closed room. A hidden meal was not worth waking beside dead workers. The steady draft carried the thin wisp above the roofline, while fresh air entered below. We kept the fire smaller than the flue could draw, and agreed that any headache, dizziness, or change in draft meant extinguishing it and leaving it once. Then I cooked. Coarse barley boiled soft, rendered fat stirred through it for the strength the wafer would not give. Wild onion I had pulled on the road for flavor, and something green. A thick gray mash, ugly as sin, and it was the best-smelling thing that cellar had known in years, and I kept the smell in with the damp cloth, too. The mash did not cure them. Years of running on diluted mana could not wash out of a body in one bowl, and I told them so plainly because promising a miracle gets people killed. What it did was simpler and enough. It put real fuel in men who had been running on a lie, enough to finish tomorrow's shift standing up. Pock watched the whole thing with his cook's eyes, already breaking it into parts he could carry. "No smoke outside," he said, nodding at the flue and the cloth. "Hot stones inside. Charcoal, not wood. I can teach that." He was right. The method was the point, more than the meal, because a meal feeds one crew and a method feeds a city. The crew ate that gray mash down to the last scraping, and the next day, for the first time in many weeks, every one of them finished a full quarry shift on their own 2 feet. One old hauler wept a little into his empty bowl, quietly, the way the branded man had cradled his arm, and I understood that in this kingdom, a full belly was not comfort, it was defiance. The trouble with defiance is that it travels. A drover Gorm had helped. A talkative man with a wide road ahead of him carried the story of the cellar crew to the next town, and the next, the tale of a stranger who could feed a work crew right under the patrol's noses. Hope moves fast on a hungry trade road, faster than any patrol can march, and my little method was already outrunning me on its way toward the capital. So does its shadow. Oria caught it first, of course. She nudged me toward a man at the edge of the market, a thin clerk in Kingdom Gray, quietly writing in a ledger while a farmer told him, all unknowing, the very same story of the cellar and the smokeless fire. "Your name," Oria murmured at my shoulder, "is traveling in both directions now, toward the mouths that will bless it, and toward the men who mean to burn it." That was the moment the road stopped being a road and became a race. The story of the cook was running ahead of me toward the capital, carried by grateful mouths, and the report of the heretic was running there too, carried by careful clerks. And clerks, with their fast horses and their sealed pouches and their patient hatred, always reached the capital first, long before a road-worn man on foot with a pot. By the time we came within sight of the capital walls, I knew we were expected, and not in a way that ended with a welcome. The clerk had won the race, and the city already had a name for me before I set foot inside it. The city rose out of the plain, huge and gray and walled, and above it, that one great refinery chimney breathed its endless legal smoke into a sky where no common family was allowed a cook fire. Every gate carried the white seal of Regent Velis beneath an older crown scraped smooth. A road porter told Aurea that the royal household had failed years ago and Velis governed only as protector of the vacancy. The old emergency charter still named ward and trade delegates as witnesses whenever a regent's seal or successor was disputed. At the time, it sounded like dead ceremony. Aurea made me remember it anyway. The gate was the problem I had no answer for. A long line of carts and travelers shuffled toward it, and at the head of the line, guards checked papers and ration stamps. The little marks that said you were a registered, manifed, obedient subject of the kingdom. We had none of those little marks between the four of us. And we had Gorm, who is not a man anyone has ever managed to pretend was luggage. You cannot hide Gorm. I have tried, in various emergencies, and it does not work. He is the size of a doorway and twice as memorable, and there was no version of the four of us shuffling through that gate unnoticed. No papers, no stamps. One of us built like a small building. A guard clocked us before we were halfway to the front, exactly as I feared. 4 bodies, he called, no stamps between them. He looked us over, bored and certain. Reforming labor, or questioning, he said, and either one of those was a door that only opened one way, and I had no clever thing to say that would change his mind. Then a hand closed on my sleeve from below, and a low voice said, "This way, quick, and do not thank me until we are clear of the light." A grate in the gutter beside the gate stood open, its bars cut and bent back, and the young woman crouched beside it with a thief's easy patience, waving us down one at a time into the dark. Her name was Mila, though I learned it only after crawling through a capital storm drain behind a stranger. In the weeks ahead, I would learn exactly how much trouble that name could organize. She got the 4 of us under the wall and out through a cellar hatch into the shadow of the slums, fast and quiet, like she had done it 100 times, which she had. The slum she pulled us into held the strangest poverty I had ever seen. Gray wafers suppressed hunger, while every face stayed thin and joyless. But every face was thin and joyless, fed just enough to work and never enough to feel like a person. And the sight of it set my hands itching for a pop. She did not do it out of kindness. She made that plain the moment we were clear, standing there in a reeking alley, sizing us up with sharp, hungry eyes. "I heard about a cook on the road," she said, "a man who feeds a work crew and leaves no smoke. That is a story worth money in the city, or worth a fortune, or worth a rope." I wanted to see which. I told her the story was true and asked carefully what she wanted. She wanted proof, was what she wanted. She would not risk her people or her routes on a rumor. "Feed my yard once," she said. "My grain, my cellar, your fire. Inputs I can actually get, and no chimney report to the patrols after. If nobody burns for it, then we talk about a second yard." 1 yard, she repeated, holding up a single finger, in case the giant had trouble counting. "Prove you are what the road says you are, right here, where it is my neck as much as yours. Then maybe you get a city." She did not smile when she said it, and I liked her immediately, because she was the first person in the kingdom who had told me the exact truth. That was how the road ended and the city began. A test set by a slum thief in a dark alley, 1 cellar yard, and a promise. 6 weeks behind me, 300 people still held the valley. Ahead of me lay a whole starving city that did not know yet that it was allowed to eat. And between me and it stood 1 skeptical woman, 1 fire I was not permitted to light, and 1 chance to prove that a man with a method could still change something, even here, even now. Mila's yard looked less like the beginning of a revolution, and more like a place where broken carts went to die. The walls leaned inward, the drain ran backward, and 43 people shared 1 dry cellar. She took me through the yard before showing me a single grain. Seeing the exhausted workers first changed every later choice. Flavor mattered, but the meal had to fit 43 bodies, 1 cellar, and 1 safe promise. The people there had all taken their gray wafers that morning. Nobody clutched an empty stomach. Yet a porter fell asleep sitting against a wall, and a washerwoman needed both hands to lift a half-full bucket. The kingdom had solved hunger the way a jailer solves escape. It removed just enough need to keep a body quiet, then called the silence mercy. Mila watched me understand and did not offer help with the conclusion. She opened the cellar store and presented our complete selection. "Anything prettier does not exist," she said, "and anything expensive can feed you instead of my yard." Her inventory was honest enough to hurt. Animal barley still wearing its husks, butcher tallow scraped from yesterday's bins, bruised onion tops, a sack of bitter leaves, 6 measures of charcoal, and 1 cracked hand mill. There was also a small pile of clean barley tied apart from the rest. I reached toward it, and Mila caught my wrist before my fingers crossed the air above the bag. "The mule eats that tomorrow," she said. The mule hauls water and ash. Feed my people by killing my route, and I will throw you back through the drain myself. I asked about water before I asked about fire. Mila pointed to a covered barrel filled at dawn, then to 2 smaller jars marked for drinking. Wastewater went through the drain after dark, when patrols stopped checking for warm runoff. Fuel was worse. 6 charcoal measures could warm 1 careful pot and perhaps toast the grain first. Wood would smoke. More charcoal required a broker, and the brokers reported unusual buyers when the ward office paid them. Gorm lifted the millstone, turned it once, and frowned at the sound. The lower stone shifted on a broken wedge. If we ground quickly, grit would enter the flour, and the whole yard would hear us doing it. Pot crouched beside the wedge and tapped it with the handle of Mila's knife. He had watched Vesha seat hotter stones with ash paste, and he proposed the cold version before I did. Mila looked from the boy to me. "I thought you were the cook," she said. I told her I was. Pak told her that was why I needed someone clever nearby. Gorm laughed so hard dust fell from the ceiling. That laugh cost us nothing and fixed more than my dignity. At last, 2 people in the yard watched us as workers solving a problem instead of strangers selling hope. We packed the loose wedge with damp ash and stone powder, then left it to set. While Gorm sorted barley from husk by hand, I checked the old flue and found soot beneath years of lime. The passage still rose beyond the roofline, but 1 brick had fallen inward. A blocked flue did not hide smoke. It invited smoke into the cellar and killed everyone too weak to climb out quickly. Mila saw my face and asked how much worse the test had become. We had food, fuel, water, and a room, yet no safe kitchen. She accepted the limit and asked what had to move. Gorm could clear the brick from below if he broke half the wall, which defeated the purpose of secrecy. Oria tilted her head toward the alley and asked who owned the roof above us. Nobody owned roofs in Mila's ward. People used them until someone stronger objected. Oria disappeared up a rain barrel before Mila finished explaining, leaving the 3 of us to argue with gravity. She returned with soot on 1 cheek and a loose brick in her hand. The flue opened. More importantly, she had counted every bell, boot, roof path, ash bin, and sightline between us and the nearest patrol post. There were 3 kinds of patrol. The uniform pair followed the bells. The ash clerk checked bins after noon. A plainclothes watcher sat outside the wafer station and moved only when a household missed collection. Mila knew the first 2. She had never noticed the third. Oria pointed through a crack in the yard wall to a man mending the same sandal for the 4th time while his eyes tracked every door. "That man has soft hands," Oria said. "He does not repair shoes. He repairs lists." Mila stopped smiling, which was impressive because she had not been smiling before. Oria followed his rhythm instead of confronting him. He left when the wafer cart did, met the uniformed patrol at the north stair, and returned after the roof bell. The yard gained 20 clear minutes before dusk. Stone had replaced the valley's mud and broken grass, yet people still left trails through boots, bins, bells, and lies. Oria marked our safe window, placed Mila's fastest girl above the station, and took the blind corner herself. The millstone settled before dusk. Pak and 2 older yard children brushed the barley clean, winnowed the loose husks through a reed tray, and fed the grain slowly enough that Gorm did not crack the repaired wedge. The result was coarse, uneven meal with bits of hole still in it. It was not flour for a royal table. It was something 43 exhausted people could digest without spending half the night chewing. I rendered the tallow in the smallest covered cup, not the main pot. Heating all of it together would waste fuel and spread the smell. The bruised onion tops went in only after the bitter outer ends were cut away. Mila watched every scrap. When I discarded a blackened piece, she picked it up, smelled it, and agreed it belonged in the waste jar. That was our first negotiation without a knife near my wrist. Before we lit anything, she made me state the conditions again. Feed 43, hide the smoke, save the mule's grain, leave enough charcoal to warm wash water if a child became sick during the night. I added one more. If Oria tapped the drain pipe twice, the fire died whether the grain was ready or not. A half-cooked meal could be finished tomorrow. A branded yard could not. Mila studied me, perhaps expecting the old god to promise that none of this would go wrong. I had left that idiot in the valley with an empty silver bag. I promised only that we would obey the stop signal. The 20-minute window opened when the plainclothes watcher followed the wafer clerk north. Oria tapped once, and Gorm set the broad heat stone over the charcoal while Pak sealed the cellar door with damp cloth. We toasted the ground barley first. Dry heat woke a nutty smell from grain meant for a mule, and 43 heads turned at once. Hunger had been silenced in those people, but memory had not. Water went into the hot stone bowl, then the toasted meal. I stirred before the bottom could catch, added rendered fat for strength, and folded in onion tops and bitter leaves only after the grain softened. The cold flue pulled the thin charcoal breath upward. No gray line crossed the alley. No warm runoff entered the drain. Inside, the cellar filled with a smell so ordinary to me that it nearly broke the room. A woman near the stairs covered her mouth. An old porter named Mara stood without using the wall. Somebody whispered that food used to smell like this before the wafer stations opened. Pak did not stare at their faces. He watched the edges of the pot, where thick barley could burn first. He turned the bowl a quarter turn and told me the heat stone was hotter on the drain side. That correction saved the bottom batch. It also made Mila notice that the method did not live only inside my hands. Her eyes moved from me to Pak, then to the two pupils carrying water in measured cups. Oria tapped the pipe once from above. The watcher had returned to the lane early, but he stopped at the wafer station to argue over a missing stamp. We had perhaps 4 minutes, not the 7 she expected. I closed the brazier, pulled the last heat from the stone, and let Gorm carry the pot away from the flue. Pak wiped the rim and covered it before anyone opened the cellar door. The watcher crossed the mouth of the yard, while 43 people stood in silence around a hidden pot. Mila leaned against the wall with a gray wafer in her hand and complained loudly about its weight. He looked through the gate, saw obedient poor people waiting for their ration, and kept walking. The moment his boots faded, Oria dropped from the roof and told Mila her performance needed work. Mila answered that Oria could perform it next time. Oria said she would, if the role included fewer lies about wafer weight and more knives. Their argument lasted exactly long enough for the barley to finish resting. We divided the pot by bowl size, not status. The children received smaller portions with more liquid. Porters received extra fat. The mule's clean grain stayed tied apart, exactly where Mila had placed it. Mara took the first bowl because Mila made her. She had missed 2 quarry shifts that month and bought a second wafer each workday with money meant for lamp oil. If the meal failed her, the whole test failed. She smelled it before tasting, suspicious of pleasure like it was another tax. Then she put the spoon in her mouth, stopped moving, and took a second bite before she had swallowed the first. People ate with the concentration of workers disarming a trap, waiting for the familiar hollow feeling. Shoulders lowered, a child licked onion fat from his bowl, and Mara guarded hers like a shield. That was when laughter began. Mara had threatened a man twice her size with a wooden spoon over barley meant for livestock, and the ridiculous defense of her bowl made the yard feel human again. Mara scraped the bottom of her bowl and stared at her hands. "Tomorrow," she said, "I can finish the stone shift without buying a second wafer." Her voice shook more on finish than it did on food. That was the receipt Mila needed. Taste could be dismissed as indulgence. 43 workers standing straighter, one family keeping its lamp money, and a mule still eating tomorrow were harder to call a trick. "Okay, cook," she said at last. "I am in. Not for the food, for that." She nodded toward Mara, who was now arguing that every porter deserved the large bowl and every child deserved the crispy edge. Mila did not become my follower. She became the person who immediately explained why I would fail without her. 1 cellar was a secret, 2 cellars were a route, 10 were a network, and networks needed rules. She drew the ward from memory on the dusty floor. Water here, feed market there, butcher bins 2 alleys east, cold flues marked with sports, patrol posts marked with cuts deep enough that nobody could smudge them by accident. Poke interrupted before she finished. A map did not matter if only he and I could cook. He pulled the 2 older pupils to the brazier and made them repeat the safe order without looking at him. Ash first, water measured, grain cleaned, flue checked, damp cloth sealed, fire closed at the signal. Each pupil corrected the other once, which pleased Pak more than obedience would have. Then he made them point to the dangerous choices: wet fuel, a blocked flue, bitter black organ from the wrong carcass, running after a patrol warning because the pot was almost done. One of them asked whether he was a spirit too. Pak considered this with grave care and said no, he was the person who stopped the spirit from burning dinner. Gorm laughed again, and this time Mila joined him. By midnight, the second kitchen existed only as names, hands, and a possible cellar. That was enough to change the problem. A skill copied once is a trick. A skill taught twice begins to survive its teacher. Word crossed the wall before any of us did. A child carried an empty bowl to his cousin. Mara went to the dawn shift without buying her second wafer. The wafer clerk noticed 1 missing stamp, then another. By sunrise, people from the next yard stood outside Mila's gate. Some brought cups, some brought feed grain stolen 1 handful at a time from mule bags. One woman brought nothing but 2 children and an accusation. "You fed them," she said. "Why not us? Are my children worth less?" Behind her, more bodies filled the alley until Oria's clear patrol route became a wall of desperate neighbors. I had fed 43 and lit hunger in nearly 400. We had 1 used flue, tired pupils, less than 2 measures of charcoal, and exactly enough clean grain left for the mule. Turning them away would make the first yard look chosen. Feeding them without supply would break Mila's root, expose the fire, and teach the city that my promise was larger than my method. Mila climbed onto the gate and told the crowd there would be no bowls that morning. They shouted at her. She shouted back that a dead cook fed nobody and an empty mule hauled no water. The argument bought us minutes, not trust. Oria moved along the roofline and counted 3 exits. Gorm stood inside the gate with empty hands visible, large enough to discourage a rush without turning need into a fight. Then a woman in a clean gray coat stepped through the crowd, showed a ward seal, and asked why 43 ration stamps had gone unused after years of perfect collection. Her name was Sella. She was a senior ward assessor, old enough to be unimpressed by fear and careful enough not to call smoke where she had not seen it. She looked at our cold brazier, the scrubbed bowls, the mules tied grain, and Mara standing upright after a full shift. She saw evidence, but not yet a charge she could sign. The old purity law requires a physical demonstration, she said, then 3 assessor signatures. Sentence or appeal follows the signatures, not rumor. Whoever hunts you will need more than a smell. Mila asked whether Sella was helping us. Sella answered that she was explaining the knife before somebody put it against our throat. There was a difference, and she expected us to remain alive long enough to learn it. She left with the crowd still pressing and the wafer clerk still counting. Her warning should have been the largest problem in the yard. It was not. Law could wait until someone found proof. 400 requests could not wait, and Mila's suppliers had already begun to move. A boy returned from the feed market breathless, saying one broker had bought every remaining sack of barley before dawn. The broker's name was Saul. He had also purchased the loose charcoal, the butcher's tallow promises, and 3 small debt notes belonging to families in Mila's yard. He had not found our smoke. He had found our appetite, which was smarter. The first hidden kitchen had survived the patrols and fed everyone it promised to feed. Now the yard next door wanted in. The grain had been cornered, and a man we had never met owned tomorrow before we finished washing tonight's bowls. Saul did not arrive with guards. He arrived with a stool, clean gloves, and a clerk carrying a board of new prices. He placed himself across from Mila's gate as if hunger had invited him to open a shop. The crowd went quiet around him. People in that ward knew his face. He bought feed when harvest carts entered the city, charcoal before cold weeks, and debt whenever a family became too tired to argue. I had expected the kingdom to answer our first meal with soldiers. Saul's answer was colder. He had purchased tomorrow and was willing to sell it back 1 bowl at a time. Animal barley now cost 3 times what Mila had paid. Charcoal cost 4. Tallow could be purchased only with a signed ration debt, which meant Saul would own the family's future wafer stamps if the payment failed. His clerk carried 360 such notes in a leather case. Most were small. That made them worse. A misshift here, medicine there, lamp oil during winter, until a family no longer owned its next month. Saul looked at the cups in the crowd and smiled at me. You taught them to want what I can lock in a shed, he said. I admire education when it creates a customer. I wanted to throw his stool into the drain. That would have been satisfying for one breath and expensive for every breath after it. Saul did not need the stool. We needed the things behind his doors. So I asked what he wanted. He offered a private arrangement. I would cook only for yards whose debt he approved. He would provide inputs, collect the bowl fee, and keep our locations from the ward office. The offer was clever because it sounded like survival. We could feed people tomorrow. In a month, every kitchen would be another room in Saul's warehouse, and hunger would simply have a new uniform. Mila did not reject him with a speech. She asked his charcoal price again, slowly, while Oria watched the clerk's eyes and Gorm watched the leather debt case. Saul mistook the question for surrender. He named the price, added a delivery fee, and explained that dangerous goods required trusted routes. Mila thanked him for the information. Then she shut the gate in his face. The crowd did not cheer. They were too practical. A closed gate did not become dinner merely because the person outside deserved it. Inside, I asked Mila what Saul actually controlled. Not everything, she said. Men like him survive by making one door look like the whole wall. He held 2 drover contracts bringing animal grain through the East Market. He financed 1 charcoal yard near the kilns. His buyers stood at the butcher bins, and informers watched every large delivery. He did not own every farmer, cart, animal, kiln, or strong back in the capital. He owned the places where those things usually met. That was a monopoly of habit, not nature. I asked what we could pool. Mila gave me a look that said I had finally asked the useful question. Coins, labor, roots, empty rooms, knives, mills, and meals for people who hauled what we could not buy. The first cooperative meeting happened around the cold brazier because we had no table large enough. 11 yard heads brought coins wrapped in cloth, each pile painfully small and therefore serious. Mara brought the money she had saved by skipping a second wafer. A washerwoman offered 2 dawn water runs. 3 porters offered unloading labor. One widow knew a drover Saul had refused after a lame mule delayed him. Gorm could unload a grain cart faster than 6 wafer-fed men, but only if the cart owner sold directly. Uriah could map a route that avoided Saul's market informers, but only if deliveries split before entering the ward. Pak could reduce fuel demand by teaching different foods to different sellers. A seller with a heat stone could toast grain, another with jars could ferment mash, a third could mill cold and send meal onward. No room needed, every tool, no cart needed, the whole order. Mila drew 12 small doors around Saul's single warehouse and said, "He owns 1 door, good thing we built 12. Our first direct purchase cost nearly every pooled coin. The lame mule drover agreed because Gorm unloaded him. The porters repaired his axle, and we fed his crew from a small batch made with their own damaged grain." Nothing was free. The grain changed hands for coins, labor, axle wood, and a meal. The drover left richer in time and repairs, while the cooperative paid less than Saul's cornered price. The next cart never entered Mila's alley. Uriah divided the load at a tannery yard, sent 1 sack under wet hides, another beneath ash baskets, and a third through a washerwoman's morning route. Saul's informers saw 3 ordinary errands and no kitchen supply. They were not fools. They simply watched for the large centralized movement Saul had trained them to expect. Mila recorded every contribution with cuts on clay slats. 1 mark for coin, another for labor, another for grain, fuel, water, or room use. Nobody received a magical bowl for believing hard enough. Families who could not pay, coin worked a measured shift. Families too weak for hauling cleaned grain or watched bells. The system did not erase cost. It stopped one broker from deciding whose cost counted. Within 3 days, 4 sellers operated on rotating nights. 1 milled, 1 toasted, 1 cooked thick barley with tallow, 1 turned herb waste and grain water into a sour starter that made the next batch easier to digest. Pak moved between them with 2 older pupils, never carrying a complete route list. He taught 6 new preparations from the same narrow ingredients, bringing our working recipes to 14 without pretending the market had changed. Some were barely separate dishes: thin barley drink for children, thick porter mash, crisped meal cakes, sour porridge, onion fat paste, toasted husk broth strained clean before serving. The difference was not vanity. Different bodies, rooms, shifts, and fuel windows required different forms. A recipe became useful when it matched the constraint, not when I gave it a grand name. Roughly 400 people received a rotating real meal by the end of the week. Not every day, not every person at once, and never without somebody hauling water, cleaning grain, or paying a drover. The ward changed in small visible ways. Lamp oil stayed in Mara's house. A porter finished 2 shifts without collapsing. Children learned that an onion top was food before it was trash. Saul watched the change from the edge of the market. His price board remained posted, but fewer people stood before it. The leather case of debt notes had stopped growing. He adapted before I gave him enough credit for it. The East drovers would no longer accept exclusive contracts, and the butcher bins had too many exits to close. Charcoal remained our weak link. Cooking cells could split grain, work, and routes. They could not make fuel appear. The legal kilns sold through a narrow yard, and the next rain soaked 2 hidden charcoal caches we had stored badly. Mila found 1 emergency lot at dusk. The price was painful, but survivable. The seller claimed it came from a small western kiln and needed to move before inspectors counted it. Uriah checked the cart twice. The axle had an old repair. The driver knew the kiln road, and the sacks held proper dry charcoal rather than blackened wood. Nothing about the sale demanded a miracle. There was red chalk on the lowest sack. The driver said kiln crews used it to mark weight. Mila scraped most of it away before the load split, but rain had pressed the color deep into the weave. We knew Saul might have touched the lot. We did not know the mark was private, used only on charcoal he had already entered in his own ledger. Refusing the fuel meant closing 3 cells during the wet week. Mila chose to buy after naming the risk. Uriah changed the route, split the sacks at 2 points, delayed the last delivery, and sent false ash baskets toward a cellar we had abandoned. I agreed only after Uriah marked 2 exits. Mila divided the routes, and Sella recorded who could halt the move. The danger remained real. The difference was that this time, we answered the warning before opening the door. Sol sold the remaining fact to Vane anyway, not our seller address because he did not know it. He sold the red mark, the repaired axle pattern, and the hour the emergency cart left his cellar. Vane had learned from the failed valley inspection. Smoke could be hidden, witnesses could lie. A purchased load had a cellar, a wheel track, a weight, and a time. Smoke lies, he told his agents. Purchases keep records. Then he placed watchers at the street beyond Saul's yard and waited for the marked cart to move. The first tale wore kiln boots. At the tannery split, that man stopped and a washerwoman followed. Near the ash lane, she entered a doorway and a boy with a broken basket took her place. Oria saw each person separately. She caught the pattern only at the third change, when the boy's basket remained empty despite passing 2 ash piles. She did not waste time blaming herself. She ran the roofline, cut across the wafer station, and reached the teaching cellar one turn before the agents closed both ends of the alley. "Route is burned," she said through the hatch. "Youngest first, no pots, no heroics." Her voice carried the exact authority of a hunter who had found the snare after the animal stepped into it. That cellar held Pak, 2 older pupils, and 9 younger children learning how to judge a blocked flue. It had one stair to the alley and a narrow ash chute leading into the next drain. The agents took the stair. Gorm and I were 2 yards away with Mila, and the warning reached us only after the first iron boot struck the cellar door. Pak moved the children before he moved the food. The smallest went through the ash chute feet first, caught by Oria below. The older ones passed water jars, then crawled after them. One pupil tried to carry the root scrap. Pak took it from her and pushed her toward the chute. A list could be burned. A child could not be replaced. He dropped the scrap into the closed brazier, opened the air slot for 3 breaths, and watched every charcoal mark curl black. Then he sealed it again before the smoke could reveal the chute. Vane's agents broke the outer latch as the last small boy vanished. The older pupils wanted to stay. Pak ordered them out with the same sharp voice Vesha used when fire crossed a rack. He had once been the spare mouth nobody wanted to feed. Now, 4 children argued that they would not leave their teacher. Pak solved the argument by shoving the root stool beneath the chute and threatening to grade them badly. They went. Pak stayed long enough to bar the inner door with the mill beam. That bought Oria the time to move the children through the adjoining laundry and scatter them among 3 uninvolved yards. The beam cracked. Pak could have followed the last pupil, but the agents were already close enough to see the chute. If he opened it again, they would know exactly where the children had gone. So he kicked the stool aside, closed the ash panel, and faced the door with empty hands. Vane entered behind his agents in a clean white coat that had never hauled a sack in its life. He expected to find maps, rosters, and frightened pupils. He found one soot-covered boy, a cold brazier, ruined charcoal scraps, and no complete route to any other cell. "You wanted the apprentice," Pak told him. "The pupils are already gone." Vane struck him once with deliberate calm, making the watching alley understand who held power. By the time Gorm and I reached the corner, iron shields filled the lane. Oria caught my sleeve before I ran into them. Her other hand shook with the effort of not drawing her knife. All 9 children were out. Both older pupils were out. The route list was ash. The other cellars had received the warning and gone cold. The network had lost 1 room and 1 teacher, not its spine. Knowing the network survived did nothing to ease the sight of Pak in the street. Small between the guards, he walked under his own strength and watched the rooftops where his pupils hid. Vane wanted us to attack. A cook rushing an officer in public would turn a trace purchase into proof of violent heresy. He left the lane open enough that I could see the invitation. The old version of me would have mistaken action for courage. I held still because Pak had spent his freedom preserving the network, and I would not repay him by setting it on fire. Mila arrived with 3 yard heads and no weapons. She counted the children herself, then told every witness exactly which cellars must remain closed and which supply routes could continue. Vane heard her and smiled. He had captured a symbol, but the machine around that symbol kept moving. His raid had found one dependency and proved the rest were no longer gathered in one place. He could not burn Pak in the alley. Sella had already visited the ward, logged the ration disturbance, and reminded everyone that punishment required a physical demonstration and 3 assessor signatures. So Vane changed the battlefield again. He climbed onto Saul's abandoned price stool and announced a public purity hearing at the ward square in 2 days. 3 assessors would watch. 1 physical demonstration would decide whether our food was corruption or fraud. The law would then sentence the apprentice and anyone who claimed the pot. "Bring your fire, cook," Vane called toward the roofs. "Bring your grain in your clever little bowl. The law will watch it fail, and the child will learn what your appetite costs." Gorm asked whether we were going to break Pak out that night. Mila said the holding rooms had 2 gates, 12 guards, and no drain wide enough for his shoulders. Oria wanted the guard rotations anyway. I asked for them, but not for an attack. We knew the rule before the hearing began. That was something Vane had not meant to give us. 1 demonstration, 3 signatures. The same institution he trusted to make our defeat public could also make a refusal public, if we gave each assessor a reason stronger than fear. Behind us, 400 people still had rotating meals. 6 cooking cells went cold for the night, then reopened on different fuel. Sol had sold 1 route and lost control of the rest. Pak was inside a ward cage because he had protected his pupils. Vane had the square, the guards, and the law on his side. We had 2 days, 14 recipes, and a rule both sides understood. For the first time since entering the capital, we were not trying to remain invisible. We were going to cook where everyone could see us, and make 3 servants of the kingdom decide whether they could sign their names beneath the lie. Vane built the hearing platform in the ward square where the wafer carts usually stopped. That choice told me everything. He wanted hunger, law, and punishment to share the same piece of stone. By sunrise, guards ringed the square 3 deep. Pock stood at the center with an iron chain between his wrists. Soot still caught beneath his nails from burning the route scrap. He looked smaller in public than he had in the cellar. That was part of Vane's design. A dangerous heretic is easier to hate when the accused is a man. A child makes people ask, which adult needs the chains? Vane solved that problem by reading the charge before anyone could look too long. Bodily corruption through unsanctioned fire, distribution of impure matter, and instruction of minors in forbidden preparation. The words were large enough to hide any person inside them. They did not say barley. They did not say a child had eaten and stood straighter. They did not say Vane had found no sick body. 3 assessors sat behind a narrow stone table. Sella occupied the center. On her right sat the trade assessor responsible for weights and seals. On her left sat a ward health assessor with gray hair and red hands. Vane had selected the last 2 because he believed fear would do his work. Sella was there because her earlier visit had entered the hearing into the ward record before he could replace her. The clerk lifted the sentence sheet. Sella stopped him before he dipped the pen. "Read the old procedure first," she said. "Every line, including the one your office forgot to copy onto the public notice." Vane told her the crowd did not need a lecture. Sella answered that the crowd did not sign sentences. She did, and she preferred knowing which law her name was being used to complete. The clerk swallowed and read. The accused received 1 physical demonstration under ward control. All 3 assessors had to sign after observing it. Without the 3rd signature, there could be no sentence. "No 3rd signature, no sentence," Sella said. "The rule predates your office." Vane smiled because he still believed the demonstration belonged to him. He had prepared a small, sanctioned brazier, an evidence table, and a bucket of sand. His guards controlled the fuel. His clerk controlled the measures. Every ingredient would come from confiscated stores. He expected me to refuse those conditions or attempt something grand enough to violate them. Instead, I asked for the charge to be read again, this time without the ceremonial nouns. Vane refused. The health assessor surprised him by asking the same question. What bodily corruption was alleged, she wanted to know, and which substance supposedly caused it. The clerk searched the raid report. There was no sick child, no seizure, no burn, no tainted sample. There was only prepared grain, a hidden brazier, and witnesses who said Pock had taught them. Vane said the method itself was corruption because it replaced pure manna with common fire. That gave me the narrow door I needed, and Sella saw it before I spoke. I did not claim I could prove the whole mana system false in 1 square. I had no refinery ledger, no measured samples, and no expert willing to compare them. Pretending otherwise would hand Vane the win. I asked to prove only what he had charged as immediate harm. The same confiscated barley could be cooked under their eyes without poisoning Pock, the assessors, or the guards. You charged the method as poison, I said. Let the method stand where everyone can see it. No hidden cellar, no unknown bag, and no ingredient I touch before your clerk weighs it. Vane glanced at the crowd. He could deny the request and admit he feared a pot, or allow it and trust disgust to protect him. He chose the second, because powerful men often mistake controlled conditions for controlled truth. Sella ordered the evidence shelf opened. The clerk brought coarse barley seized from the teaching cellar, a stoppered water jar, a small salt packet, and rendered tallow taken with the brazier. The trade assessor weighed each item on the ward balance. He marked the barley, water, salt, and fat on separate slats, then pressed his seal into wax across every knot. I asked him to reserve half the raw barley untouched. If anyone later claimed I had exchanged the grain, the court would still hold the matching portion from the same sack. The clerk also marked the pan and ladle, so neither could be swapped before heating. That request changed his posture. Until then, he had treated me as a performer. Now I was asking him to preserve evidence in the language of his own profession. Pock's chain was lengthened to the brazier without being removed. Vane staged it as a warning. Pock answered in the smallest way available by correcting my water measure before the whole square. Too much, he said when I reached for the jar. The barley is drier than Mila's. It will swell slower, but if you pour all that now, we lose the toast. The crowd heard him instruct me while chained. A few people laughed before remembering where they were. Vane struck the rail with his staff and ordered silence. The guard placed charcoal in the sanctioned brazier, and the clerk counted every piece. I checked the flue hood above the platform because legal smoke could kill as efficiently as illegal smoke. We broke the seals one by one under the assessor's eyes. Pak sifted the barley through his fingers and removed 3 small stones. The trade assessor added those stones to the evidence tray rather than letting them vanish. The grain toasted dry against the broad pan until its raw smell deepened. Water followed in 2 measured pours. Tallow went in after the first simmer, salt after the barley had opened. The method consisted of choices anyone could watch, repeat, question, and stop. Vane could control the platform, but not make the barley hide its weight, water, or source. He tried anyway. He asked whether the tallow concealed a foreign powder. The trade assessor cut the lump, examined its center, and compared it with the sealed reserve. Same rendering, same salt crystals, intact seal, he said. He did not sound brave. He sounded annoyed that an officer had asked him to lie badly about weights. The smell crossed the square before the first bowl left the brazier. People shifted against the guard line. Vane called that reaction proof of bodily temptation. Sella asked whether temptation was listed in the charge. The clerk said no. She told him not to add it after the demonstration had begun. Mara stood near the rear with her brother, a quarry hauler who had carried the confiscated grain sacks during the raid. Sella called him forward because he had handled the raw material without falling ill. Vane objected that the man was connected to our ward. Sella agreed and asked for one of Vane's guards to eat beside him. If the food harmed either, the difference in loyalty would not change the body. The health assessor selected the guard herself. He was broad, pale, and furious about being volunteered. That made him a better witness than anyone cheering for Pak. The clerk weighed 2 equal bowls. Mara's brother ate first. The guard waited until Vane nodded, then took a mouthful like he expected the spoon to accuse him. Nothing happened. That sounds obvious now, but the entire square had been built around the promise that something would. No mark appeared. No seizure took either man. No hidden light crawled under their skin. The hauler kept eating because he had worked since before dawn. The guard kept eating because the second bite tasted better than his loyalty. When he noticed the empty bowl, he looked personally betrayed. Poke received the 3rd portion. The health assessor examined his eyes, tongue, pulse, breathing, and the brandless skin of his hands before he ate. She repeated the examination after the bowl was empty. His pulse had risen slightly from heat and fear. His breathing remained clear. His pupils reacted normally. His chain was still the only injury on him. Vane said corruption could be spiritual and delayed. I asked how long the assessors were required to wait. He had no answer because the old procedure dealt with bodily harm, not invisible failure scheduled whenever the accused won. The health assessor gave him one. If the office alleges delayed harm, it must state the interval before the test begins, she said. You alleged immediate corruption and brought no prior patient. The crowd murmured, but their mood changed nothing. The 3 people behind the table were watching facts collide with the sentence sheet, and each collision made the paper harder to sign. Vane reached for a different claim. Common food weakened respect for mana, he said, and weakening respect endangered public order. I believed he had finally reached the truth. The hearing, however, was not about respect. Sella made the clerk read the charge a 3rd time. Bodily corruption through prepared grain. The words had not changed simply because Vane needed a different crime. He demanded the signatures anyway. His clerk placed the sentence sheet before the health assessor first, perhaps assuming age would bend toward safety. She looked at Pak, then at the recorded pulse marks. I examined the accused before and after, she said. I observed heat, food, and fear. I did not observe the charged harm. She pushed the sheet away. That was the first refusal, and it landed without applause because the guards were still holding spears. The silence made it sharper. The trade assessor received the sheet next. Vane reminded him who licensed market scales. The man looked at his own wax seals, the untouched reserve, and the 2 evidence slats. The mass is accounted for, he said. The grain matches the confiscated sack. No unweighed substance entered the pot. I will not certify adulteration where my seals prove none. He refused the second signature. A clerk at the edge of the platform copied his exact words before Vane could order the sentence sheet moved. Sella was last. Vane leaned close enough that only the front row should have heard him, but anger made his whisper carry. 3 signatures can keep your office. 2 refusals can empty it. Sella placed one finger on the old procedure. My seal exists to test a charge against observation, she said. I will not lend it to your office after the facts refuse you. She turned the sheet over and wrote her name beneath a refusal statement. 3 assessors had denied the sentence for 3 different recorded reasons. Vane ordered the guards to hold Pak while he reviewed the clerk's language. Sella did not raise her voice. She simply asked the captain which line allowed detention after all required signatures failed. The captain looked at the procedure posted beside the platform. He was loyal to Vane, but he was also standing before hundreds of people who could read the same line. He opened Pak's chain. Iron fell against stone, loud enough to cross the square. Pak rubbed his wrists once, then walked past Vane without running. He came to me carrying the third empty bowl. I had imagined embracing him or finding something worthy to say after 2 days of rehearsing it badly. Poke handed me the bowl and said I had added the tallow too early. I told him imprisonment had made him rude. He said no, teaching had done that. Gorm lifted him with one arm until Pak complained about public dignity. Oria touched the back of his head, checked both wrists, and then turned toward Vane with a look colder than any knife. Mila did not cheer. She went straight to the clerk's table and demanded the docket entry. A victory that existed only in memory could be denied by evening. The clerk recorded the unchanged evidence weights, the 2 examinations, the intact seals, and all 3 refusal statements. He assigned the hearing a ward docket mark. People copied that mark onto clay scraps, sleeves, and the backs of ration notices. The result could now travel without anyone needing to describe how delicious the barley had been. Sella sent 1 certified copy to the ward archive and another to the trade scale office by separate runners. Vane could seize a messenger, but the refusal would still reach an institution able to quote it. The health assessor kept her examination slate rather than surrendering it with the sentence sheet. The trade assessor did the same with his weights, leaving 3 records whose agreement did not depend on Sella alone. That mattered more than the crowd's relief. Another ward could quote the refusal, and another assessor could demand a patient before signing bodily harm. The law had failed to maintain its claim that this meal was poison. Vane understood the limit of his loss. He had not lost his guards, office, or power to raid. He had lost 1 chosen forum and given the ward a record it could reuse. So he stepped past the assessors and announced an appeal to High Mage Velis, regent of the capital and owner of the central refinery. 3 signatures can delay purity, Vane said. The regent can define it. The square went quiet again, this time for a name rather than a spear. Velis controlled the wafer licenses, refinery exemptions, ward allocations, and the office above every assessor at the table. Our narrow victory had finally made us visible to the man who owned the legal smoke. Sella warned Vane that an appeal required the complete docket. He told her to send it. He wanted Velis to see the pot, the refusals, and my name. Then he looked at Oriah. Losing Pak had not hurt us the way he intended, so he reached for the wound he had learned existed during the valley inspection. He removed a small metal stamp from his coat and tossed it onto the platform. Oriah caught it before it stopped sliding. The stamp bore a refinery district mark, a porter shift, and an expired work number. The name scratched beneath them was Rask's. Your brother earned 3 weeks carrying the sacks, Vane said. Then he became surplus. Men without stamps sleep wherever the refinery throws its sweepings. Oriah asked where. Vane smiled and told her a hunter should not need directions. He had given her a district, a shift mark, and the kind of cruelty he believed would make her careless. She did not strike him. She turned the stamp under the light, smelled the metal, and rubbed black residue from its edge between 2 fingers. Refinery dust, old rope oil, and something sour from the drainage yards. To me it was dirt. To Oriah, it was a trail through a city she had once believed held no tracks. The hearing ended with Pak free and Vane publicly denied, but nobody mistook that for peace. An appeal was moving toward the regent, and Rask had been discarded somewhere behind the refinery walls. We had won because the charge failed under the rule Vane chose. We had not proved the wafer monopoly, freed the city, or removed the men who could change the rules above us. Still, Pak walked out beside us without chains. Sella's refusal entered the ward record. 3 officials had looked at a bowl, then looked at the lie, and chosen not to place their names beneath it. Oriah closed her hand around Rask's work stamp. The city had given her boots, bells, ash, and now 1 piece of metal carrying her brother's last known labor. Vane had meant it as a wound. Instead, he had handed the best tracker I knew a physical trail, and she was already deciding where the hunt would begin. Oriah began with the porter stamp and ignored everything Vane had said around it. Cruel men decorate useful facts with pain. A tracker strips the decoration away and asks what the object touched. The stamp carried 3 marks, a shift notch cut along one edge, a refinery district pressed into the face, and black residue caught inside the expired number. The residue smelled of axle grease, wet lime, and sour drainage. The shift notch placed Rask among night porters, men who entered before the public wafer booths opened and left after the first refinery bell. Mila knew 3 shelters where dismissed porters slept. Oriah rejected the closest 2 because their boots carried coal grit, not lime. Rask had worked near the mixing houses and service drains. Stone keeps tracks, Oriah said. It just charges more attention. She rubbed the stamp across cloth and compared the powder with stains around a retaining channel. The city had not taken her hunting skill away. It had hidden the forest inside schedules, boot leather, drainage, and men who pretended every street looked the same. We followed the channel before dawn. Ration booths stood closed, but one side gate already admitted porters carrying empty hooks. Oriya watched which men favored worn heels and which walls they used to avoid the patrol light. Rast's stamp belonged to the southern mixing shift. Those porters slept near the western retaining wall because the steam kept frost off the stone and the sweep guards rarely checked behind the runoff pipes. Mila asked how Oriya knew. Oriya pointed to heel marks in greasy dust and 3 wafer wrappers folded into dry wedges beneath a pipe. Someone had slept there repeatedly, not passed once. We found Rask under a broken cartboard with his coat wrapped around his feet. He had lost weight, one cheek was bruised yellow, and the old confidence had gone out of his posture. He woke before Gorm touched him. His hand went to a shard of metal beside the wall, then stopped when he saw Oriya. Shame moved across his face before fear could decide what to do. He looked at me last. That was fair. I had become the person against whom he measured every failure, and I had helped make that measurement cruel enough to drive him here. Oriya did not embrace him. She handed him water and waited while he drank too quickly, coughed, and forced himself to slow down. The inspectors wanted my route, Rask said, not my truth. Once the clerk had the path and the names, Vane sent me to the refinery yards until my stamp expired. He said it like a confession and an accusation in the same breath. Oriya accepted neither. Start with what you took, she told him. Forgiveness is not today's work. Rask reached inside his coat and removed a brass seal wrapped in dirty cloth. He placed it on the stone between them rather than trying to put it in her hand. The seal had been rejected and scored across one corner, but its number was still legible. A narrow line beneath the refinery crest marked a service badge, not a public wafer cart. He had stolen it after a foreman threw it into the scrap tray. He had been too frightened to sell it and too angry to discard the only thing proving he had seen something real. Oriya asked what it opened. Rask said he did not know. That answer made me trust the clue more than a perfect explanation would have. He had moved sacks. He had never mixed mana, entered the testing rooms, or seen Velas's formulas. Porters were kept strong enough to carry and ignorant enough to replace. I asked Oriya whether we should bring him back to Mila's yard. I asked her before I offered him anything, and the pause that followed held more weight than a romantic speech could have carried. Months earlier, I had decided her brother's wound would heal without giving her a choice. This time I waited for her terms, even while Rask shivered against the wall. Waterwork, she said. Visible routes only. Gorm beside him. Mila checks every word. No knives, no maps, and no claim on me because we share blood. Rask lowered his head. Useful, he said. Not trusted. Oriya answered that he had finally understood the difference. Gorm gave him one shoulder to stand against, not an embrace. We took the retaining drains back toward Mila's ward, while Oriya walked behind us and erased the signs of our path. Mila examined the brass seal through a cloth. She compared its number with market crates, found the service line, and asked Rask the same question 6 different ways. He did not soften the facts for her. He did not know what the seal opened. He remembered which foreman discarded it, which mixing house received it, and a technician's mark scratched beside the batch number. That mark belonged to Ivan, a refinery tester purged after objecting to rejected batches. Mila knew the name only as a warning traders used when a scale became inconveniently accurate. Before we followed it, Rask worked. His first task was carrying water from the Dawn pump to a kitchen that had moved after Pock's capture. Gorm walked beside him with empty hands. Rask could have run twice. He returned both times, set the full buckets down without asking who would drink, and carried the empties back. No one thanked him. That was correct. One returned bucket did not balance a valley raid. It did prove that he understood the next action was work rather than explanation. The kitchen lead recognized the leather loop used by refinery porters and refused to let Rask cross the cellar threshold. Mila gave him covered buckets marked at the rim and made him leave each load outside. At the Dawn pump, a patrol searched him because his stamp had expired. One guard tipped a bucket while checking the lid, then waved him onward with less water than the kitchen had recorded. Rask could have blamed the missing measure on the patrol. He returned to the pump, waded through the line again, and brought the marked volume before taking the next pair of empties. Mila confirmed the delay with the pump keeper and added the spill to her route notes. The small, inconvenient truth supported his account better than any improved confession could have done. On the third run, he warned Gorm that the normal alley ended at a porter checkpoint during shift change. Gorm stopped before the corner and let Mila verify the claim through another runner. The checkpoint existed. We rerouted the water through a laundry court and moved the kitchen before the guards swept the lane. Rask carried the final ash bucket along the verified route after dark. He stopped at every turn Mila had marked, returned the route token, and accepted another watch shift for morning. Mila told Rask his information had been useful. He waited for more. She gave him none. Useful is not trusted, she said. I know, he answered. That exchange became the shape of his return, a task, a verifiable fact, a result. No one demanded that Oriya smile, and no one used his misery as payment for what he had done. After the second kitchen move, Oriya sat beside me on a roof above the new cellar. She watched Rask carry ash below, while Gorm counted each turn. "You asked me first," she said. "I told her I should have done that before." She nodded once and let her shoulder rest against mine until the next patrol bell. That was all. No promise, no confession, no sudden forgiveness arranged around moonlight. Trust returned in the same way our food spread, through small, repeatable actions that survived being watched. Rask gave us the rest of his clue that night. Public ration carts entered the southern mixing house full. They left beneath the same numbered seals, but their axles rode higher because the weight had dropped. The missing mass did not vanish. Private carts arrived after the public loads and used a locked service door along the eastern wall. Those carts left low on their springs for the high house district. Full carts went in, Rask said. Light carts came out under the same number. I carried sacks without making mana. An officer calling the process pure could not turn missing weight into air. He had once seen Ivan arguing beside the test room. Ivan pointed at a batch slate and refused to press his mark. The next week, another tester used Ivan's number and Ivan disappeared. The rejected brass seal came from that same run. Its scored corner matched the mark used when a batch failed weight or concentration. Someone had sent the public ration onward anyway. That was still not proof of deliberate dilution. Carts can change loads for many reasons. Seals can be reused. A porter can misunderstand a process hidden behind walls. Rask gave us a claim we could test. A service door, a repeating weight mismatch, a rejected seal, and a technician who had objected. Mila checked old delivery cuts against his shift memory. 3 independent yard records showed lighter public carts leaving after the same bells he named. Oriya found the service door approach on the next night. Rope grease marked the wall at shoulder height, and private wheels used a narrow turn that public carts could not make without unhitching. The door led toward a covered tunnel beneath the refinery's eastern testing wing. Its lock accepted a seal plate of the same width as Rask's rejected brass piece. We preserved the seal without trying it. Its width matched the service slot, yet a scored plate might jam the lock, ring an alarm, or announce that Ivan's old batch had returned. Similar size was no proof that it opened anything. Rask offered to approach the porter queue as a distraction. Oriya asked why. He said the foreman already considered him disposable, and a familiar failed worker would draw less attention than strangers studying the wall. She allowed it under one condition. If guards took him, he would not invent another bargain using our routes. Rask looked at the ground and said he understood. He joined the Dawn Porter line with an empty hook, while Mila and Oriya moved toward the shuttered testing rooms from separate alleys. Gorm remained near enough to see both exits. I stayed with the grain carriers because my face had become too recognizable near ward kitchens. For once, my useful role was not being the person at the center of the movement. Oriya traced Ivan's scratched mark from the brass seal to a faded symbol above a sealed testing hatch. The room behind it had been emptied, but one drain still carried pale residue after private cart nights. Mila found an old maintenance tally, pressed between wall stones. Ivan's mark appeared on 6 rejected batches, followed by a different tester's approval on the same numbers. The fragment could not interpret the substance by itself. It confirmed the mismatch beyond Rask's memory and directed us toward the man who knew what those marks measured. Rask completed the decoy shift and returned the porter hook. He did not ask whether we had found anything. He waited until Mila told him his route had checked out. His next breath released weeks of held tension. Being believed about one fact did not make him innocent. It did mean the kingdom had failed to erase everything he saw. Our search also left a trace. An archive clerk noticed that someone had requested the old rejected seal range without a current refinery order. The clerk did not know our names. He did what clerks do when a forbidden number appears. He copied the request onto a clean slip and sent it upward. High Mage Velis received the slip before sunset. He had not needed to hunt me personally, while Vane handled a hidden cook in a ward hearing. The rejected seal changed our direction. It pointed toward refinery batches, public weight records, and a technician whose objections had led to his removal. Velis read Ivan's name, then the old service number, and gave an order quiet enough that no public square heard it. "Do not hunt the cook," he said. "Remove what he hopes to find." The distinction was precise. A dead cook could become a story. Missing records became nothing at all. Before dawn, refinery officers moved toward Ivan's last registered room, the rejected batch archive, and the ward depot ledgers tied to the same numbers. Sella learned of the removal order because her hearing docket had forced Vane's appeal through the assessor office. She sent Mila a blank refusal slip with one line scratched into the wax backing. "They are clearing the evidence," the line said. "The old tester is first." The warning could not support a hearing, yet it turned our search into a race. Rask knew the porter route to Ivan's district. Oriya knew how to follow it without trusting him. Mila knew which archive clerks could be delayed by ordinary commerce. I knew only that the man behind the wafers had finally moved. Our first hidden bowls had annoyed the capital. The rejected seal threatened the machinery beneath them. Ras picked up another pair of water buckets before we left. He carried them to the relocated kitchen, returned them empty, and stood where Gorm could see him. No one called him brother. No one called him friend. He had given us a key, and the key had forced Velis to reveal which locks mattered. That was enough for one night. At dawn, we would find Ivan before the refinery officers did, or the only man who could explain the missing weight would disappear with the records. Ivan's last registered room stood above a dye shop that had been closed so long the walls still smelled blue. Refinery officers were already searching the front stairs when Oria led us into the drainage lane behind it. Rask's route reached a service hatch beneath the rear floor. The rejected brass seal fit its plate, but the scored corner caught before the lock turned. Pock took the seal, rubbed soot into the damaged groove, and pressed it against a scrap of soft wax. The missing edge appeared clearly enough for Gorm to file the burr with a stone. We spent perhaps a minute repairing a piece of brass while boots crossed the room above us. It felt ridiculous. Most survival does. When reduced to the small object between disaster and a door, the seal turned. Oria entered first, then Pock, Mila, Rask, and me. Gorm closed the hatch behind us and held the inner bar with both hands. Ivan waited in a room lined with empty sample shelves. He was thin, white-haired, and holding a glass testing rod like he planned to stab the first person who said purity. He recognized Rask before any of us spoke. The rod moved toward his throat. "You carried the batches after they removed my mark," Ivan said. "You helped them bury the weights." Rask did not defend himself. "I carried what they gave me," he answered. "Then I carried strangers into my home because they praised my anger. I am not asking you to trust the difference." Ivan looked at Oria. She said Rask was under guard, useful when verified, and forgiven by nobody. That answer lowered the rod by the width of one finger. I put the brass seal on the floor between us. Ivan did not touch it. He asked where we found the technician mark and which corner had been scored. When I answered, he brought out a cracked mold hidden inside a stove brick. The fracture ran through one corner in the exact shape Pock had repaired. Rejected service seals were made from that mold for only 9 months. The refinery destroyed it after Ivan refused to approve a public batch. Nobody outside the testing wing should have known the crack. He pressed our seal into the mold. Every surviving ridge aligned. The clue was authentic, which still did not mean our interpretation was. "Do not believe me," Ivan said. "Watch the same batch become 3 different promises." Then he moved the testing rod away from Rask and opened a false panel beneath the sample bench. Inside were 3 tiny stoppered vials wrapped in oilcloth, a packet of dried testing salts, and 6 copied batch slats. He had preserved them when the refinery purged his room. The first vial held full refinery concentrate. The second held a licensed elite dose drawn from a high-house kitchen order. The third contained material scraped from a public wafer. All 3 carried the same original batch number. That was important. We were not comparing good grain from one season with poor grain from another and calling the difference a conspiracy. Ivan dissolved equal traces in equal water cups, added the same testing salts, and warmed them over one controlled flame. Pock marked the cups by position so no name could influence what we saw. The concentrate clouded deep gold and held its color. The elite dose produced a thinner amber. The public wafer barely tinted the water before turning gray. I asked what the color proved. Ivan answered carefully. It measured retained food energy bound into the mana carrier, not holiness, health, morality, or obedience. The public wafer contained real mana. It suppressed the body's hunger alarm and released enough bound energy for a resting adult to survive the day. That was why the city had not died. Hard labor spent that energy faster than the dose released it. Quarry workers shook, porters collapsed, and families bought extra wafers because the public formula was deliberately thin below their work needs. Ivan showed us the batch slats. One line recorded taxed barley, animal fat, salt, and refinery catalyst entering the process. Another recorded concentrate volume before division. The public allotment used less concentrate per wafer than the old safety minimum. The difference did not become waste. It moved into licensed elite batches and private reserve jars. That was the monopoly in its smallest, honest shape. People had already paid grain as ward tax. The refinery converted it into controlled daily energy, returned the weakest portion, and sold the stronger share upward. Real food worked because the raw inputs had never vanished from the kingdom. Grain fed the refinery and animals. Fat entered the binding process. Salt arrived from tax depots and licensed kitchens. We were not inventing abundance. We were interrupting a route that transformed common property into dependence and then criminalized every other use. Rask stared at the slats. He had carried those sacks and believed the full carts left light because mana consumed the weight. The refinery had encouraged that explanation without teaching him enough to question it. Ivan did not comfort him. "Ignorance is useful to the person who chooses it," he said. Rask accepted the blow and asked which claim he could help verify. The same batch numbers appeared beside Ward Depot intake marks. Each ward owned taxed grain before it entered central processing. The depot maps would prove that opening those stores was not theft from Veles. It would be the wards recovering material already collected in their names. Sella could verify the ownership stamps, but only if the records survived the purge. The officers above broke Ivan's front door. Gorm leaned into the service hatch bar as the floor shook. Ivan packed the 3 vials and testing salts, while Pak wrapped each batch slat separately. Mila refused to carry all the proof together. She gave the public sample to Pak, the elite dose to Aurea, the concentrate to me, and the copied slats to 3 different routes. If one of us was caught, no single seizure could destroy the comparison. If one of us lied later, the others could expose it. Ivan took the cracked mold himself. He had hidden for months because a witness without preserved method could be dismissed as a bitter former worker. Now he had people able to carry the method farther than his room. We left through the service hatch as the officers entered above. Rask remained until the last vial cleared, then set a dye barrel across the inner door before following. The drainage lane divided beneath the testing wing. Aurea sent Gorm and Ivan toward Mila's ward, Pak through the laundry route, and me with Ras toward Sella's office. Sella examined the ward depot marks without touching Ivan's conclusions. She compared the seal shapes with tax receipts already in her office and confirmed that 4 nearby depots held grain in ward ownership. She also showed us the failed Royal Lines emergency charter. If a regent's seal became disputed or the office fell vacant, ward custodians and trade delegates could keep essential stores, gates, and courts operating under divided witness seals. They could nominate a temporary custodian for no more than 60 days. Veles still held office. Exposing him, however, would not legally require the city to stop breathing. Mila copied those depot locations onto separate clay slats. Pak labeled the samples by source, batch, holder, and every hand that had touched them. The proof needed 3 legs. People could feel the difference between one wafer and real food. Ivan's samples and slats showed deliberate dilution. Ward seals showed the raw grain had already been paid by the people. Remove any one leg, and Veles could call the rest appetite, forgery, or theft. Together, they gave ordinary citizens something they could experience, trace, and legally claim. Polk repeated Ivan's test after switching the cup positions beneath a cloth. He used fresh water, a clean heating stone, and salt from the sealed packet while Ivan kept his hands away. The colors returned in the same order. A 4th cup containing plain water stayed clear, proving the gray public result came from the wafer rather than residue in the vessel. Sella made the archive clerk copy the observed colors before anyone explained which cup held which dose. His blind record matched the batch labels Pak revealed afterward. That repetition turned Ivan's private method into something another careful person could perform. The case no longer depended on trusting an exile's memory or my appetite. The original ledgers remained in a records room beside the southern mixing house. Ivan knew which index connected public batch numbers to private reserve deliveries. Getting one sealed index mattered more than stealing a wall of paper. The index would let independent clerks find the same pattern in records Veles could not burn everywhere at once. Aurea mapped the records room by watching shift exits. Mila arranged a delivery dispute at the west gate. Rask joined the porter queue carrying an empty hook and his expired stamp visible. The plan did not depend on guards becoming stupid. It depended on their real priorities. A block delivery gate drew supervisors because delayed refinery carts cost money immediately. While Mila argued over axle fees, Aurea and Ivan entered through the old service door using the repaired seal. Pak and I remained at the drain junction to receive whatever they could extract. The first smoke came from inside the records wing. Veles's officers were not removing every ledger. They were burning duplicate indexes and carrying the primary books toward central custody. Aurea reached the index table as 2 clerks fed copied slats into a furnace. She cut the cord on one sealed bundle and pushed it through the service slot to Pak. Ivan pulled a frightened archive clerk away from the furnace after the man tried to rescue a book and caught his sleeve. The clerk knew which numbers had been altered because he had copied. He explained that public ratios were scraped from working slats before monthly copies were made. Private reserve entries kept the original figures, so the sealed index connected both versions through matching intake weights. Rask saw guards close the porter door behind Aurea. He used his empty hook to jam the service wheel, keeping the gap open while workers poured around him. A foreman recognized him and shouted traitor. The word followed Rask through the line from men who had once mocked him for being expendable. He could have disappeared into the workers. Instead, he held the wheel until Oria, Ivan, and the clerk crossed. A guard club struck his shoulder, but Gorm reached the lane before the second blow. Gorm did not start a battle. He lifted the service cart sideways and blocked the passage long enough for everyone to enter the drain, then dropped it without crushing the guards behind it. The records room burned. We escaped with one sealed index, one living clerk, 3 separated samples, the mold, and Ivan's copied batch slats. Velis lost enough evidence to understand exactly what we were building. He also learned which ward depots Sela had checked, because her ownership queries passed through his central office. By midday, public notices appeared above every wafer station. High Mage Velis himself stood on the central distribution balcony while the ward bells called citizens below. He looked nothing like Crom. No scars, no shouting, no need to fill space with his body. His white refinery coat was plain, and his voice reached the square through a legal amplification stone. He announced that Heretic Kitchens had contaminated ward supply routes. Until inspectors verified purity, the next public mana distribution would be suspended. The decision sounded cautious because Velis named safety instead of punishment. He promised the interruption would last only one cycle if citizens remained orderly and reported illegal food. Then he looked toward Sela's ward, where he knew I stood somewhere beneath the roofs. One missed ration will teach them what uncertainty costs, he said. That was his answer to evidence. Not a debate over the samples, not an attempt to prove Ivan wrong. He removed the thing keeping the city calm and made our investigation responsible for its absence. People would survive the next hour on the morning dose. Laborers already operating at the edge, however, would enter the following shift without replacement energy. Quarry crews would collapse first, water haulers would slow, panic would close ward gates, and closed gates would trap grain behind locks, while rumors turned every hidden kitchen into a target. Velis also sealed the central refinery and ordered ward depots held for inspection. The legal stock closest to the people was now guarded by the same office claiming contamination. Mila asked whether I could feed the city by morning. The question was not mockery. It was the exact scale test that separated a useful network from a reassuring theory. I refused the impossible promise. I did not know how many mouths we could reach, which mills still worked, or how much depot grain was safe. Promising everyone a bowl would create a riot around an empty pot. I asked Sela which ward stores were legally owned outside the refinery. 4 nearby, she said, with separate keys held by ward custodians. I asked Mila how many cells could cook without central charcoal. 7 immediately, more if roof ovens and bakery stones reopened. Pak knew 12 trained shifts, though only 6 had full equipment. I asked Ivan which sacks were safe. Any sealed raw grain with a ward mark, he said. Avoid refinery meal until its batch could be checked. Oria listed the routes still open. Gorm named the carts he could move. Rask knew which porter checkpoint would change when the missing wafers caused crowding. Stores, keys, hands, routes, mills, fuel, and one night. Those were the things between panic and breakfast. Not my name, and not one enormous kitchen waiting to be burned. Sela sent runners for the 4 ward custodians. Mila divided trained cooks by equipment. Pak began matching pupils to mills and water points before anyone finished asking whether he was rested. The bells above the wafer stations stopped. For years, that sound had told the city it would survive another day. Its absence spread through the wards faster than any announcement. Velis had turned the next day into a weapon. He expected frightened citizens to beg for the refinery and deliver the heretic cook in exchange for certainty. We had less than a day to prove the wards could feed themselves from grain they already owned, using people already trained and routes no single officer controlled. I looked at the sealed index, the 3 samples, and the first depot key arriving in Sela's hand. We had proved why the city was weak. Now we had to keep it standing safely through dawn long enough for that proof to matter. The first missed wafer did not turn the capital into a graveyard. It did something more dangerous. It removed the small certainty around which every exhausted person had arranged the day. Quarry crews reached the lifting yard and discovered their hands already shaking. Dock porters stood in harness without the strength to pull. Laundry workers could carry water or scrub cloth, but not both. People still walked. They still argued. That made the crisis easy for officials to dismiss and perfect for panic, because everyone could feel tomorrow's weakness arriving before the body actually failed. The empty wafer stations filled anyway. Citizens waited beneath silent bells, then blamed the person nearest them when no cart appeared. By dusk, 2 ward lines had broken into fights over rumors of a hidden reserve. Velis held the supply knife. Vane brought a different one. He posted guards at licensed chimneys, seized hand mills from market stalls, and sealed ward doors under the authority of his pending appeal. No sanctioned flame until the regent's inspection ends, his notice said. The words turned every legal bakery into a locked room and every cold family into evidence against us. Velis wanted the wards weak enough to surrender their proof. Vane wanted our kitchens unable to answer. One controlled food, the other controlled movement and fire. Sella placed 4 depot seals on her table. We had located 4 ward-owned stores, but only 3 could be open that night. The 4th sat inside a central yard already occupied by refinery guards. The 3 reachable depots belonged to the River Ward, the Quarry Ward, and Mila's Southern Ward. Each held grain paid through local tax stamps, separate from the central refinery title. Opening them required more than a key. A ward assessor, the registered custodian, and 2 public witnesses had to observe the seal, wait the first release, and record where it went. Vane expected Sella to stand at one door while his guards closed the other 2. She answered by issuing 3 witnessed orders under the same docket and sending a different assessor to each depot. Her own refusal record made that possible. Vane had demanded the old law be public when he thought it would burn POC. Now the ward officials could quote the same authority while opening their stores. Each order named 1 depot, 1 custodian, 2 witnesses, and a maximum first release. No assessor could use Sella's docket as permission to empty another ward's grain. The river order reached its door first, where a refinery guard claimed Vane's appeal froze every seal. The local assessor read the appeal line aloud and found no transfer of ward custody. She entered the guard's objection in the record, asked him to sign it, and opened the outer lock only after he declined responsibility. Procedure cost minutes, yet it kept the grain lawful. The quarry custodian was trapped in a silent ration queue 3 streets away. Mila found her through the address on Sella's registry instead of replacing the missing owner with a convenient volunteer. That depot opened last. The delay forced POC to send its first shift toward the river stones. But the custodian arrived with her key before anyone broke the door or blurred ownership. Ivan added the safety condition. Raw ward-marked sacks could be used after inspection. Refinery meal with unclear batch numbers remained closed, even if a crowd begged for it. That decision cost us food we could see. At the river depot, 2 sacks smelled sour beneath the seal. Ivan cut them open and found damp heat in the center. People shouted that he was wasting grain while they waited. He made them touch the warm clump and showed the dark thread spreading through it. Desperation did not make spoiled meals safe. We set the rejected sacks apart under witness marks. Every usable barley sack was weighed before release. Fat jars and salt bundles received separate tallies. Mila divided the stock before any pot was lit. No seller received enough to become a prize worth capturing. Each load had 1 destination, 1 cook shift, and 1 return record for leftovers. POC built the shift board from people rather than rooms. 6 teams had full equipment. 6 more knew the methods but needed mills, heat stones, cauldrons, fuel, or secure dry storage. Gorm solved part of that by moving hardware instead of food. He and 8 dockers lifted 2 small millstones from the river depot and rolled them on barrel staves towards separate wards. The first street closure forced them north. Oria saw Vane's guards before the cart turned and redirected the millstones through a cooper's yard, where round timber looked ordinary. When guards shifted north, she reopened the southern path behind them. The route changed 4 times in 1 hour, each change sent by a runner who knew only the next corner. One wheel cracked beneath the second stone inside the cooper's yard. Gorm held the frame while the cooper bound a spare rim around it, and the dockers transferred weight onto 2 barrel staves. The repair consumed rope meant for flour carts. Mila cut those later loads in half, rather than pretend the missing rope had appeared somewhere else. Mila placed water crews before cook crews. A dry cellar with grain was not a kitchen. It was a warehouse waiting to burn. Washers carried covered barrels during their normal rounds. Fuel came from 3 bounded sources: legal bakery charcoal released under ward seal, dry furniture scrap burned first in roof ovens with proper draft, and compressed husk cakes made from milling waste. The husk cakes burned fast and dirty, so we used them only beneath broadstones in open bakery yards. Hidden cellars kept charcoal and cold flues. Water threatened the schedule before grain did. The laundry ward could spare 2 cistern draws only if kitchen crews returned covered barrels before the final wash shift. Mara assigned children to mark every barrel at departure and return. A missing vessel would close that source, so no cook could quietly keep one for a more convenient morning. Nobody received infinite fuel because the city believed in us. Each board listed what remained after a shift. When one oven used too much, the next team shortened its menu. Our working preparations reached 20 that night because trained cooks adapted the same known grain, fat, salt, water, sour starter, onion waste, and heat to different equipment. One team made thick porter mash in cauldrons. Another baked flat barley cakes on roof stones. A third produced thin, salted drink for children and workers too weak for solid grain. The river ward fermented a quick sour batch from starter already kept in Mila's cells. The quarry ward crisped coarse meal into travel cakes. The southern ward stretched tallow through onion paste. Different forms, same accountable stores. The variety prevented one missing pot or fuel type from stopping a whole ward. It also meant I did not need to appear at every flame. That was harder for me than I expected. I had spent months becoming useful by standing beside the fire. Now usefulness meant leaving before the food was done because another team no longer needed my hand. Poke noticed me hovering over a southern cauldron and assigned me to carry salt tallies. I asked whether his recent imprisonment had made him cruel. He said no. Watching me stir food that 6 other people could stir had made him efficient. Mila approved, which proved I was surrounded by traitors. The humor mattered because fear had begun to spread through the queues. People saw their own neighbors giving orders, teasing one another, and correcting measures. The work looked repeatable rather than miraculous. Vane's first enforcement team reached the river bakery before midnight. They carried seizure hooks and an order closing every unsanctioned flame. The depot assessor showed them Sella's witnessed release. The bakery owner showed a current chimney license. The ward custodian showed that the grain belonged to the river tax account. Vane's men could seize a hidden brazier. They could not close a licensed oven cooking ward-owned grain without openly violating 3 records in front of 200 people. They withdrew to request authority. By the time the answer returned, the first cakes had left through 6 alleys and the oven was cold. At the quarry ward, guards confiscated a hand mill from one cellar. The team did not fight. They moved the unground grain to Gorm's new millstone 2 streets away and posted the seizure on the public tally. The loss slowed that shift by an hour without ending it. There was no single mill or confrontation whose defeat could stop every room. The southern ward faced the largest crowd. Mila used clay tokens tied to household counts, not first arrival. That prevented the strongest people from taking every bowl near the gate. Mara ran the porter line. She knew which workers entered the next shift first, and which families still had lamp oil, extra wafers, or a little stored food. The first meals went to water haulers, mill crews, children, and heavy laborers already shaking. Others received measured cakes for morning. Nobody liked waiting, but they could see the rule. The first fed water crew completed the cistern run that supplied the next 3 kitchens. Their meal therefore increased capacity instead of disappearing into the largest queue. At the river, porters who had eaten the thick mash unloaded the delayed charcoal before the gate closed. That fuel entered 2 later boards with its cart fee and handling loss recorded. Quarry leaders canceled 1 dangerous high lift despite the meal. Food restored usable effort, not invulnerability, and the saved crew moved smaller stone loads needed for the hand mills. Sella posted every grain release beside the depot door. Starting weight, rejected sacks, milled loss, bowls sent, leftovers returned, and fuel remaining. Velas had taught the city to accept a wafer without knowing what entered it. The ward boards did the opposite. Every family could see where its grain went and who held the next key. Near dawn, the silent ration bells rang once by mistake. Thousands of people looked toward the empty station, then back toward local ovens already working. The sound no longer meant survival by itself. That was the first crack in the monopoly's claim that only the refinery stood between the city and death. We did not feed every resident. We reached thousands across the 3 weakest wards before the next labor shift, enough to keep water, mills, docks, and laundries moving. That bounded success mattered more than an impossible boast. The city did not become free overnight. It proved one withheld dose could be replaced by its own stores, keys, mills, cooks, and routes. Mara stood beneath the southern tally board with flour on her face. The ration office closed, she said. Our depot, our mill, and our cooks did not. People repeated the sentence because they had watched it happen. Velas could call the meals contaminated. He could not make the water haulers collapse on schedule. Ivan examined workers from the first and last queues. Their strength varied with portion and labor, exactly as ordinary food would. No mystery, no instant cure, and no dependence on one perfect recipe. Pock's pupils ran later shifts without him. One corrected a blocked flue. Another rejected damp husk cakes. A third closed an oven when a guard route changed, even though the batch was not finished. Those choices supplied the proof. Skills had moved beyond our core group into people who could protect the process when no official or teacher was watching. Rask worked at the river mill under Gorm's eye. A porter who recognized him from the refinery called him traitor again. Rask kept turning the stone. When the porter stumbled from Miss Manna, Rask caught the grain tray before it spilled, then stepped back without asking for gratitude. Useful, not trusted. He seemed to have made the phrase into a road. Oria returned after reopening the quarry route. She had spent the entire night hunting streets and guard habits, and the city no longer looked like a place that had stolen her identity. She leaned against me for one breath while we watched cooks change shifts. Then she asked whether I had finally learned to leave a pot alone. I said I had delegated it. Pak shouted from across the yard that he had removed me. Oria decided his version sounded more credible. By sunrise, the 3 ward boards recorded leftover grain, usable fat, remaining salt, and fuel for another limited cycle. The depot keys remained with separate custodians. No central officer could reclaim everything with one order unless every custodian, assessor, mill crew, and witness surrendered at once. Velis still controlled the central mills and most depots, but necessity had lost its clean shape. Vane watched the southern ward from behind a line of guards. He had lost Pak at the hearing and lost the kitchens under his own closures. His authority still existed, his patience did not. Sella received a message saying Velis intended to reclaim the depots through appeal, after the cutoff produced enough pressure. The message ordered Vane to preserve the kitchens and document every disputed release. Velis wanted the wards frightened, visible, and legally reclaimable after one failed night. Vane read the instruction beside officers who had watched his chimney closures fail. Waiting would preserve Velis's strategy while leaving Vane's humiliation in every public tally. Vane chose not to wait. He summoned guards loyal to his office rather than the ward captains, removed fire oil jars from an evidence store, and wrote a private order targeting our central training kitchen. The evidence keeper demanded a destination for the oil. Vane wrote contamination disposal and pressed his own seal across the correction, creating the chain the clerk later copied. He chose men paid directly through his office and ordered them away from ward captains. The raid therefore moved as his private force, distinct from Velis's controlled cutoff. The kitchen was not the whole network. It was where the largest number of pupils, route boards, and spare tools gathered between shifts. Burning it would hurt people, even if the other cells survived. A court freed the boy, Vane wrote in his own hand. Let Ash correct the court. The clerk ordered to copy the command hesitated over that line. He made a second copy before sealing the original. One went into Vane's dispatch case. The other disappeared beneath the clerk's coat and began moving towards Sella. We did not know about the copy yet. We saw the first sign when licensed patrols left the ward roads and unfamiliar shields replaced them. Mila counted the shield straps and went pale. That is not an Inquisition sweep, she said. That is Vane, personal. He is coming to hurt us, not arrest us. We began clearing the training kitchen. Pak sent pupils towards separate cellars. Oria climbed for the roof route. Gorman Rask moved the last mill tools toward the rear door. Then the front lane flashed orange. A fire oil jar broke against the outer wall before the youngest pupils had crossed the yard. The city had survived a night without mana because thousands of ordinary people carried different pieces of the answer. Vane had now stopped attacking the system and come for the bodies inside it. The first fire oil jar shattered against the training kitchen wall and turned damp plaster into a sheet of orange. Vane had chosen a building full of grain dust, reed boards, and tired people. Pak counted children before anyone touched a tool. 12 pupils had been inside. Mila took the rear passage, called each name, and sent the oldest cooks to carry water only after the youngest crossed. Gorm reached the service door before the second jar struck. The door opened inward, and the heat had warped its upper hinge, so every frightened body pushing from behind made it harder to move. He planted both feet, caught the iron ring, and pulled until the woods screamed. The gap widened enough for one child at a time. Oria climbed the sidewall and cut loose a burning awning before it dropped across the exit. Rask and I overturned the grain table, creating a barrier between the fire and the pupil line. That distinction mattered. A room can be rebuilt. A store can be replaced. The people carrying the methods were the only thing Vane could burn once. His guards entered the front yard behind shields, but the fire moved faster than they did. They had expected smoke to drive us toward arrest. The oil reached the rafters and turned their planned seizure into an occupied building blaze. A cook threw wash water at the outer wall, and the burning oil spread across the stones. Mila stopped the next bucket, kicked sand over the liquid flame, and cleared a narrow path toward the rear. The water barrels were useful only on cloth and wood that the oil had not reached. 2 cooks soaked blankets and pressed them against the service frame so children could pass without catching sparks. Smoke thickened under the ceiling before the rear route cleared. Pak made every pupil crawl beneath it and kept his count at the exit, where fear could not turn one moving child into 2 names. Pak counted aloud. 7 out. 8, 9. One little girl tried to run back for the lesson board, and Mila caught her by the coat. The board is Mark's, Mila said. You are the cook. It was the sort of sentence Pak had once needed someone to say about him. The 10th child crossed. Then the 11th. The last pupil froze beneath the service lintel when burning plaster fell in front of her. Gorm released the door ring with one hand, reached through the gap, and pulled her against his chest. The movement left the warped door sagging above them. The upper beam cracked. I heard it before I saw it. A deep wooden snap followed by masonry breaking loose from the wall. Gorm turned his body so the child remained beneath his good side. The burning lintel struck across his raised shoulder and drove him to one knee. He did not scream. Gorm made a low sound like a millstone catching grit, then held the beam high enough for Mila to drag the girl through. "Count 'em first," he told Pak. "Complain about me after." Pak reached 12, then counted again because fear makes numbers slippery. Every pupil was outside. Every cook who had answered the roll crossed the rear passage. Only then did Rask and I pull the beam away from Gorm. His arm stayed guarded tight against his side, while the shoulder sagged under the blow. The joint had taken the lintel's weight and lost. Vesha was 6 weeks away in the valley, but she had taught Pak how to recognize a shoulder injury he could not diagnose or set. Pak supported the arm against Gorm's chest and tied a cloth sling around his neck. No one tried to force the joint into place. We kept it still, cooled the swelling with wet cloth, watched his breathing and alertness, and moved him away from the wall for a healer to examine. 4 porters carried him on the grain table we had overturned, keeping the injured side tied against his chest. He protested until the first street jolt stole enough breath to improve his judgment. The training kitchen collapsed behind us. The roof fell into the central room, taking the route board, spare benches, and the largest cauldron. The separate depots did not burn. The small mills remained in other wards. Every pupil carried at least one method away. The network survived, but survival did not make the cost theoretical. Gorm sat against a water barrel, pale beneath the soot, unable to lift the arm that had once moved a millstone. The giant who had made every heavy task look cheap had paid for our exit with the thing he used most. Vane entered the rear lane expecting prisoners. He found 12 children alive, 1 ruined building, and ward residents surrounding an injured man. He raised his office seal and declared everyone present detained under appeal authority. His voice still carried certainty because he had never needed to imagine the seal failing in his hand. Sella arrived before his guards completed the ring. She brought 2 ward captains, 3 depot witnesses, and the clerk who had copied Vane's private order. The clerk looked terrified enough that nobody could mistake him for a rehearsed hero. He handed Sella the hidden copy with both hands and stepped immediately behind the ward shields. Sella read the sentence aloud. A court freed the boy. Let Ash correct the court. Vane told her it was operational language taken out of context. She pointed to the fire oil jars, the occupied building, and the preservation order he had signed during the hearing appeal. The context was still burning in front of them. Vane claimed the central kitchen was contaminated evidence. Sella answered that appeal authority allowed seizure and preservation, not fire set while named pupils remained inside. Appeal did not authorize murder, she said. Your seal is evidence now. Then she asked the ward captains whether they intended to enforce the written order or the law it violated. Vane's loyal guards tightened around him. The ward guards did not attack. They presented the copied command to every shield captain one by one. 2 of Vane's men lowered their weapons after seeing his seal beside the line about Ash. Another stepped aside when the rescued girl identified the guard who threw the second jar. Vane tried to tear the copy. Aurea caught his wrist before his fingers reached it. She did not break the hand, though the thought clearly visited her. The ward captain removed Vane's office seal. Another guard bound his wrists with the same chain used on Pak, adjusted for an adult who had expected never to wear it. Vane said Velis would restore his authority by noon. Sella told him the regent could review a living prisoner and an intact document more easily than a corpse. That was why we kept him alive. His death in the fire would have become rumor. His written order, witnesses, seized oil, and surviving pupils could remove his operational power in public. The guards led him away without a final speech. He kept turning his head toward the burned kitchen, as if the building should have obeyed him by killing the right people. Gorm watched from the barrel with his arm bound against his chest. When Vane passed, he asked whether the jail served breakfast. Pak told him not to joke while injured. Gorm said he was not joking. If the jail ration was a gray wafer, arrest seemed unnecessarily cruel. The laugh that followed was weak and angry, but it kept the lane from becoming a funeral for a man still sitting among us. A ward bonesetter examined Gorm after the swelling slowed. The shoulder was fractured. The arm needed to remain immobilized, and heavy use could worsen the break beyond anything rest would repair. She checked his fingertips for warmth, tested whether he could move them, and patted the sling where it crossed his neck. The hand still answered, while the shoulder required complete rest. Gorm tried to rise without help and nearly tipped toward the injured side. 2 porters steadied him, teaching all 3 of them how much balance his useless arm had once supplied. Pak wrote the bone setter's limits beside Gorm's name: walking, talking, counting, and no lifting. Gorm objected only to the implication that talking required medical permission. Gorm asked how long. Ivan gave him the honest answer: weeks before useful movement, longer before strength, and no lifting millstones because pride had poor medical value. We rebuilt the sling with a broad cloth around his chest. He could walk, he could advise. He could not pretend the injury disappeared when the fire cooled. The next problem arrived before sunset. Some cooks looked at the burned kitchen, Gorm's useless arm, and Vane's departing chain, then decided the arrest was not enough. Mila counted what the collapse had taken before anyone argued about continuing. The largest cauldron, 7 benches, the route board, 4 spare lids, and most shared teaching tools were gone. She also counted what remained elsewhere: 6 operating cells, 2 cold ones, 3 separate stores, 2 small mills, 12 pupils, local keys, and copied shift marks. The list made the disagreement concrete. Ending the work protected families from another targeted fire. Continuing through smaller rooms preserved food without rebuilding the same target. They had children. They had already risked branding, lost tools, and spent nights hiding fuel. A law that arrested one officer could appoint another by morning. Mara spoke for the group that wanted change without another central target. We built a heart for him to burn, she said. No more heart. Small rooms, separate keys, or I leave. Others wanted to stop completely, while the ward depot still held enough grain to bargain. They blamed my name, the hearing, and the public tallies for making the network visible. They were not entirely wrong. The training kitchen had gathered pupils and tools for efficiency. Efficiency had also placed bodies beneath one roof. No warning had predicted fire oil under Vane's own preservation order. The cooks therefore argued over the structure exposed by the raid, especially the bodies and tools gathered beneath one roof. I could have told them the cause needed courage. I could have pointed to Gorm and turned his broken shoulder into a debt they owed me. That would have made every future bowl taste like coercion. Instead, I dissolved the central command board. Mila took custody of the route divisions. Each local lead received only the paths, stores, and shifts required by that cell. No new training kitchen would hold every spare tool or pupil. Shared lessons would move between wards. Keys stayed with local custodians. Tallies would be copied and separated. Anyone leaving kept the ration share already assigned to their household. Nobody had to surrender food as punishment for refusing the risk. Several cooks left. One carried her children across the river ward before dark. 2 others returned their route tokens and asked not to be named in future deliveries. Mila crossed each name from active shifts, returned their household allotments, and reassigned no route until the local lead accepted it. Departure created real gaps rather than vanishing from the board. One bread cell lost its only chimney checker and stayed cold. Another combined with a nearby water crew for that night, while keeping its grain and key separate. Their departure hurt because they were competent. The fire had shown them a cost they did not consent to keep paying. The people who remained did not swear loyalty to me. They signed separate store and shift marks under their own ward leads. Mara stayed after receiving a key that I did not hold. She said she would run one Porter kitchen if no central board could overrule its safety stop. Polk divided the rescued pupils among 3 established cells. No child returned to the burned building for a keepsake. The lesson board remained ash. Rask asked for a route token. Mila refused. She assigned him hauling work under Gorm's directions instead, because one useful night had not erased the routes he once sold. Gorm attempted to point with his injured arm and nearly folded in half. Pak tightened the sling while insulting his intelligence. The giant accepted both treatment and insult. By midnight, 6 cells had resumed work without the central kitchen. 2 more stayed cold while their local leads reconsidered. The movement had become smaller in one sense and harder to decapitate in another. Velis came to the southern ward at dawn. He arrived without fire oil, with a refinery escort and a public offer written in language much cleaner than Vane's. He would restore the next mana distribution if I left the capital, and all ward depots returned to refinery custody. The hearing docket would remain, Pak would stay free, and no cook would be prosecuted for previous meals. "Return my stores and leave," he said from the ward steps. "The city eats on schedule." He made submission sound like the responsible end to an unfortunate experiment. The offer was tempting because it solved the immediate fear. Workers would receive energy, departing cooks could go home. Gorm could heal without another raid. People near the ward steps asked me to accept before Velis finished speaking. They had watched a kitchen burn and saw a restored ration as the fastest way to prevent a second funeral. Sella asked Velis whether return depots would keep ward custodians. He answered that emergency purity required 1 refinery seal until the appeal ended, with no date for restoring local keys. That answer exposed the price more clearly than any insult. The city would receive its next dose only after surrendering every store that had made refusal possible. It also restored the exact machine we had exposed. Velis would hold the grain, the concentrate, the keys, and the schedule. The city would survive by asking the person who had cut it off. I refused the custody demand. I agreed instead to a public comparison at the central square. Open the remaining ward grain, restore access to the mills, and let citizens see what each system returned. Velis accepted too quickly, Sella noticed. So did Aurea, who had been watching the carts behind his escort instead of his face. One empty depot cart carried fresh flour dust along its inner rail. It moved east, away from every open ward mill, under a transfer slip bearing Sella's copied seal. Aurea followed the wheel line to the next corner and found another cart with the same dust. Neither had delivered anything to our kitchens. Sella's depot clerks arrived minutes later with 3 forged transfer slips. Grain promised for the public comparison had been removed during the night. The central mill was sealed. 2 ward millstones had also vanished from their routes. Velis had offered a fair test after quietly taking what we intended to cook. Mila read the slips and gave the shortest, useful summary. We won the right to cook. He just stole what we were going to cook. The team did not gather for another vote. That choice had been made once, and the people who remained already held their separate responsibilities. Aurea traced the flour dust. Mila checked cart contracts. Sella compared false seals. Rask named the service road used by private refinery loads. Gorm stood carefully with one arm bound across his chest and tried to join the hauling crew. Pock placed him in charge of counting wheels, where his shoulder could not argue. We had until dawn to recover ward-owned grain and enough milling capacity for the square. The task was concrete: carts, locks, routes, guards, and a clock. Each person beside me chose a part without swearing loyalty to my name. The 3 forged transfer slips agreed too perfectly. Same hour, same copied curve in Sella's seal, same destination described as emergency refinery protection. Real ward orders were issued by different custodians and witnessed at different doors. These looked like one hand had invented 3 wards from the same desk. Sella compared the wax with her hearing refusal. The forger had copied the outer crest, but missed a hairline chip left when Vane struck her seal table. He did not buy the night, she said. He stole what the wards already owned. She pressed the false wax beside the true mark and made the difference visible. Ivan checked the batch numbers on the slips. They belonged to raw public grain recorded at the 3 open depots, not refinery stock, and not disputed concentrate. The theft, therefore, had 2 physical targets. Grain carts had been redirected east, while 2 ward millstones disappeared, and the central mill remained sealed. Without grain, the square comparison was empty theater. Without milling, recovered sacks would arrive as hard kernels, while Velis handed out ready wafers. Aurea started with the carts. Fresh flour dust clung to one empty rail, and a stripe of refinery axle grease crossed the cobbles where ordinary ward carts usually turn south. The trail passed through 3 busy streets, but the dust did not vanish. Wheels had crushed it into cracks beside the curb, and one cart leaked a thin line from a poorly tied rear board. Rask recognized the turn before the refinery service district. Public carts were weighed in the open yard. Private diversions entered through the covered tunnel he had shown us. Mila sent warnings to the independent cells, not orders to gather around me. Each local lead brought only legitimate claimants, copies of its custody mark, and enough people to witness one exit. Pot counted available household hand querns and the 2 small assay querns kept at the central mill. 12 cells could grind slowly if they received tools. None could match the watermill alone. Ivan prepared the sample salts and batch index. If Velis mixed refinery sacks into the recovered load, we needed to reject them before one contaminated bag discredited everything. Gorm attempted to volunteer for the tunnel team. His arm remained strapped tight across his chest, the bruising dark beneath the sling. Aurea told him he could guard Sella, the archive clerk, in the original slips. Gorm complained that witness duty sounded small. Poke asked whether he could stop a guard from stealing 3 people and the only clean evidence with one shoulder. Gorm admitted he could, then asked Poke not to sound pleased. My problem was the mill. I took Pock, 2 ward millers, and the cooper who had helped move the earlier stones. Aurea took the grain route with Rask and Mila. Sella moved between both teams through public streets, carrying lawful custody rather than a blade. Ivan stayed at the split point where every returned sack would pass. Nobody waited for me to assign the obvious work. That was the difference between a group following a cook and a network trying to keep its own promises. We reached the central mill first. Velis had sealed the main door with a regent's bar and removed the drive pin from the water gear. Breaking that door would let him call the flour stolen, even if the grain belonged to the wards. Restoring the gear would take hours and a replacement pin we did not possess. The millers showed us 2 auxiliary assay querns in the maintenance room. Workers used them to grind small test measures before committing a damp or gritty sack to the main water-driven stones. Each was paired and mounted in a detachable hand-driven frame. They could grind grain safely, but only in small batches and only with constant labor. With enough separate hands, that bounded slowness became useful capacity rather than a substitute for the sealed mill. We removed the frames through the maintenance side, witnessed by the mill custodian who held the local tool key. Nothing crossed the door protected by Velas's seal. Pock sent runners for household querns. Families carried them from cupboards, bakeries, and herb shops. Some were cracked, some too smooth, and some barely larger than dinner plates. The millers rejected 4 dangerous stones and paired the rest by wear. 12 cell leads received a tool, a grain allotment target, and a grinding shift. The first hand-ground meal came out too coarse for the thin cakes planned at the square. Pock stopped that batch, sent the largest pieces through again, and recorded the extra labor. Mila found reed sieves in 2 licensed bakeries, borrowed under signed tool marks. Fine meal went to flat cakes, while the coarse fraction stayed assigned to thick ward porridge. That split increased usable output without pretending every quern made equal flour. It also preserved a purpose for the rough grain instead of hiding it as milling loss. We did not pretend hands could make flour as fast as a watermill. Each quern produced a little. 12 rooms working for hours produced enough for a public meal and the next morning's starter batches. The 2 assay querns went to the quarry and river wards, where dock crews could turn their frames and relays. Gorm's missing strength was replaced by many people taking short shifts. On the grain route, Oria followed the flour line to the eastern way court. The stolen carts waited beneath refinery guard, their ward marks covered with removable private batch plates. Rask entered through the service tunnel wearing his expired porter stamp. The gate clerk laughed at the old number and waved him toward the rejected worker line. That humiliation was useful because it placed him beside the cart records without making him look like a leader. He found the false batch number before the second refinery bell. The number belonged to a private reserve delivery scheduled for the following week. It could not legally describe ward grain already weighed and removed that night. Rask called the mismatch to 2 porters who remembered him. His motives remained suspect, while their knowledge of cart numbers exceeded that of the guards supervising them. One porter checked the underside of the first plate and found the original ward mark beneath it. Another found Sella's true custody notch cut into the axle block. Their recognition did not convert the whole yard with a speech. It stopped the next hitch. A driver refused to move until someone signed responsibility for the conflicting marks. That delay gave Mila's cells time to reach the exits. They carried no weapons. Each group brought a depot custodian, household claimants, and copies of the posted grain weights. The north gate filled with riverward millers. Quarry haulers occupied the loading lane while pretending to dispute axle damage. Southern families waited at the service exit with their ration tax receipts. The carts could still move if guards attacked citizens. What they could not do was leave quietly under the appearance of ordinary refinery custody. Sella entered the way court with the forged transfers and the true seal impression. She read the ward marks, cart weights, and ownership lines into the yard record. The refinery captain ordered his men to clear the exits. His own clerk asked which valid order authorized seizure after the copied seal had been exposed. The captain showed Velas's protection notice. It allowed contaminated stores to be held, but Ivan had not yet tested the sacks, and the notice did not transfer ward ownership. He tried to order 1 cart moved under temporary inspection before Sella finished reading. Its driver unhitched the draft team and handed the reins to the registered ward custodian. Without animals, the guards would have needed to drag public grain through a wall of named claimants. The captain stopped, rather than turn a custody dispute into visible seizure by force. One guard lowered his seizure hook, then a second. They were not joining us. They were refusing to become the named hands on an obvious theft, while Vane sat in jail for trusting a written order. Rask removed the private plates from the carts and placed them beside the false batch entry. The porters saw their own work used to disguise the diversion. They turned the first cart around after the axle mark, weight, and custody record established ward ownership. Neither my presence nor forgiveness for Rask entered that decision. The other carts followed under public escort. Mila kept each ward's grain separate. Mixing everything into one victorious convoy would have recreated the central target we had just abandoned. At the route split, Ivan sampled every sack against the sealed index. Most matched the raw ward batches. 2 carried refinery meal under replaced outer ties. The swap sacks reacted with the wrong salt color and lacked the depot's inner thread mark. Ivan rejected them before they entered a mill. The refinery captain called that waste. The river custodian sealed both sacks for later examination. Preserving bad evidence mattered more than gaining 2 extra loads. Grain reached the 12 milling cells in measured portions. Pak posted the expected loss between kernel and flour so nobody could hide theft by calling husk dust normal. Household querns began turning long before midnight. The sound moved across the wards in uneven circles, stone against grain, a city making the slow answer Velis believed it could not make. I stayed at one cell only until the miller corrected the spacing. Then I moved to the next. No room needed inspiration. It needed a stable frame, dry grain, shifts, and a place to store flour, away from damp walls. Oria returned from the way court with flour on her boots and victory nowhere in her posture. She checked Gorm's witness station before she found me. Gorm remained seated beside Sella, one arm in its sling and his usable hand resting on the evidence case. 3 guards had approached. None had found a reason to test whether one arm was enough. The guards requested the original slips for refinery review. Gorm directed them to the copy table, where the archive clerk issued witness duplicates while the originals stayed under Sella's seal. His assignment required no repaired shoulder or secret strength. He protected the chain of custody by making every request pass through the record in front of him. You guarded papers all night, I told him. He said they were very dangerous papers. Pak said the papers had shown better judgment than he did around falling walls. Gorm promised to reconsider his friendship with the boy after his shoulder healed. Pak tightened the sling in response. By the middle of the night, the first safe flour reached separate ward stores. Each custodian signed the weight received and handed a different key to a local lead. Mila's cooks mixed only what their fuel boards allowed. Some prepared flat cakes for the square. Others saved flour for the next day's neighborhood meals. That choice mattered. If every grain became one spectacle, Velis could wait for the square to end and close the city again. Tomorrow needed food after the applause. Sella prepared the public receipt before dawn. It listed each forged order, each true ownership mark, the grain weight recovered, the rejected swap sacks, and every current custodian. The archive clerk copied the receipt 3 times. One went to the square, one stayed with the ward assessors, one traveled to the River Guild under guard. Velis could burn a page. He could not make 3 institutions forget the same weights, while hundreds of workers had turned the carts around themselves. At first light, cooks entered the central square from different streets. They did not march behind me. Each carried a local key, a flour sack, and the name of the ward that owned it. The River Ward brought hand-ground meal. The Quarry Ward rolled one assay quern to the edge of the square for public inspection, while the second kept working. Mila's ward brought starter, salt, and measured fat. Gorm walked beside the evidence cart with his shoulder bound. The sling stayed in place, and every careful step kept the cost of Vane's fire visible. Pak placed the 12 milling records beneath Sella's receipt. Ivan set the 3 mana samples where the public could see their separate seals. Velis took the raised dais with restored gray wafers stacked in perfect rows behind him. His system had 1 line, 1 schedule, 1 authority, and a product ready to hand out. Our side looked messier. Many keys, different flour textures, small mills still turning, cooks arguing about water, witnesses correcting weights. That mess was the evidence. It could continue if 1 door closed, 1 leader left, or 1 batch failed. I lit 1 sanctioned brazier among dozens, a flame belonging to no god, hidden bag, or unique hand. Do not choose my pot, I told the people nearest the rail. Choose whether yours can still burn tomorrow after this square empties. The square now held 2 operating systems. Velis offered certainty through 1 controlled ration line. The wards offered ownership through stores, mills, cooks, records, work, and separately held keys that would leave by different streets. For once, the city would not decide between a delicious smell and an abstract promise. It could inspect both structures before choosing which one deserved to survive the dawn. Velis let the first refinery bell ring before he spoke. The sound had ordered meals, work shifts, and sleep for longer than most people in the square had been alive. His restored wafer line stood beneath white awnings. Clerks wore clean gloves, guards kept the rails straight, and every gray square had the same weight pressed into its surface. He did not insult the ward kitchens. That would have been easier to answer. He praised the people for surviving a regrettable interruption, then offered to end the uncertain. 1 wafer, 1 cue, 1 promise, he said. They offer 12 keys and 12 ways to fail. His voice carried without a shout because the square had been built for his orders. The offer frightened me. Anyone could take his wafer within a minute. Our bread required millers, fuel, water, salt, clean hands, records, and arguments before dawn. People who had worked all night did not crave a lecture about freedom. They craved a reliable morning. Velis understood exhaustion better than a ruler who relied only on fear. He raised 1 wafer and explained that the public dose would resume at every station by midday. Missed work stamps would be forgiven. Closed gates would open under refinery guard. All the wards had to do was return depot keys, mills, grain, and unsanctioned cooking tools for protective custody. He called it a temporary exchange until purity could be guaranteed. Behind me, a miller asked whether the river store had enough dry meal for tomorrow. A cook answered that her roof leaked. Someone else discovered one water barrel had a crack too. Velis waited while our side argued. He did not need to invent chaos. Independent people produce plenty of it on their own. On sleepless walks, I had imagined one perfect dish ending the monopoly. Standing before a tired crowd, I finally saw how useless that fantasy was. An ancient institution would not die from seasoning. Only the work already moving beyond the square could do that. I stepped to the rail, which made the crowd expect a speech. My throat immediately tried to resign from public service. His line works while he permits it, I said. These keys are already yours. Then I moved aside before I could turn one useful sentence into 10 weak ones. Sella took the empty space with 3 copies of the recovery receipt. She named every ward store, its custodian, its grain weight, and the person holding each key. She also named the 2 rejected sacks. Nobody hid the failure to make our supply look pure. Ivan displayed the broken ties and explained why those loads remained sealed. At the river table, Mila opened 4 different purchase books. Feed barley came through 2 drovers, charcoal through separate yard contracts, and salt from pooled household shares. Pock's pupils began their shift without waiting for me. 2 checked hand-washing water, 3 measured flour. Another pair counted fuel before the first cake touched a hot stone. The smallest pupil rejected a damp scoop and sent it back to be dried. Pock did not praise him. He corrected the replacement weight and moved the line along. Ivan stood beside the 3 manna samples and answered questions from workers instead of delivering a grand accusation. He showed concentrate, an elite dose, and the public wafer in sealed dishes. The concentrate held what the refinery bought. The elite dose held enough for demanding work. The public wafer had been diluted below that need, while its price and purity stamp stayed fixed. Velis called the samples stolen and the method incomplete. Ivan agreed that no single sample could describe every batch, then placed the refinery index beside them. The index linked the samples to repeated runs. It also linked tax-toward grain to private concentrate production. A missing page would have weakened that chain, so the archive clerk supplied his copy. Velis asked whether clerks in exile should decide the city's health. Sella answered that the records did not decide anything. They allowed each ward to stop being lied to about what it owned. The first people moved toward the white awning. My stomach dropped until I saw they were not entering the ration rail. They were refinery laborers reporting for their old shift. Their foreman presented a work tablet to Velis and asked which batch orders remained lawful. Velis told him to restore public production and let the Regency settle custody later. The foreman pointed to the diverted grain numbers in Sella's receipt. His crews could process refinery stock, but they would not grind ward property under plates proven false. Velis ordered the guard captain to clear the platform. The captain looked toward the ward assessors, whose seal now governed the public evidence and the custody dispute. He asked for a written seizure order. Velis had ruled by making paper dangerous to disobey. Vane's arrest had made the same paper dangerous to sign blindly. No order appeared. The guards stayed at the rails, protecting the square from violence without returning the evidence to its accused owner. Mara came from the Porter ward, carrying the key she had received after the kitchen fire. Her brother pushed a handcart loaded with their measured share of flour. Mara had once spent lamp oil money on a second wafer so she could finish a quarry shift. Now she set that unused ration stamp beside the ward key. "You closed our ration yesterday," she told Velis. "You cannot close 12 kitchens tomorrow when their keys stay here." She did not ask everyone to follow. She signed a 3-day flour exchange with the river ward. Porter labor for milling time, with weights recorded at both doors. Her brother rolled the cart toward their local kitchen. A dozen families went with it because that was where their bowls were registered, not because a crowd had caught a sudden fever. The river custodian kept his depot key and signed a separate exchange with quarry haulers. Their ward had one of the recovered assay querns, but lacked enough dry storage above flood level. The quarry ward offered an upper storeroom in return for scheduled milling. Neither side surrendered ownership. Both records included a way to stop if weights changed. One agreement became 3, then 5. They disagreed about cart priority, flour loss, and who would replace a cracked quern. It sounded less like a revolution than a market arguing itself awake. The white line did not vanish. Elderly people entered it because a wafer was familiar and required no chewing. Injured workers took doses while their kitchens arranged softer food. We did not block them or call them cowards. If freedom required everyone to reject the safe thing on command, it was only another rail with a different person holding the gate. What changed was the stamp. Ward clerks recorded each wafer as an optional refinery issue, not payment that transferred grain, labor, or obedience. The first ration clerk refused that change. The second read the recovered weights and agreed. By the fourth table, even the old line was operating under terms Velis no longer owned. Mila sent runners to check the kitchens beyond the square. The porter cell had opened. The river room had enough fuel for 2 shifts. One quarry stove stayed cold because its chimney drew badly. We did not pretend the cold stove was a victory. Oria took 2 roof workers there with a length of cord and a clay smoke tile, while its flour remained sealed. The repair crew found nesting cloth lodged in the upper vent. They cleared it, tested the draw with a scrap flame, and opened only after the smoke rose cleanly. That kitchen served its first cakes near midday. Nobody in the square smelled them. Its success mattered precisely because it happened too far away for my brazier to receive credit. At the refinery platform, a young ledger runner kept staring at Ivan. He wore the gray wrist cord of a worker whose family ration depended on remaining employed. He asked Sella whether surrendering a record would count as theft. She said a private formula could remain private, but records of tax public inputs belonged in the custody hearing. The runner disappeared through the side door. Velis did not turn, yet 2 guards shifted to cover the entrance. Oriya returned in time to notice. She did not charge the platform. She walked to the assessors and described the blocked door aloud, giving the guards a chance to choose what their movement meant. The captain ordered the side entrance open for witnesses. The runner emerged with a bound dilution book under his tunic, followed by 3 refinery weighers carrying their own shift copies. They placed the books before Sella and kept their hands on the covers until she issued receipts. They were not donating evidence to me. They were transferring it into lawful public custody. Ivan checked the first pages against his old index. The ratios changed by ward income, not by health meed. Hard labor districts received the cheapest dilution while paying extra for second wafers. Another book listed grain diverted into elite concentrate after being entered as spoilage. The false batch system Rask exposed appeared in 6 months of prior records. The evidence revealed accounting, and Velis found it harder to dismiss once his own workers explained every column. He tried anyway. A regent sometimes makes necessary allocations, he said. Stability cannot be judged by hungry laborers holding stolen books. The refinery foreman removed his work cord and set it on the platform. Those laborers know which hoppers we filled, he said. They have been stable enough to carry your lie. Not every worker joined him. Some stayed at their stations because children at home still depended on wages. Sella recorded their names as protected witnesses, whether they spoke or not. Trade delegates then approached the payment table. Refinery contracts had always been collected with ward taxes, so a missed payment could cost a guild its license. The River Guild paid its lawful storage fee to the assessors and withheld the refinery share pending the custody judgment. Quarry haulers did the same with transport dues. The charcoal yards agreed to honor existing household contracts without accepting Velis's exclusive purchase seal. Sol's old corner broke when buyers could pool orders through several wards. Velis still had mana, knowledge, loyal clerks, and a white platform full of wafers. What he lost was the ability to join those things into a leash with one seal. By afternoon, the square had not erupted. It had divided into working tables. People carried flour home, returned borrowed tools, disputed measures, and keyed for both medicine and bread. Sella called for the public record. I expected her to name me as the man who saved the city, which would have been flattering and disastrously inaccurate. She entered my name as the first registered public cook under the restored ward food right. Then she entered Pac's 12-cell network as an independent teaching school. He proved the first kitchen, Sella said, nodding toward me. The city proved the rest with its own grain and hands. That line reached me harder than applause. At the Valley Hearth, I had survived by letting people call me a god. Here, my largest success was becoming a job other hands could do. The ward delegates signed a continuation order before sunset. Depot keys remained local. The central mill would reopen only under rotating custody with posted weights and separate stop authority. Refinery stock would be inventoried rather than destroyed. Public wafers could continue for people who needed them, but their ingredients, strength, price, and ownership had to appear in open books. No order forced a household to cook. No order allowed the Regency to criminalize a common flame. Kitchens answered to ordinary fire, sanitation, and trade rules that could be inspected. Velis listened from the dais while clerks removed his exclusive seals. He looked smaller without becoming weak. A skilled mage remained beneath the office he had used. You replaced one line with 100 arguments, he told me. Yeah, I said. They belong to the people having them. Someone near the rear demanded his execution. Another shouted that the refinery should burn. Anger traveled faster than flour and required no mill. Gorm stepped between the dais and the first thrown stone, although one arm hung useless in its sling. Uriah caught the stone before he had to prove how poor that plan was. Sela ordered Velis placed under ward guard for a public accounting. His seal, property claims, and regent orders would be examined separately. Defeat did not erase procedure. Mila posted guards from 3 wards, so no single district could hide him or take revenge. The refinery captain surrendered his platform key to all 3 custodians together. I carried a plain bowl from Mara's pot. It held coarse barley, onion scraps, and a little fat. There was no crisp edge left because the children had negotiated those away. I set it beside Velis, and the square quieted enough to make the wooden bowl sound loud against stone. "This is not forgiveness," I told him. "It is dinner." He looked at the food as if accepting it would complete his humiliation. I did not stand over him, and I did not ask the crowd to enjoy the sight. Hunger had been his instrument for years. I would not copy it for one satisfying minute. Sela moved the hearing table between him and the square, giving the prisoner room to eat. Velis lifted the spoon, only after the next refinery bell failed to produce a cue. The taste did not transform him. He simply discovered hunger under the authority he had worn. While he ate, the ward cooks packed their remaining flour for morning. Mills kept turning in separate alleys. Keys left the square in different pockets. That was the irreversible victory. Even if someone freed Velis that night, he could not close every store, seize every stone, silence every ledger, and unteach every cook with one command. The assessors removed with Regent's white seal at sunset. Velis had governed since the royal line failed, but the emergency charter Sela had shown us already named the bridge. Ward and trade delegates could preserve essential services under divided seals and nominate a custodian for no more than 60 days. They invoked that clause before touching the seal. Stores, gates, guard pay, and ordinary courts therefore retained lawful hands through the transition. What the city still lacked was agreement on the temporary custodian and on what powers, if any, should survive beyond the emergency. Delegates gathered beside Sela's table while I helped Pot count return scoops. Their whispering kept pointing in my direction, which is never a healthy sign around officials. Mila approached first. She wore flour on one cheek and the expression of a thief delivering especially expensive bad news. "The delegates have agreed on a lawful successor," she said, "or at least on the person least likely to sell them back their own breakfast." Sela carried a narrow case from the dais. Inside lay the plain metal circlet once used by the failed royal line before Velis replaced inheritance with regency. Under the old custom, it could serve as the public seal of the delegate's temporary nominee. It could not erase the charter's 60-day limit. She did not kneel. Nobody did. The witnesses remained standing around the open case, which made the offer more serious. "You can accept the temporary office," she said, "or help us divide what follows it. The delegates offer you the vacant crown under the emergency term, with its final powers still unwritten." I had crossed a sea of trouble because 39 hungry people once mistook a lighter for divinity. Now a city that had stopped mistaking control for safety wanted to make the mistake official. Oria stood at my right, equal distance from the crown and the kitchen fires. She did not tell me what to choose. Around us, 12 sets of keys traveled home, while Velis ate from a common bowl under lawful guard. The city had chosen its bread. I still had to choose what sort of man would sit at its table. Sela left the crown case open on the hearing table and gave me until morning. That was kinder than demanding an answer before supper and crueler than simply closing the lid. I spent the night learning what the circlet controlled. It was plain metal, but the office behind it reached into every guard post, depot dispute, refinery seal, tax court, and trade gate. With one signature, I could release contested grain. With another, I could appoint captains, redirect transport dues, or keep the refinery running while its ownership was judged. I knew which kitchens needed flour first. I trusted Sela, Mila, Ivan, and the ward custodians. For several dangerous minutes, taking the office felt like the responsible choice. The dangerous thought was not that I might become cruel. It was that I was certain I would be useful, and that usefulness made every key look safer in my hand. I had already worn a smaller version of that lie. In the valley, one lighter and a bag of chips had turned panic into obedience before I understood what anyone truly needed. That bluff bought time, but it also taught me how quickly gratitude could become permission. A good intention did not make one sealed door less vulnerable. At dawn, I asked Sela to list the powers that could not wait. She brought 6 clerks, 4 ledgers, and the pleased expression of a woman whose favorite answer was paperwork. The guards needed lawful pay and a chain of command. Ward stores needed custody judgments. The refinery required safety orders. Courts needed temporary authority for ordinary disputes. Trade gates and tax accounts could not simply stop while every contract carrying Velis's seal was examined. The emergency charter already gave those delegates 60 days of divided authority over essential functions. The city did not need a crowned answer before breakfast. The existing witnesses had to use powers they already possessed. Stella brought the crown case into the hall before the first transition bell. I closed the lid in front of the required witnesses. I will teach every kitchen that asks, I said. I will not own the key to all of them. The river delegate asked whether that was a refusal. I told him it was, unless the crown came with an excellent apron and no authority whatsoever. Mila offered the apron. Stella recorded the refusal before anyone could bargain me into decorative tax powers. The crown went into the evidence vault beside Valise's private seal. It represented an office nobody inherited that morning. The emergency charter kept the city working while the delegates argued over how much of that office should survive. The argument lasted 3 long days, not one inspired meeting. Mila arrived with ward delegates. Ivan brought refinery workers. River, quarry, porter, charcoal, milling, and cart guilds sent representatives with different records and incompatible fears. On the first day, they named the functions they could not lose. Ward delegates named depot keys. Refinery workers named safety stops. Traders named passage through the gates. Guards wanted orders that could not become crimes after the seal changed hands. On the second day, they named the powers they refused to surrender. Assessors wanted evidence protected from both revenge and convenient fires. Mila wanted kitchens free to reject unsafe grain or impossible quotas, including any order issued by me. Nothing on either list required one person to hold every function. It required limits, shared records, and a procedure when 2 lawful claims collided. That discovery made the crown look less like unity and more like several jobs tied together for one ruler's convenience. On the third day, Stella completed a provisional council charter with the same 60-day expiry. Continuing beyond it required public ward votes and a new charter, not quiet renewal by the people already seated. Each ward kept its depot and chose one rotating delegate. Trade representatives handled routes and standard weights but could not order grain released. Refinery workers controlled technical safety stops and production records. Ivan could audit samples, though he could not approve his own findings without 2 independent weighers. Stella chaired public custody and legal review with 2 other assessors, whose seal could preserve disputed property but not transfer it without a recorded hearing. Mila coordinated shared kitchen purchases and emergency requests. Every kitchen retained its key, safety refusal, and book, including the right to ignore her advice. The guard captain needed 3 signatures for searches or seizures, except immediate rescue entered into the public record by the next bell. Trade dues entered a visible transition account copied in the hall, the River Guild, and the ward archive. By the third sunset, the awkward structure could pay guards, open gates, protect evidence, and keep grain under its actual owners. Only then did Stella record my limited office as first public cook and trainer. It carried access to teaching kitchens, no command over their stores, and a wage posted by the council. The Provisional Council issued its first order under divided seals. It protected all refinery workers who disclosed public input records, including those who had stayed silent on the square. Its second order opened the central mill under rotating ward custody. 3 key holders arrived separately, checked the empty hopper, and posted the starting weight before unlocking power to the stones. Its third order converted 1 idle refinery line into dry flour storage. The workers scrubbed concentrate dust, replaced contaminated cloth, and tested the room before 1 ward sack entered. Nobody smashed the manna equipment. Public wafers still helped elders, injured laborers, and people who could not yet manage solid food. The council ordered honest strength labels and cost books. Velas's public accounting began in the old purity chamber. He had counsel, written charges, access to the records, and guards from wards he could no longer command. I left his judgment to the hearing and spent 3 mornings watching different kitchens. Keeping my hands away from their spoons proved harder than refusing a crown. Mara's crew weighed its own grain, traded labor for river milling, and opened on time. She kept me outside because registered cooks were working, while first public cooks could wait for breakfast. Their cakes came out thick but cooked through. A child found 1 raw center, and the shift lead lowered the stone heat before the next batch instead of summoning me. The river kitchen lost a barrel when its lower hoop split. Its custodian used the posted exchange terms, borrowed 2 quarry vessels, and recorded the replacement before any flour was mixed. At the quarry stove, the repaired chimney drew cleanly. Their cooks had less fat than Mara's ward, so they used a thinner dough and saved the crisp pieces for workers climbing the steepest ramps. 3 wards produced meals without my hands, my key, or a private supply. The portions differed because their work and stores differed, but every cost appeared where people could challenge it. On the 4th morning, one of Pak's pupils burned the first teaching batch black. Smoke rolled into the lane while Pak was collecting salt at another cell. The pupils killed the fuel draft, moved the hot stone, checked the remaining dough, and scraped the safe side clean. Their second batch came out pale and edible. Pak returned ready to rescue them and discovered they had already written the lost flour and charcoal on the board. He complained that independent pupils left their teacher very little to do. Oria watched me eat one of the pale cakes. "They ruined breakfast without you and still fixed it," she said. "I think that means you won." I told her the sinner needed salt. She took my cake, added exactly too much, and handed it back with the calm expression of a person improving my humility. The council's book showed a fuel overcount, meal lost through a loose screen, and 2 late routes after an axle split. Other wards' loan measured stock, while the delayed ward reduced portions openly. The refinery storage line received flour from 3 owners without mixing their sacks. Workers who once obeyed private batch plates now checked ward thread marks before every entry. Ivan trained 2 new sample readers and then made them test his conclusions. When one challenged a salt reading, he repeated the test and admitted his dish had held residue. Sela posted that correction beside the evidence list. An honest system did not need perfect experts. It needed errors that could be seen before they became orders. Gorm attended council security meetings because nobody could keep him in bed. His shoulder remained bound against his chest, and lifting a ledger made his face turn gray. The healer banned him from guard duty, so he taught young porters to move hot stones with poles and balance frames. One arm was enough to identify every way they could crush a foot. She and I disagreed about opening another teaching room near the north wall. I wanted the space because demand was obvious. She wanted proof of water and a second exit first. She won because she was right, then made me inspect both routes. We spent the afternoon arguing over drainage depth and left with a better room plan. Oria took charge of the cart scouts, linking ward stores to the outer roads. She could read flour dust, hoof wear, and false axle marks better than any clerk learning routes from a map. She did not accept a council title until it included the right to refuse escort work that treated her hunters as decoration. The amended role named her route captain an equal contracting voice. One evening, we sat on the refinery roof while the city bells marked separate closing times. Smoke rose from many small chimneys instead of one hidden cellar. I asked whether she wanted to return to the valley. It was the first time I had asked about our next road, without quietly assuming she would take it with me. Oria said the fire people had survived before either of us learned to make capital clerks fear barley. Vesha held the stores, trained cooks held the ovens, and their council held separate keys. Then she reminded me that home was not a place where we had to remain useful every hour. We could return, leave again, or spend a season teaching without asking permission from our own legend. "What do you want?" I asked her plainly. My voice cracked badly enough to prove that refusing a crown had been easier than asking. She wanted to see the capital stable through the first council term. After that, she wanted the tidal flats, the valley hearth, and any road we chose with both names on the plan. Then, Oria kissed me once, brief and certain, before adding that equal partnership included her right to prevent me from packing 6 useless pans. I agreed to 4 pans. She said 2. We began our first romantic negotiation with positions too far apart for immediate peace. Rask worked the service routes under assessor watch. His porter stamp remained expired, and his testimony did not erase the hunters he had guided toward the valley. The council credited his help recovering the ward grain, then assigned him to map every false batch passage he had used. Each route required confirmation from a worker who had not betrayed anyone. He accepted the limits without asking Oria to defend him. When the fire people judged his return, their decision would remain theirs, even if the capital found his evidence useful. At the end of the first week, the council held a shared meal in the old gate hall. The table was made from mismatched kitchen boards laid across flour barrels. Nobody called it a victory feast. The ingredients came from recorded ward shares, barley from the recovered stores, refinery fat entered openly, river salt, and onions bought through Mila's books. Each kitchen sent 1 pot and kept enough stock for its next shift. The hall received what the wards could spare after tomorrow, which made the meal smaller and more honest. Sela sat with the assessors, instead of at the head. Ivan chose a place near the refinery weighers. Mila kept moving name cards whenever officials looked too comfortable. Gorm arrived with his arms still in the sling and a spoon tucked under the binding. He said carrying it there did not violate the healer's order against lifting. Poke arrived late, smelling of smoke and flour. "Save me a seat," he said. My pupils burned the first batch and fixed the second. He found a place between Mara and the youngest refinery runner. Within a minute, he was explaining that black crust and raw sinners were different mistakes requiring different corrections. At the far end, a capital trader unfolded the salt and seed terms Vesha had sent with us from the valley. Her marks offered preserved seed, tested stone, and salt knowledge for tools and grain varieties. The fire people themselves remained 6 weeks away, tending their own hearths. Their place at the table was the exchange they had chosen and written before we left the valley. Oria read Vesh's final mark and laughed. The old firekeeper had added a fee for every capital official who called ordinary smoke sacred contamination. Rask stood while the laughter faded. He held no cup for a toast and wore no restored hunter mark. The table gave him a meal, not a clean past. He looked first at Oria, then at the ward workers whose grain he had helped recover. Finally, he faced me without the old challenge in his shoulders. "I called you outsider," he said. "Spirit, liar. I never once called you by your name." The hall remained quiet while he refused to turn his apology into a demand for comfort. "Dan," he said, "my friend, sit, eat with us." Friend was not a pardon. The valley still had a judgment to make, and trust would grow through work smaller than that word. Yet he had finally given me what pride once made impossible. I sat. Nobody raised me above the table. Gorm stole the crisp edge from my bowl with his usable hand, and Pock corrected his grip as if shoulder injuries were a teaching opportunity. Oria pressed her knee against mine beneath the boards. Mila caught us, rolled her eyes, and charged an imaginary fee for using public furniture romantically. The food was uneven. One pot had too much onion, another had almost no salt, and the quarry cakes could have repaired a wall. Every bowl still emptied. Late in the meal, the capital trader mentioned islands beyond the western storm route. He had never landed there, but sailors traded with boats that came out after the rough season. Constant rain ruined stored fuel, and sudden winds tore open flames through reed shelters. The islanders smoked fish only when weather allowed and had no reliable enclosed cooking hearth. It was a rumor carried through 2 crews, not proof of an untouched world waiting for me. The crossing itself required a stronger hull, dry fuel storage, and a navigator who knew the reefs. Before I could turn toward Oria, she asked the trader how long the calm season lasted. She asked about clay, stone, timber, fresh water, and what the island boats offered in exchange. "If we go," she said, "we go after Gorm can lift a spoon without swearing." Gorm tried it once, swore with impressive creativity, and claimed the test was unfairly designed. The table voted to keep him in the sling. No ship waited at dawn, and no map promised an easy miracle. We had council accounts to finish, pupils to train, a valley to revisit, and 2 disputed pans to pack. For the first time, the next unknown place did not feel like somewhere I had to conquer or save. It was simply a road Oria and I might choose after the work here could stand without us. I looked along the patched table at cooks, clerks, hunters, millers, former enemies, and one boy arguing about burned crust. My place was not above them, it was set among theirs. The lighter in my pocket had long since become an ordinary piece of metal, and the chip bag was empty forever. The useful thing I carried now could be copied, corrected, and passed on. Someone pushed the last quarry cake toward me. Rask used my name. Oria took half without asking. Around us, a city fed itself badly, honestly, and better with every meal.
Dan's real victory was never the lighter, the chips, or even a perfect meal. It was turning private knowledge into shared skill, then refusing the power to close every door. The city became safer when grain, tools, records, and decisions stayed in many hands, where mistakes could be seen and corrected. Rask's final use of Dan's name reveals the quieter reward. An outsider earns a place without becoming a god or king. The lesson is simple. Help matters most when people can keep helping one another after the person who began the work leaves the kitchen.